You're a great speaker, and we have an alternate position open on the planning board, too. I was hoping you were going to tell me.
Just gonna say the same
I was
thing.
hoping you were going to say
Yeah.
18. I was going to try to draft you.
I don't know if it's.
Is it like a high school
age limit.
program?
No, we don't.
We'd always make an exception, right? I mean,
Okay, you may continue. Sorry about that.
but yeah, that's just my concern, like I said, mostly with water, because, when you get water in there, it's gonna screw it up. It's gonna, it's just, like I said, if they're gonna be building half-decent houses, I don't wanna see some poor family in the middle of the winter having water coming up through their houses, all their pipes freezing and bursting, and their foundations cracking in half. It'd be, like I said, I'm not for conventional whatsoever. I mean, I personally think there shouldn't be any houses at all, but if we have, I know there's gonna be houses back there either way. So I'm going for open space, and I know they just kicked that off for no reason, but I think you should revisit the open space, do a walkthrough with the people, and check it out. I mean, like I said, go behind me, we're abutting 20 Coper and 18. I think they should, the back near 38 and stuff, I'm sure that's not bad. I've never been back there, but even still, I think we should, over there, I'm sure it's fine, but I say that we focus more if you were to do open space and do a walkthrough behind us. Because like I said, I'm worried about animals and stuff because, like I said, if you go conventional and build houses up all the way to everywhere, like I said, you have a great chance of a fox walking through the neighborhood or a wolf. I've seen everything back there. It all comes up through, it's where animals live, and you don't want to ruin all that, So that's my input.
And we appreciate it. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else like to step forward? Going to be a hard act to follow.
For sure. I'm Ann Yeaman. I live at 18 Coper Lane. So to follow on kind of what David said and what my husband said about the buffer zone is, the big concern is, people, long after the development's built, people move in, they have their houses, they do things in their yards, and then they cut straight to that buffer zone that's required. And then we're right back where we started with the issue of runoff and that kind of thing. And I think that's where we're really concerned, is that if there's not any extra space there saying you can't cut this because of the concern, that, it may not happen in the next 5 years, but over time, we're going to be in that situation where trees are falling in the areas back there, and in that whole, like our property and the properties around there are getting damaged, and like I said, you're losing all these trees and habitat because of what's happening in that neighborhood. And obviously, I can't dictate what kind of neighborhood goes in there, but asking that there be some more space given just to protect the areas abutting it would be very helpful.
So you're in that white jog at the
Yes.
very end of this
Yes.
development. Where is your house in relation to that? Where
It
jogs
is
up?
actually, the lot is almost like two squares put together. It's a weird shaped lot, and so we're actually a decent ways away from that. So that's all woods back there for us. Our house is actually much further from that little jog there.
So is it down like under lot 10 and 11 more as opposed to under 12?
I'd say it's probably on line with that.
Okay.
Closer to that. That part right there, the little jog, is very low, and it comes very quickly uphill, sharply uphill to where our house is on Coper Lane.
Okay.
I don't have my glasses on. I can't see it well enough. We are in the big curve on Coper Lane.
Okay.
Oh, Coper is, yeah. Yeah, that's not it. That right in the far left over there. Bottom left is where Coper is, I think. Yeah.
I'm looking at the drawing that the applicant has presented. in your lot, I can see your lot number, it's drawn underneath lot 12, but I think your house is more under lot 10 and 11, maybe? Oh, I know where her lot is, Jim, I just was curious where her house was on the
Yeah,
lot.
that's Coper, yeah.
Yep,
So where the curve is, we're right in that curve. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. To the right, yep. Right there, yep. And so the house fronts the road there, but that jog is much further back.
yep.
Yeah,
So that drainage easement is between your lot and the gentleman that was just
yes.
talking before us, and that water flows towards that wetland, towards the town of
Yes.
Salem?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any more abutters? I think we have had everybody come forward. Seeing no response, so I'm going to close it to the public and bring it back to the board. Joe, that drainage easement, is that open? Is that a pipe?
An open drainage ditch. There's a pipe up at the first section of it, and then it goes to an open drainage.
By the time it comes down towards,
Yeah, by the time it hits that rear corner,
Yeah.
that jog, it's open.
all right. And then that just sheet flows
Down to that
into the
finger that
wetland?
kind of comes up. There's a wetland finger that kind of runs up the common lot line there.
Yep, so it heads that way?
Yep.
Okay. All right. On the development, if you continue with a conventional development, is there any of the disruption to those lots that would head towards any of the residents in Coper, or
No, it all would drain toward the town line.
it's all?
Our property relatively there's like a high point in the center, right around lots 17, 16, 7. There's like a hill at that section, but then it breaks in two directions. It breaks back toward Route 38, and it breaks down toward the Salem line. So,
All right. Now that, where it breaks and goes towards 38, and then you're saying it also breaks and goes towards the Salem line, is that, Mr. Bergeron once told me that over on that area, there's two different what did you call them, not aquifers, but one of them goes to the Merrimack, towards Pelham, the other one goes towards Salem. Is that also the same thing there, Joe? Does the water that's,
I think they all go towards Harris Pond. They go to the Salem line, both of those larger wetland complexes on our property. The front one that's along 38, it's isolated, that when the trolley tracks went through, the culvert's crushed, so there's no inlet or outlet to it, so.
so is that dropping down into that depression at Young's Crossing and then heading to Harris Pond that way?
No, that stuff just kind of sits at the front, and then it does bleed underneath the trolley track towards lots 18, toward that wetland that's on 18, 17. The stuff comes off of 38, it sits in that area, there's a crushed culvert, it's bleeding underneath the trolley tracks, and it
Okay.
comes through the slope, and it goes to that other wetland. But the majority of it gets held back in that wetland at 38.
Okay, so if it were to flood out, it would head into lot 18 then?
It would head to 18.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's not heading down?
No.
That other way?
No.
So everything on this development eventually goes
To the
basically to
Salem line.
lot 12?
Yes.
Out that way?
Yeah, so ultimately, we're looking at two detention ponds on this property, one toward the front of this, so that would take half the road, the other one would be at the very rear of the lot, that would take the other half of the road. So we'd kind of have a split in our drainage design with a high point in the road somewhere in the middle.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, or concerns from board members? Hearing no response from that. I think that might wrap you up
Sure.
for the night, Joe.
All right, appreciate it. So, thanks for your time.
All right. And if you're going to move forward, you have, I guess, a couple of ways to come back for another conceptual or to apply for,
I think I'll move
Plan?
forward toward applying unless my client decides to go for a variance or something for that access. I'll talk to him about that in the morning. So,
okay,
all right.
thank you.
Thank you.
So that's it on old business. We have some new business. And new business is administrative. We have map 15, lot 8-216. It's Peterson Build Homes, Landmark Estate Condominiums. It's a request for a bond reduction. We don't need to read any abutters on
No,
this.
this
It's
is,
just a straight bond reduction.
Right. Bond, right? Right, there's nobody here to represent this. This is just a project, Landmark Estates condominiums. They've completed all the work there, and they're looking to have their bond, well, this is actually a bond reduction.
Yeah, reduction.
So we do have a letter here from Jeff Quirk from Beach.
Yep, it's a brief letter. You want to read that one, Jen, or do you want me to?
Sure, yeah. It was addressed to Mr. Gowan. It says, "Dear Mr. Gowan, town records indicate the remaining bond amount for the above project is $574,580.25. At this time, we are recommending a reduction in the amount of $296,970.25. This amount reflects the work that has been completed to date, leaving a balance of $277,610 to support the completion of this project." And this is for, this was a 42-unit elderly housing community, and it consists of Abacoa Road, Basswood Road, and Redwood Road.
Any questions from board members on that?
That's the project across the street from the town facilities there, right? From the transfer station?
Yeah, yes, this is on a Wyndham Road, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or concerns from other board members? Seems pretty straightforward. Hearing no response, I would entertain a motion that we do a reduction of the bond. The recommendation is a reduction in the amount of $296,970.25.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to reduce the bond by $296,000, $970.25.
Second motion.
That's Mr. Cody that made the motion, and Bruce, was that you that
Second it.
made the second? Okay, and we have a second by Bruce. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 5-0
1, 2, 3,
0
4.
vote because we don't have Roger up here. All right. Okay, so that bond has been reduced or will be reduced. Jenny will take care of that.
Yes, yep.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next administrative. It's also Peterson Built Homes, and this is the Long Pond Woods condominiums. It's a request for full bond release. That's map 38, lot 1-118 and 119.
Yep, so
Jen,
this
would you
is,
like to take over and read this one in and tell us what this is about?
yep, so this is a 67-unit senior housing development. This one is off of Sherburne Road, I believe. It is Sagewood Drive, Dragonfly Drive, and Wildflower Drive. These will all remain private roads. This is, "Dear Mrs. Beauregard, our records indicate the remaining surety for Phase 1 and Phase 2 for the above project is $5,016.95 and $12,943.25 respectively. Since all improvements have been completed, we recommend the total remaining surety, $17,960.20, to be released at this time." So he's recommending a full release to this developer.
Any questions?
17,000, right? 960?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
two separate
There's two phases, so.
small bonds left. Together, they total that full amount, Jen?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is private road, so they don't have to winter over. I know they already have several winters anyways.
Right.
Driven through there and looks pretty nice. If there are no other comments or questions, concerns by board members, I'd entertain a motion that we release the full bond in the amount of $17,960.20.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion. Kevin Cody.
A second?
Right, we have it. And second was from Danielle
Yeah.
Quinn. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. That's also a 5-0-0 vote. Jen, if you could take care of that one too, that's good to release. And Roger is coming back into the discussions. So that takes care of the administrative part of it. Now we have here talking about discussion regarding changes to the land use regulations. Is that on the agenda tonight, Jen, or did you say that was?
I think we were just keeping a running item on each agenda, in case there was time to discuss, some of Mr. Bergeron's housekeeping stuff, but the actual public hearing
Yep.
is scheduled for the next meeting, which is the 19th.
Okay. So, Jim, would you like to address some of the things that you had talked about before at this point, so that we can possibly get them on the public hearing? Or, I know that I'm putting you on the spot, you don't probably even have them ready at the moment, but...
I actually didn't think to put new copies of these regulations in the packets. They're pretty big regulations. I feel like we keep on making copies every meeting, and I'm going to provide copies again for the public hearing, but if anybody needs me to go grab them a copy, I can go get one out of the office.
I have mine.
Yeah, I have a copy in my...
Actually, I do have to go grab a copy for myself, though. Anyone else need a copy while I'm getting it, or everybody good?
I have mine with me.
Okay, I'm going to go grab a copy.
I think I have the latest one here. What are you thinking, Jim? You want to
Well-
do bylaws for...
I wasn't aware that we would, but if we're going to,
We're not going to make changes, but you...
we're going to discuss potential
Yeah, like the
changes?
last meeting, when we were discussing changes to the regulations, other board members had wanted to pinpoint it down to what was on the public hearing, to what was already in red and blue, and you had some other stuff that you thought we could get into. So if you happen to have any of that flagged, we could use this time to discuss that.
Some of those members aren't present at this meeting
Right.
for their,
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people not
Yeah.
here at the moment, but we could still have discussions. It's like we're going to discuss the bylaws in a few minutes.
Oh, all right, well, want to start with 2021?
Sure.
In 2021, and again, I thought I'd have time to sit down with the planning director and maybe come up with some language, but I can come up with some ideas, and then we can sit down for some language. What we used to do, some of us, and with the former planning director, is, we're better together constructing language than one person, and I think it feels better when you come back to the board, that the board knows that it's being worked on in a kind of an open forum. But anyhow, my ideas were, when this one was discussed quite a while ago, was on 2021, is that that it say that prior to submission for review and consideration by the planning board, applicants or their representatives are encouraged to meet with the planning director. I think that should meant to say planning board. I know they do meet with the planning director for the checklist and all of that, but that is further bolstered by Part B. When you read Part B, shouldn't it say planning, I'm going to jump down to a third of the way down, where it says the applicant may not supplement, revise, or modify the application after notice of public hearing has been given without consent of the planning board instead of the planning director, because what that is saying is that there's a change in plan can happen after it's formally submitted and public notice is given and the plans are out there in the public, that the plans could be changed. And I don't think that's what we want to do with those, with plans formally. Once they're formally submitted, they fall under 91A. And I don't think it's right to say that, well, we can change those at the last minute and bring them in. So that should also say the planning board, in my opinion. Do you see where I'm talking, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm reading that now.
It's paragraph A and paragraph B, just changing from planning director to planning board.
Right, so this is when a plan is, it's the application, hasn't come in front of the board yet. And-
But it's inside the time frame for the legal notice.
Right, and it's inside the 21 days, and it's saying that after the application has been submitted, the applicant may not supplement, revise, or modify the application after the notice of public hearing has been given without consent of the planning director. Jen, could you give
I would agree
an
with Jim.
an example of...
Yeah, well, I would agree with Jim on that. Once public notice has been given, the public is expecting to see what they've been told they're going to see. So if something's going to change, I think that would require a public hearing with the board and the board to accept that change. But I still think they would probably need to renotice, depending on, what the board feels. But once notice has been given, I would agree that it should not be, the consent of the planning director to allow that change.
Yeah,
So you agree or
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a housekeeping thing. It just seems to be, I know that you have to do a lot of work with the checklist. You have to do a lot with when the plan comes in. I think it's your department. I think it's actually, I believe it's your responsibility in some form. I mean, you can't pick everything up. You can't be expected to do that. But to say, well, you're missing this or you're missing that.
Right. I would agree if anything of substance were to change,
Yeah.
this board should, be involved in that change, and renotice would probably be required to the abutters.
And in the changing planning board, just keeping planning board along the same line, in the second line in paragraph A, it encouraged to meet with the planning board. Now that, what we've had in the past, and it's not this, we're under a new helm now, we're under a new planning director, and I'm welcoming that change. But I want to point out what I have been told by members, long-term members of this board, where discussions would ensue inside of the planning department with the planning director, and then the poor applicant would come in front of the planning board and be pretty much tossed out because all those discussions were taking place without the knowledge of the planning board months in advance, and when the planning board saw the plan, they just, tossed it out the window. So I think if you just keep that with the planning board, and that these representatives come in, look at tonight, we've had our second conceptual meeting, and I think, we've made some headway. And I think it's been done without any amors. I think, is it flowed well with you?
So in this case, I do agree with you to a point. I do think that it does make sense to meet with the planning department and the planning director to be sure, that what they're doing requires, applicants often, I met with somebody today, I mean, not on an application, but on a pending, you know, an application that will probably come here. I don't think that we should be giving them technical advice and telling them, you know, design standards and that type of stuff, but just to be sure that, you know, they're sticking with the requirements and what they need to do, you know, application-wise and procedural-wise. So I don't think it hurts to have that there, that they're encouraged to meet with the planning director. But I mean, that would be up to this board on how you feel.
Listening to you guys talk, when I read it, it sounds a little odd, but the planning board would not have seen the plan yet at that point, because it would have came into the office, and regardless of whether it was yourself or if you were on vacation, it could be taken in by anybody else in there. And then if the applicant realized that they wanted to make a change, the public hasn't seen it, the planning board hasn't seen it, so I'm thinking where it says has been given without consent, if we change that to planning board, the only way the planning board can give its consent to make a change to the plan would be if we were in session, which means it has to come in front of us, because we can't do anything without being in a meeting. The planning board can't make a decision unless we have a consensus of the planning board. So I'm not sure that after reading it 3 or 4 times now and hearing you guys talk, that should say planning board. I don't think it could, because how could they consent to the planning board without coming in front of us, which
Right.
means they wouldn't be able to.
But I also don't believe that the planning director could give consent either if public notice has already gone out. So maybe even after public notice has gone out, the application, you know, can't change it. Well, I guess it still would make sense for the planning board to get, once public notice has come out, they're coming before this planning board. So they're going to be before this board.
Right.
Then they can discuss whatever change they'd like to make at
Yeah, I
that
mean,
time.
if they submit a plan and you put it in the package, and we get the package, and you know, we're all looking at something, you know, X, Y, and Z, and all of a sudden it's, you know, alpha, beta, gamma, you know, they go to the Greek alphabet instead. I mean, we're at complete loss, and at that point there,
Yeah.
we don't know what we're looking at.
Right.
So I know it's a real strange the way it's worded. How often are you even aware of an applicant submitting something and then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I don't think it's something that happens very often, but it happens. Somebody may have submitted something and then they want to add to it or change it. We typically say once notice has gone out, you can't change it unless you want to reapply and renotice.
Yeah, I think that's the way that should be handled, but I don't think that can be done through the planning board. I think that has to be done through your office, because you're seeing it and we're not, and we can't see it unless we're at a planning board meeting. And if you start emailing us all, then you're going to start a quorum through emails asking us to decide about a case, and I'm not going to decide anything about a case through an email. You're probably well aware that I ignore a lot of the town emails when they ask me questions, because I just don't go there.
And text messages.
Huh?
And text messages.
I don't text.
He doesn't even get them.
So you're never going to get me to go there. No, I don't. But
Mr. Chairman, this was one that can go either way, and I'm happy to leave it.
It's kind of strange, Jim. It's worded oddly, as long as we all know what it means.
Yeah, I think
which
we
is
do.
We don't want to be blindsided at a planning board meeting with something that we're not getting in our package. I mean, Jen, you seem to be willing to make sure that they'll have to re-notify, just put it off till the next meeting, because that could solve the whole.
Right, so
Dilemma right
maybe
there, as long as you
consent's
know
not the right word.
Right, so we'd leave that, we can discuss that, we'll leave that, but in B, we'll change, there's an agreement to change to change it there to planning board, because it's after the official notification, is that where we're at?
Well, what I just said, though, is if that got changed to planning board in the middle of paragraph B, we wouldn't know about it until we're at the meeting, so we couldn't give the consent to the applicant, because we can't do that unless we're in a quorum at a meeting. So,
Am I understanding paragraph B incorrectly then? Because has the plan formally been submitted at this point in time?
Yes.
So,
Formally been submitted to the planning department, but not accepted yet by the planning board.
right, we haven't seen it, so if it gets a major change, and Jen sees a major change
Well-
coming in, we want to make sure that she's going to say, no, reapply, re-notify your abutters, is what Jen's saying she'd like to see done. But we can't be involved in it because we haven't had a meeting about it yet. So we can't give input on it because we're not at a meeting. And we can't,
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying, Tim, but I also think maybe consent's not the right word, because the planning director couldn't give consent to change that, but maybe, you know,
Right.
without the direction of the planning director, or,
Right.
you know, I see, you know, Jim's concern that it implies that the planning director can give consent to change an application after it's been noticed, and I don't believe that that's true.
I mean, we could just simply say that the applicant shall not revise the plans
after submission.
after submission.
I like
And-
that.
Without resubmitting and renotice.
Right.
Yeah, because the consent was throwing me off a little bit as well.
Right, without, yeah, we could try to change that language up so that they have to resubmit to the planning department. That way there, it discourages people from coming in and submitting their plans too soon. Like, I mean, you're not going to get somebody like Joe Maynard doing that because he's coming in front of the board, like tonight, you know, for a preliminary review, a conceptual. So, yeah, this, if you can just,
Actually, that's a perfect example, because what he ended up doing was, instead of coming in with something new, which he couldn't have done because notice has already gone out, he came in and changed it to a conceptual, to just, which he can do, and just discuss it and get the board's input. So that, I mean, that worked out well, the way he did it.
it did. And then, you know, you could potentially suggest that, but if we make that so that they just can't do it.
Right.
Change that wording, so after the application has been submitted to the planning department, the application may not revise or modify, you know, the application, and then that's it. Then you put a period there, you know, after the public notice of the hearing has been given, right there.
Has been
Word
given, right.
And then scratch out the words without consent of the planning director. So they just can't do it. And then that way there, it gives Jen some, it literally makes it so that you can then act on it, because right now you're going to be like, can I do it? What should I do? This way here, if it just says that, then you can just say, nope.
But I wouldn't have done it, just so we know.
Yeah, right. How is that, Jim? Just take.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted,
No,
that's,
that's a good pickup, because it's just a strange wording, so strike out the words without consent of the planning director, and then they just don't do it. Jen suggests that they do what Joe just did.
Right.
I think when these came about, the planning department had received some money for some consultation, and I think Mr. Keach's company, Keach Nordstrom, had a lot to do with writing these,
Did write it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just making it known to people that are watching, that this is how this 90 pages came about. Right? I remember there was quite a bit of concern from yourself, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't want any of this. I wanted the old ones just left alone and make minor changes to them, because I don't like this format at all.
All right, okay, well, I'm not exactly in love with it, but it's what we're working with right now,
Yep.
so either we can toss it all out and go back to the old one, or try to fix this one a little. So,
Before we move on, Jen, can you, on the next, for the next public hearing, get those words scratched out and so
So I
that...
can, this won't make notice for the next public hearing.
Yep.
So, I mean, we
Okay.
can probably get it on, I remember the legal notice I had shown you, we
Okay.
put the second date on there, we can make it for
Right,
the
so if we don't
second
have time for
date.
the next one, it's irrelevant, then we'll
Yeah.
just continue making suggested changes, and we'll renotice for the whole thing then. All right.
Right.
Go ahead, Jim.
now, there's a lot of drafts of this floating around. I have my original draft, and it's on my page 17, but it's under the section 2023, minor subdivisions,
Yep.
and if you go, flip a couple of pages and get all the way over to topographical subdivision, B,
Yeah.
if you come down to line 5, I just want to point out that it says there's a minimum of one test pit with a corresponding 4,000 square foot receiving area meeting applicable NHDS requirements on each platted lot. I want to point out, Mr. Chairman, that this is in conflict with page 27, which requires 2 test pits. So I think we either go with 2 test pits, which is typical and usual in most other towns and communities, in an area that is most likely to be the EDA area, the receiving area, that we go with 2 test pits. Because what we're seeing now is not necessarily that, I notice on some of the plans. So if you go all the way up to page 27, and you start to read that we, at the end of the paragraph 3, and this is under design and construction standards, which we probably should be following in the earlier part that I just pointed out, is that we capture a minimum of 2 test pits located not closer than 50 feet. I think that's
I remember that, too.
Yeah.
Always being that way.
Yeah. So I think that we should make that note, that in the very beginning, so that no engineer can come in and when I look at plans, I look at test pit information, I look at test pit data. That's one of the things I always key into. So they should be doing, in my opinion, 2 test pits in a 4K area, what should be the 4K area, what should end up being the 4K area, the EDA area. So if that's okay, I'd like you to discuss that, if you could.
All right.
Do you see it?
I do. I'm looking at the sections that it's under. So the first one, the 1 test pit. So if you have a minor subdivision, they're requiring you to do a minimum of 1 test pit. And if it's a major subdivision, you got to do a minimum of 2.
Yeah, well, here's the point. What's the lack of importance? What's the difference in importance? They're both important. They both have to do with design, with design of wastewater disposal systems. And to me, a minor subdivision and a major subdivision should be equal on that point at least, because that's one of the things we do want to maintain is, good test pitting on septic areas, right?
I did no subdivision at all on a lot that I bought in Pelham across the street from my house. And I did 2 test pits to do a septic system, a replacement septic system on my own lot. And the state came down and wanted 2 test pits on 1 lot. And that wasn't even a subdivision, and the state required me to do it. So I don't understand why we would only be requiring 1, Jim. It just doesn't make
No, and I think the regs we had
sense.
in place before, when we had before this rewrite, it was always 2 test pits 50 feet apart in the 4K area. That's how I remember it also.
Yep, I didn't have a 4K area, but we just went to both sides of the lot. They made me dig 2 holes, they looked in both of them, water tested them both, and they told me which one I'm putting the septic system in. So, and that wasn't even a subdivision, so I'm fine with the 2 in the 4K area. When you got a machine there, it's just as easy to dig 2 holes as it is to dig 1. So, do we change that 6, Jim, to say not a minimum of 1, but just 2 test pits?
Yeah. That would be my recommendation. I'm looking for you to ask what the rest of the board thinks.
I'm fine with that. Does anybody else have any concerns, questions, or opinions on that, members of the board?
No, I go with the 2 test pits as well.
Roger, would you?
No, I always thought it was 2 test pits.
You fine with that too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bruce, would you be fine with that?
Yep.
Kevin, so the consensus of the board is all 5 of us, Jim, are in agreement with that. So we could change 6 to, say, 2 test pits with corresponding 4,000 square foot receiving area. Does that sound good? Now, on the other one, the page, you said it was up around, somewhere around page 27, is that the wording?
No, 27 is where it is shown as 2 test pits. So 27,
Do you know what section that's under? Because my pages are slightly different
At
from
the
yours.
top,
right,
letter C.
But what section is it? Is it under 20?
203.
-1, B, letter 3.
Right.
203?
203-1,
Hang on, I'm not even in 203. Okay, 203-1,
letter B,
yeah,
number 3.
yeah.
Within number 3, there's a letter C near the end.
I'm reading it now.
Oh, I see it.
So 2031B3,
Yeah.
and how far into 3 does it use the word?
The last
two?
line,
Last line.
it's basically the last full
50
line, letter
feet.
C.
Yeah, depending on which version you have, it's the last sentence.
Okay, capture a minimum of 2 test pits located not less than 50 feet to each other, and the horizontal distance should demonstrate, okay? Yep. Yep, so that'll give it some continuity to go between the 2 sections. Yep. Yeah, that's a good pickup, Jim.
That was a great pickup. I didn't see that one. I didn't see that either. That was a great pickup on his part.
Seeing, Mr. Chairman, seeing everyone's, this is jumping out of line for me a little bit, but seeing everybody's really close to that section, if you just move up over to 2032 monumentation,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you where this comes into play. And I guess the planning director could probably tell us more. I mean, Jen, I hate to, I don't want to ask you questions where it's kind of a new thing and you haven't seen what's happened in the past yet, but I'm going to just throw these things out to you. The monumentation issue, well, you're sitting at Board of Adjustment meetings now, and you know when we move lot lines around, generally we require monumentation. And I just thought that under Section C, it says iron pipes having a minimum diameter of 3/4 of an inch and a minimum length of 36 inches may be used where impervious ground such as surface or near surface bedrock exists. Because other than that, we're not, it seems like we don't want to give the option that you use all iron bounds, that you use stone bounds.
Right, stone walls in the front.
So if you read 2023 literally, it gives C as, well, you don't have to use stone bounds, you can use iron pipes. But I say, that's okay, iron pipes have their place, but only where impervious ground, this is the language I would add after the word used, only where impervious ground such as surface or near surface bedrock exists. In all other cases, it would be stone bounds. Because if you read this through, a guy could come back in and say, and have a fairly good argument, I think, and say, hey, you say stones or iron, I used iron, I choose to use iron. I don't particularly like iron. Iron goes away and iron rots, and iron is also dangerous to fall on, but I mean, in some cases, you have to use iron. You can't expect a guy to bore into ledge to put a bound in. And in the old days, they would drill holes in rocks, and that's a good method too, but, do we want to add that? I don't know if we want to add that, but I know my property is bounded by stone walls. I'm sure Roger has a lot of old property bounded by stone walls, and there are literally drill holes found.
Yep, I've seen the
Yeah,
plans all the time.
it's really cool. They hand drilled stone, so this was just to clear up monumentation, to make it so that the planning department knows that they're going to require stone bounds in most cases, except where they positively can't use them. Is that too draconian, or does that make any sense?
It's my recollection that stone bounds are required regardless along the town's right-of-way, always within the town right-of-way, and it's typical for the back portions of the lot to be iron pins. I know it doesn't necessarily read that way here, but that's how we've,
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
when people are looking for occupancy, we tell them even then that the stone bounds have to be in the front and the iron pins along the back, and I know when they get their bond reduced.
It does say in B that the stone bounds shall be installed at all turning points on or coincident with the lines of existing or platted streets, and shall be installed, so that's
Right.
what Jen just said, along the streets. Doesn't necessarily say that that between lots, it just says at all turning points along the streets.
Right.
We know there are cases right now being litigated because of monumentation. I mean, they're old lots, I get that, but where do we want to go from now and into the future? That's all. And I'm just looking for people's input.
So a turning point would be where it's going along the street and then turning and coming down the lot line. So that would include every lot corner. The way that is worded, I believe that where it says turning points, they're not talking about the turning curve of a road, they're talking about the turning point of the lot. So when the lot's going down the road, where it turns to come away from the road, that's the turning point, I believe. Is that the way that's worded, Jen, do you think?
Well, I definitely think it means where the lot is turning, is a curve in the road as well, but I know the corners of the lots would definitely have to be stone bounds
Right,
as
'cause
well.
that would be a turning point.
Turning point, right?
That would be a turning point on that.
Yeah, I would agree.
On every corner?
Not on every corner. No, it's not how it's been happening now. No.
Okay.
Right now, what's been happening now is iron pins typically in the rear of the lots.
Right, yeah, that's what we're seeing pretty much on every plan.
Okay.
And I think one of the reasons for that too is that they're doing that. I could be wrong, but I thought I heard some of the engineers say that they're not necessarily even putting them in on the back corners of some lots, because some lots are out underwater in a pond or a wetland where you're not going to go out there and think that you're going to put any monumentation in, because it's literally underwater. So you certainly couldn't dig up 3-foot stone post if the water's 8 foot deep. It's just going to go away, and even a 10-foot piece of pipe isn't going to stick up out of the water. So the backs of the lots are, and these are, again, this isn't zone, this is subdivision regulation, so this is something we're going to have to look at as a board and make sure we are satisfied with the monumentation. As I think the last one was over across from Harris's Inn, where they dug out the front of that land to give us a better sight distance, and the backs of some of those lots were so far into the wetland that I think we gave them a waiver from even putting monumentation in on that, if I'm not mistaken, because they would have had to maybe start swimming pipes together.
Mr. Bergeron told Joe Maynard to put on his waders to go out and put in a monument out there in the wetlands.
Did they monument that?
He didn't like,
I didn't say that.
yes, you did.
It sounds like something Jim would ask for. But yeah, I mean, there's times where there's
Yeah.
monument on the back corners we're not going to be able to get done.
Right.
I wonder how they deed that then? Because
What's
usually
that?
in your deed, you have a meets and bound description of the whole property. So I wonder how they end that, if they can't put an actual iron pole or something right there.
Did Did you know now, though, am I wrong, that meets and bounds descriptions are no longer written in? They're actually just the recorded plan now? They don't, in the old days, they wrote in
Yeah.
precise degrees.
Oh, I think
Now
they
it's
still
just
do.
on the actual plan,
Yeah, meets and bounds. It's on the deed, it's supposed to be a deed reference too, on your deed.
Yeah, it references the plan.
It's like, 18 pins over to 40
Yeah, but we're not
feet
doing-
of,
To the oak tree.
Jim, is
Yeah.
that because of the GPS?
I think it's because of the ability, but everything was done with compass headings.
Right.
Yeah.
On deeds.
Yeah.
And deeds were long and descriptive.
Yeah.
And they'd talk points and angles of turn, and now it's just go look at the plan.
I've seen them both ways. Sometimes they'll say refer to plan such and such, and then they'll give you the round around the lot.
Well, while we're in section 203-2 under monumentation on C, I noticed where it says, halfway through that, it says, may be used all other monumentation points. I think it probably should have said may be used at all other. I think there's a word "at" missing there,
Oh, yeah.
because when I was reading it a couple of times, I'm like, this doesn't make sense at all, but if you put an "at" in there, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Used at all. What else you got, Jim? You're picking up some good stuff here. We might make this your job. Going through.
Can I make that motion?
Second.
Going page for page. It is, it's so hard to get, and no matter how much time you spend on it, we're always going to come up with something else, some little change. Jen, while he's thinking, I'm going to ask you, when we had the illicit discharge ordinance back in the old subdivision regulations, there was some sort of language in there that said that you couldn't obstruct the flow of water, you had to keep a culvert open and clear. Is that still in there somewhere, do you know?
I would have to look. I'm not sure. I would assume it is, because that makes perfect sense. And I mean, we have them going out, making sure that, culverts are not blocked. So, I'd have to look at it.
Because sometimes they're on private property, and Jeff and I had a discussion a while back, and if they were, and you weren't keeping it clear, I thought we had some language in there that the town could then step in and open it up, clear it, and then bill the homeowner, because they're not
Yeah, I think there was
following the
something.
law.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look. I know that
I couldn't find it, that's why I was wondering if you knew.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can check. The illicit discharge ordinance within the zoning ordinance? Is that what you're talking about?
It was in subdivision regulations because,
It's in zone, well,
do we have illicit discharge zoning? We
yeah,
do.
there's a whole section on illicit discharge and zoning.
Okay, so it might be in that zoning. That's why I couldn't find it in the subdivision regulations, because I was looking in the wrong spot. All right. So you might have answered my question for me on that. I had a discussion with somebody from town today on that, and I couldn't answer his question. Find anything else, Jim, that you're...
Yeah, well, my biggest one, for me anyhow, I think we saw it again tonight, is shape of lots.
Yeah.
So that's under 203, it's in the same section, design and construction standards, 203-1 lots. Would the board consider, Mr. Chairman, would you ask the board if they would consider changing the language just a bit so that the second sentence reads to, in part, to the extent practical, all lots shall be configured so as to have ordinary geometric shapes such as rectangles and trapezoids with sidelines substantially perpendicular or radial to the streets upon which they front. Now, I know there's a semicolon there, but I want to stop because this is where I would like to ask the board that triangular-shaped lots would continue, they'd have to, but they'd only be considered when the platting of such shaped lots results from an existing parent's lot's boundary
Right.
already existing, having two or more bounds resulting in a triangulation of the existing lot lines. Because you may own a piece of property that comes to a triangle and you can never get rid of that. But when you're platting new lots within that, you can avoid creation of new triangles. Because triangles make for probably the worst ownership confusion going. And they're crazy. You walk down to the middle and your elbows are on somebody else's land, it doesn't make
And they're
sense.
also, in a new development, they're only created to maximize the amount of lots possible.
Yeah, whatever language you want to come up with, because if we don't take that out, then it doesn't do any justice to the last sentence, which says all lots platted under these regulations shall maintain a minimum lot width of 50 feet. If you're letting a triangle happen, you're not letting 50 feet. You're accepting one to make the other one. So one or the other has to go. And it seems to me that triangle on a new development ought to go.
Yeah, I mean, if we just struck out the word triangle, we all know that a natural triangle-shaped lot has to stay triangle.
You could do it that simply. I mean, I don't know how everyone would think about that, but you could just take out triangles, and then you're right, it just follows that.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's there, it's got to stay.
It's common sense, you don't need to waive regulations if that's not in there, because it can't be. Go ahead, Kevin.
What is a definition of an ordinary geometric shape? Octagon is one, isn't it?
If you're going to go down that road, I come up with the name, and it does exist. It's a polygon. And that's a
Multi-sided.
just a multi-sided anything. But it's you could start to talk about, if we all want to go back to our days of geometry, we could start talking about
A circle.
angular restrictions, but
Or
that
symmetry.
that would become difficult.
We don't want a pentagon.
Right, but you want symmetry.
It does say in the judgment of the planning board, so you can
Yeah.
look at it and decide it looks like a ordinary geometric shape.
Well, a circle's a geometric shape.
Rectangles and trapezoids is a nice starting point. And if somebody has to do,
Rectangles, trapezoids, and squares.
those are nice starting points. And if we stay there, I think this board and future boards, you would have to read the language and not let any foolish shapes come through.
I would say remove triangles and insert squares.
Okay?
A rectangle is a square is a rectangle,
But rectangle is not a square.
correct? So a rectangle covers square, because a square is a rectangle.
But a rectangle is not a square.
But if we allow rectangles, we allow squares, because a square is a rectangle.
True.
That's a sum all.
It's got a 90-degree angle.
You're using sum all reasoning now.
The geometric shape one is odd, and I called, and he was in front of us tonight, I'm not going to say names, and I'm certainly not going to say the development, but actually had flowing curved lines that you needed to take calculus, and I told him that. I said, I took calculus, so I know I wouldn't be able to figure out the square footage of those lots, but they were literally rounded, curves. I mean, I don't even, an ellipse, I believe those are called an ellipse, it was what was on that particular plan. So geometric shape can be not a straight line at all, it can be a curved,
What if you
which,
put rhombus in?
There's nothing wrong with calling that out. That was on Dutton Road, and the lot line was a big, long curve all the way in.
it didn't end up that way though, because he did get called out on it.
You can put rhombus in.
It was a nice try. But it's the confusion of ownership that makes the most common sense. I think we should all agree with that. I mean, if you stand in the back of your lot and you're looking, and we used to see this all the time. Where's your lot line? I don't know. It's over there. It goes off at this angle. Are you kidding?
If we remove the word triangles, then we don't have to argue with an applicant that comes in and drew triangular shaped lots in there, in the middle of a development, because we've seen it, and we've called them out a few times and said no.
Yeah, there's people who come in the planning office all the time confused as to why they're looking straight out to their backyard and it's their neighbor's property and their neighbors can have a bunch of junk there or whatever they want to have there that you won't particularly want looking in the back of your house. So that happens sometimes, and it's
So-
not a good situation.
So out goes the word triangle?
Yes, I agree.
I'm seeing
But
3,
it's
4.
also the wording of ordinary geometric shapes as up for argument.
Well, and this is,
What about symmetrical geometric shapes?
I believe we're still under subdivision regulation.
2031.
Yeah, but the section that we're on, I think, is still in subdivision. It was easier when it was two separate documents. We're not in site plan, we're in subdivision, so anything that's here can be waived by the planning board. And it's up to the planning board to know what an ordinary, to decide and determine what is ordinary. We decided on a particular plan that a flowing, curved line where you needed to take calculus in school to figure it out wasn't ordinary. Anybody's going to be able to say a triangle is very ordinary, because it is. It's the strongest form of building is a triangle, but we don't want to see them in our subdivisions.
I see octagons all the time.
I think, Kevin, I think
You're going to see lots that are going to have 8 and 10 lines on them. Lines.
Kevin, where have you seen octagons?
Stop signs.
What's that?
Someone's tired.
no,
I was trying to picture that. Where?
Don't
I
encourage
don't remember
him.
ever seeing one.
Think outside the box.
Don't encourage him, Ray.
I think the removal of removing triangles is a good call, because it also, at the end, well, the second sentence after, it says to promote clarity for ownership.
Yeah.
And with a triangle, you just can't.
A 3-sided lot.
Yeah,
A new 3-sided lot just doesn't make sense.
no,
All right, so,
no.
and it is talking about lots. It's talking about the lot. So we have a lot that has 3 sides only. That's a poor design of a plan. But if it's in the corner where it was, that's the only thing you can do about it, then we would have to allow it.
you know, when the town sets a minimum of 1 acre, they do that because that very much aligns itself with what the Department of Environmental Services says it will work for most septic designs, depending on the soil types that are present on the lot. But when you take the lot, and you purposely take its area that's only 1 acre, like we saw tonight, and you bring it into a corner that's 0 inches wide when you get to the point, you really take the effectiveness of what you're trying to do. You're trying to protect that lot. You're trying to think about, well, how does the plume flow out of that EDA area? Where does it go? Because everybody thinks, oh, yeah, I've got a septic system. Yeah, well, where's that going? Where are the nitrates moving to? Where's the migration? This is the whole thing about adopting the stormwater, I believe it's part of it, adopting the new MS4 regulations, is we're going to start monitoring water here and there in outpoints, right? And we're going to start seeing what's in those, and we're going to find some interesting things. And I think you're going to see a lot of nitrate spikes reports coming in over time. So I just think that the sooner we take this language and make it more aligned with common sense design, square up the lots a little bit, make them a little safer, maybe go back, and I don't know if everybody wants to get into it tonight, but give a definition of a test pit, that a test pit has to meet certain criteria. Some towns' test pits requirements require over seasonal of 4 feet and over bedrock of 5 feet for minimum. The state will let you go to 2 feet. So, you know, after this MS4 kicks in and we really do start monitoring water quality, it's going to take a while. I hope I'm around to see what the results are, but I think we're going to find that we're letting a lot of nitrates slip out and get into our groundwater.
All right, so does
That's
anybody,
time's going to tell that.
does anybody here have any objection to removing the word triangle?
I have some concerns because I think there are plans that we approved with triangles that made sense. in certain situations. So to take it out completely, I don't know,
We can waive it.
It can always be waived.
It can be waived.
Yeah,
So
okay,
So
all
it's
right.
not there and they
Yeah.
prove that they need it for safety reasons, for example, I would be all over that. So,
Yeah, and I share,
and it doesn't encourage it.
ownership issues, I share that
And-
concern,
And if I could try to help you in your thought process of what you're thinking, a lot with a strange shape that's 5 or 8 or 2 acres or greater than 1 acre, for say, I think it's an easy potential for a waiver. But if it's running at the minimum, and you can see that the intent of the design was to get all the area they could on a given plat, apparent plat, I think that's where the board needs to step in and say, no, that shape's not that's not part of the spirit and intent of this. And we could add a spirit and intent section that the lots be arranged in such a way that they result in the best design for wastewater disposal systems to work effectively. Because that's the big picture here. We're a town we get our own water and we take care of our own sewer on our own individual lots. And when that migration is of things that we don't know about yet, that are going to be monitored over time now with this new MS4, when we start to see those things come back, I think, we might be looking at changing our lot requirements going forward for soil types, some soil types. Some towns like, is it Londonderry? I think Member Massey showed me all their lot sizing is dependent on soil types. So you can get all the way down to an acre, but if your soil types are different, you go all the way up to 3, 4, and 5 acres, depending on the soil type that's prevalent on the lot. They really have some towns have some real scientific ways of approaching lot size requirements. We're a minimum of an acre, and so much of it is got to be a certain type of soil, but you can really push the limits on soil with the new septic designs that have been approved. So, I don't know, it's interesting to see where it's going.
So we would be, if we did
Do you drink the water at your own house, Mr. Chairman?
What's that?
Do you drink the water out of the tap at your own house?
Highly filtered and treated, but yes.
I have an artesian well, so yes, I drink mine.
All right, so consensus, do we take that out for the next meeting, the word triangle? Seeing?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so 6 of us are all in favor of striking the word triangle, and then, again, the full board, whatever the full board is on that meeting would be voting on it anyway, so I just hope the discussion would be minimal at that point, because we just beat that horse to death at this point. Go ahead.
While we're in that section,
Yep.
the last line,
Yep,
all lots platted under these regulations shall maintain a minimum lot width of 50 feet throughout.
yep.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, maybe I'm interpreting it to the extreme, but if you got a variance for 50-foot frontage, then all you would need to do is keep 50 feet all the way through.
Oh,
Try building on that, though,
Yes.
because
50, you're
you have
radically
15-foot side setbacks.
well radius.
30 feet in the front.
Yeah, your well radius, it's,
I've seen some crazy variances, I don't know.
it's not even remotely possible to, in my opinion, that you're gonna see that on a new lot. I don't think the ZBA is that, would do that to us, but they could. I mean, I would hate to see them do a 50-foot by, trying to think of how many.
I was trying to do the math too,
I can do the math,
like 1,500 feet, 50 by 1,500.
50 goes into 200 4 times, so it's 200 times, what's 800, so it'd be a 50 by 800 foot lot. So it'd actually be a 50 by about 850 to get the full acre, and then you're not going to get your state approval on your septic, I couldn't imagine, because the state has regulations of being so far off the property lines with your
10 feet.
septic, so even if the ZBA did that to us, I don't
10
know.
feet on the septic, on the lot lines.
What is it?
10 feet minimum.
10, right, 10 feet?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
All right, we're just,
Yeah.
while we're talking about it,
it's just subdivision regulations anyways. I mean, they're gonna meet zoning unless they go to the ZBA, so that there is, it's very difficult to come up with a short sentence as to how to prevent like an hourglass-shaped
Right.
lot. And you would get the magic dust thrown on plans if you didn't have that in there, where
Yeah.
people would just, they would do the weirdest.
Just to gain frontage requirements, we've seen in the past, and I can think of certain engineers that would have, this long little strip to maintain the 200-foot of frontage, but then their lot didn't start till way off to the left or something. and it's,
There
you
was
know,
one that came in front of us not too long ago on the road that I'm off of that had this little 50-foot strip right up the side and went up a couple hundred feet before it dog-legged out and made
Right.
a place where you could build.
Right.
That's Canaan, and that was a 5-acre lot. So what's wrong with that?
I'm just saying what he said. I verified first that that was 50 feet, so that it wasn't a 10-foot wide strip all the way up the side of that road. It was 50 feet. It was.
Mr.
they
Cody
had
is
built,
right,
but they
though.
had-
This sentence is, I mean, it would not, no one would ever let this happen. You couldn't have a planning board that bad, that the lot would be a minimum 50 feet throughout, but it is a bad sentence. I don't know.
but I see your point, the hourglass theory.
Yeah, I mean, people, if you didn't have some sort of regulations.
Right.
You're gonna get a developer that's gonna come in here and just give us the weirdest looking development that you would never be able to figure out where your property lines were, even if they were all stone bounded. Poor chain link fence guy would be, you know.
What a visual that is.
Oh, yeah. I hate to say, I have a friend that owns a piece of land that's, I think it's 29 acres, and he's got about 15 of it that he can walk onto it, but he can't drive a vehicle onto one part of his property because it narrows down so much that you literally could walk through there, but you can't drive a vehicle in there because I think it's 8 feet, 7 feet, but it's ledge over on one side, so you can't even get a vehicle to the back side of his property because there's a little bit of ledge wall in the way. So, I mean, if you really wanted to get into it, it could be 50 feet impassable, because you could literally make it, but, how, that's up to the board as the individual lots come in to say, no, we're not going to do that. I mean, because they could narrow it down to 50 feet and then bring it back up again, and where it's narrowed down to 50 feet, it's all water. So you can't get at the back of the lot. And that's the only buildable spot. So the board has to say, hey, we're not going to allow the lots to be platted, and then the builder goes and sells lots instead of building them, and somebody comes in to buy lots, because that used to happen in Pelham. Now I think the builders are actually building are they mostly building the developments, Jen, or are we still getting developers that are platting something out and selling lots?
They're mostly building them, I think.
Yeah.
It's rare that they sell individual lots out of the approved subdivisions, especially the bigger ones.
I know years ago when I came to town, that was happening a lot. And that's where the planning boards really have to be careful that, you don't see a plan that looks like it's a buildable lot, but the reality is it's really not, because the buildable part's behind the water. So now, well, yeah, and it did happen in some towns. I'm not aware of it happening in Pelham, but especially now where the builders are building them as opposed to, they're developers as opposed to, so I think what we used to call them years ago when they came in and they purchased a piece of land, they didn't pay for it until they got through the planning board process, and then once it did, then they sold the lots off. Those aren't developers, those are, I don't know if we have a name for that. But Because you get builders that don't develop land. They just buy lots and build. I know a developer purchases it, comes in front of the planning board, subdivides it, builds it, they're soup to nuts, they're done.
They're
Get their
just
bond
basically a
back.
broker.
Huh?
Basically, they're just a broker. You know, they come in, put the money up, buy the lot, subdivide it, and then sell it off for a profit. So it's like being a broker, basically.
Yep. What else we got, Jim? Anything?
No.
Kevin?
So, we're working on the workforce housing thing, so I've been reading the zoning ordinance. I know this doesn't pertain, but I wanted to bring it up just as a quick question.
So before you ask the question, so right now we're done with suggested, nobody else has any suggested changes to the regulations? So, Jen said it's not going to be possible to get these on for the public hearing that we had scheduled, but we could do another one after that. If you could, I know it's not always possible, but since this isn't that critical, try to pick one that's not a strong meeting. Like if you see a meeting where things have been, a big one coming in, try not to do it on that one.
Yeah,
So that we
okay,
don't have-
I'll look at the schedule and see what's coming in right now. I don't think anything
Yeah, if you see,
know of big is coming in right now, but I'll see what we have, and I'll get in touch with you. And
if you see it's not going to be a lot of stuff coming in, schedule for that, because it would be a public hearing, and
Right.
Patty was all over us about having the public hearing on a real busy meeting. All right, go ahead.
Great.
It's just a small thing, and I just wanted to ask a question on it. It's 307-9 in the zoning ordinance. And it just says number of buildings for dwellings per lot.
Yep.
And it says there shall be constructed on each lot not more than one building for dwelling purposes. But we now have detached ADUs. So is that statement no longer valid?
The statement is valid because there's another distinct section of zoning that overrides it, like when we had senior housing. Those are built on one lot, and they're detached. I think I'm correct in that. Jen, the senior housings are considered one lot in
Yeah,
private roads?
And we don't allow them anymore, but yes, when they were in here, they were allowed to be detached. And so that's true, it's a true statement. I don't know if it would still be conflicting. I mean, it's conflicting language, but you're right. I mean, we allowed detached multiple residential structures.
And in the MUZD, where that's a separate section of zoning that specifically also points out that this says one building for dwelling purposes. Now, a mixed-use building in the MUZD, you can have multiple mixed-use buildings on one lot. Those buildings, even though they're mixed-use, each one is for dwelling purposes. So that you could potentially construe that as being contradictory, but it's not, because it's another section of zoning that's specifically allowing it. This is like a blanket.
General.
In
Yeah.
general, right. So if there's no other specific section of the zoning that you're going under, yes, this pertains.
Right, that makes sense. If it's being addressed somewhere else in the ordinance, then that would override that.
Right, because we do address it in the MUZD. We used to address it MUZD and in senior and elderly housing. And it wasn't fully there in the old conservation subdivision ordinance that we no longer have, but technically you could have had that, because whereas innovative land use, we allowed private roads. We could have had a condominium form of ownership, like detached condos, and it could have been one lot with private roads. It never came in front of the board, but that was a discussion that the subcommittee had. It was the intention to allow that, although Pelham doesn't have enough land to do something like they did in Nashua, or in a few spots 25 or 30 years ago, where they took a large parcel, built clubhouses, tennis courts, so on and so forth, and built luxury detached single-family homes as condominium form of ownership on one lot. I don't believe Pelham has a lot big enough to do that, other than probably, is it Stack Farm?
Yeah, Stack Farm.
Stack.
Stack,
Okay, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but yeah,
up on Jeremy Hill.
that would be large enough, but on the open space subdivision, yeah, open space is the name of it now, I don't believe we could even do that on that. I don't believe there was any provision for private roads on that. I don't know if anybody remembers when you wrote it, authored it, does that allow private roads?
I don't see why, I think so. I think we talked about HOAs and stuff like that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it allowed private roads. We'd have to look into that. So yeah, what you're seeing there is, a lot of people have questioned that over the
Okay.
years.
Is that a hint, or?
No, it's valid. I'm not gonna say you're real new at being on the board, but being a new member on the board, I'm really surprised that Danielle didn't ask about that as well, because she picks up on everything as well. And you might have asked me that.
I might have.
I think you might have,
It's okay.
actually. Yeah, she might have asked me that off the camera. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe we take like a 5 or 10 minute recess and then get into the bylaws.
Works for me.
Jim, I'm going to take a
Yeah.
5-minute recess, 10-minute recess, rather. You good with that? Shutting the cameras off, recess, and we'll come back in 10 minutes? Huh? Yeah, we're going to discuss the bylaws, but take a quick break first. So we're...
Wait, are we doing?
office. But that doesn't help. I didn't get a chance to look at it, not yet.
Okay, we're back from break.
Oh, yeah.
I just
We're going
noticed,
to be discussing the bylaws, the planning board. And Danielle, you have worked on this and supplied us with copies. I thank you very much for that.
Yes.
And I will open it to the board to see if anybody has been looking through and making some changes, additions and whatnot. I know I have a few, but I'd rather hear from you members first, if possible.
Well, would you like me to discuss the draft a little bit for the board?
I would love to hear you do that because you worked obviously very hard on this, so yes, take it away.
Okay, so I put a draft of proposed Pelham, New Hampshire policies and procedures / bylaws together. And my goal for doing so was to utilize the RSA 676-1 to create a descriptive and detailed rules of procedures for the town of Pelham, to offer future planning board members a detailed resource to go to while serving on the board, and to serve as a bridge of communication for other boards, such as the Board of Selectmen, zoning, etc. So I put this together, and it's titled the Town of Pelham, New Hampshire Planning Board Rules of Procedures Bylaws. It consists of 15 articles and a total of 11 pages. And I utilized the town of Windham and Sandown, New Hampshire, and mostly Wyndham. I utilized their format to put this draft together. So with that, we have pretty much the introduction for the Pelham Planning Board shall be governed, and we're using the RSA 676:1, authorizing the Pelham Planning Board to adopt the following rules of procedures and bylaws. So I started off with an Article 1 for title adoption, amendment, and waivers. And you can see under the bullets, it's pretty much just the rules, should be adopted for the public hearing by the board, just to set forth on adoption of these rules and procedures. The Article 2 touches base on membership, terms of office, officers, and vacancies, and that's covered under the RSA 673:2. Which the board shall consist of 6 elected members. The 7th member is from the Board of Selectmen, and it bullets down from 2.3 all the way to 2.7, in which we talk about the alternates and vacancies and things of such that are expectations for the Pelham Planning Board. Article 3 leans into officers, roles, responsibilities, minutes, and recordings. And it states the officers of the board shall be the chairman, the vice chairman, and the secretary. And it defines the chairman in great detail, if you all want to look that over. It also defines what the vice chairman is in great detail. I did add secretary, because the town of Pelham, we have a secretary. I am now the secretary. And I also included alternates under this section, and the expectations of each party. Article 4 focuses on staff, planning director, administrative assistant, and recording secretary, and that's in accordance with the RSA 673:16. Wyndham has has a clerk, but the town of Pelham, we have a planning director, right, Jen? So I inserted planning director there to, be in accordance with our town and how we operate with everything. So that just does a breakdown of the planning director, and shall ensure the specific duties that she or he's responsible for, and then goes on to more of the requirements for facilitating the business of the planning board for the planning director's responsibilities. 4.2 bullets, minutes for the town of Pelham are kept by the recording secretary. So I inserted that, and that is with the provisions of RSA 91A, and it describes a little bit more in detail what's expected from the recording secretary, draft minutes, and things of such. Then we move on to Article 5, which is the scheduling of meetings, special meetings, hearings, and place. In accordance with RSA 673:10, obviously, the meeting, when it's held, for the town to know it's held here on our first, the dates, things like that, the times, and the agendas, and what's expected from the planning board as far as non-public sessions, special meetings, things of that. Article 6 discusses quorums, voting, and conduct of meetings and subcommittees. And it leads more into, as you can see, you need members of 4 is a quorum. It just outlines things in a lot more detail for conduct of a public hearing. It's, governed by the chair, and it outlines it in more detail as well. Article 7 is called decisions, and it just breaks down more of the, within the 30 days of submission of complete application, the board may, after the discussion, it just talks mostly about the decisions, and also references the RSA 676:4C1, and the notice of decision will be made available. So just more detailed outline of how we work with our decisions here on the planning board. Article 8 is a revision of the plan. It's meaning substantial revisions of the plans by the applicant, other than in response to requests from the board, will be treated as a new application and necessitate denial of the original plan. All plans are going to be in compliance with current town zoning. Two other of the towns also had something like this within their language, so I thought that was important to put on ours. Article 9, site walks. I think it's very important to, really break down what's expected when we're attending our site walks, and the conduct of behavior that is expected as well. Article 10, we have joint meetings with other land use boards, and I bullet point, 10.1 to 10.6, joint meetings of the planning board and ZBA, conservation, and it's just a more detailed and outlined resource for all of the boards to come to when we're having our joint meetings. Article 11, standards of conduct. When I was researching all the towns, especially the 2 towns that I submitted with this packet, most all of the towns actually had the standards of conduct, and it was verbatim, pretty much word for word, for all of the towns' planning boards, rules and procedures. Article 12 is the Capital Improvement Program, CIP, and Wyndham has this on theirs as policies and procedures as well, and they combine it with their master plan information. They have it together. I separated it with an Article 13 for master plan, and I think it's very important to have these within our rules and procedures, because in accordance with RSA 674:15, the planning board is charged with preparing and updating the CIP program, as well as in accordance with RSA 674:1 master plan. So I think it's important to reference these in our rules, policies, and procedures, for any future members that really need to understand what our responsibilities are as a board. Article 14 is National Regional Planning Commission, and Wyndham also has this in theirs for their planning commission. And what's interesting with this is that I decided to put it into ours, and I reached out at the time to Jay McCarra at the NRPC, and I asked him, what are the statutory rules we need to follow for this? And he said that the best practice is to utilize the RSA 36:46, where the planning board nominates and the board of selectmen appoint. meaning this process is used for all new applicants that are applying for an NRPC position and reappointments. So Pelham, he told me, has 3 full-time NRPC members and 3 alternates available for the town of Pelham. So I added all of that in accordance to the Article 14. Article 15 is the Rules of Procedures and Bylaws revision. Wyndham also has this on theirs, and I added it to ours to state that the rules of procedures and bylaws may be revised by first posting such revisions along with the usual monthly postings of agendas in business, followed by a majority vote of the planning board members present at a regular monthly meeting. And that is it. So I'd like to know if the members of the board would like to replace our current bylaws, which I, as a new board member, becoming a secretary, I referred to the bylaws, and it didn't help me with anything. It didn't educate me, and it didn't really let me know what my position was as a secretary, so,
Can I ask you a question?
yes.
Is there something wrong with your J?
Out of all that, you got something wrong with my J.
It's, anyway, there's supposed to be a J in here, it just doesn't exist. I found it very weird. Anyone
What
else
copy are you looking at?
No, mine has that too.
Was he,
There's a few, your lowercase j is missing every so
you know,
often.
Oh, because on my copy, it's not.
Really?
I
Yeah.
thought you were doing it on purpose to see if we were reading it.
Give it a...
No, but that
I
is
had a
something
teacher
I
in college
would
that
do.
did
That is
that.
something I would
Yeah.
do, to make sure you're paying
Is there an
attention,
example of
because
it?
this is very important, isn't it?
Right in the beginning, yeah. Majority jurisdiction,
Is
justification.
it missing on yours too?
Yeah.
No, I didn't plan that to make sure that you're all
All right,
paying
all right.
attention, but good catch, Kevin.
Got it. But I do have a serious question, though.
Maybe it was
Okay.
like when George Bush left office, and they went around and pulled all the W's off the keyboards throughout the entire White House.
Thing is, it's too.
They took a pair of pliers and pulled all the W's off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Article 6,
Yes.
where is it? I circled 6.6 and 6.7.
Kevin, before
Yeah.
you get into particulars, is there anybody, any member of the board that doesn't, that feels that we should just leave the bylaws alone the way they are? Does everybody think that we should be doing this? 'Cause I think we should be, but I want to get a consensus before we go through this. Is there anybody that thinks we should just leave it alone?
Say it again.
I'm asking if anybody thinks we should just leave the bylaws alone, or if everybody thinks like
Going into the
like me, that we
revisions
should
that
do...
Danielle has done
Yeah.
without the J's?
No, no.
I'll add the J's.
Go from the 2-page one that's useless.
Add the
all these
J's.
years.
I'll go with this with a J.
Okay. All right, so everybody's thinking we should do this. Okay, go ahead, Kevin, then.
6.7, subcommittees will serve as an advisory committee and shall have no more than 3 planning board members, including both regular and alternate members. Subcommittees may also include other persons who are not members of the board. Mr. Chair, do we want to keep that? I'm just looking for your opinion on that, because I believe we did the open space subcommittee, and we had more than 3.
Right,
But if it's a public hearing and we have to post it,
right. And then it ends up having to be, like you said, posted public hearings.
but here, I think later on it says, all subcommittee meetings shall be properly noticed at the town hall and held in a public place, a public space. So that
Yeah.
almost eliminates the quorum issue. So we could have more than 3.
You can definitely have more than 3. I mean, we've had more than 3 in the past.
Yep, it's a good call.
So I would just say maybe eliminate 6.7.
It's a possibility to do that.
Because then below that, you're already taking care of basically the quorum issue, so you're already posting the meeting, it's in a public place.
It becomes an official member of the, official meeting of a planning board if there are more than, if there's enough for a quorum, if there are 4 members. A subcommittee wouldn't be, it technically wouldn't be a quorum of the planning board. at that point. So if you had 3 members of a planning board on there, and then you had other members from different boards, it's not a planning board meeting, whereas each one would have to be noticed as it being a planning board meeting. So,
But
I don't care either way.
if you're talking about, if you're in a subcommittee, and you're not doing planning board business, is a subcommittee different than what the planning board does at a planning board meeting?
Anytime 4 members of the planning board meet, unless they're at a social gathering and not talking about anything town-related, it would be considered a town meeting, that you'd have to have official minutes, you'd have to follow all planning board rules of procedure. So if you, I suppose there's that, if you limited it to 3, you wouldn't have to necessarily do that. It would be the procedures of the, whatever we set forward for just the committee.
Because don't subcommittees have to have
And
meeting minutes anyway?
what's that?
Don't subcommittees have to have meeting minutes?
They do have meeting minutes. But if there's only 3 members there and people were, one thing that I was always concerned about when I was chairing subcommittee meetings, and I had to repeatedly rein in the members because there was more than 3 there, was to constantly say, no, you can't talk about that, no, you can't talk about that, because members would start to talk about a case.
Right.
A particular case that was in front of the planning board. If there's only 3 of them, you don't have that problem, because it's no longer a quorum of the planning board, it's a subcommittee, so if they do something like that, that's not an official planning board meeting. So that's my thought on 3. But
Okay, no, that's what I was asking.
while you're on 6.7, I have a note here that said, should chair still appoint subcommittee members like we have now, or we need language for appointment by a formal vote of the board or something, because right now I don't find a language in this entire document that talks about
Almost, 6.6.
appointing.
6.6 alludes to it,
It does, but it doesn't.
but we should,
Our
something should
old
be added in
planning
there.
board minutes, bylaws, although they're lame, it does specifically state something in here. What it says, maybe it doesn't.
What are you looking for?
Appointment of subcommittee members. At one point, the board had authorized the chair to appoint the members. I'm not sure if it was ever actually entered into.
Is it right here, under the chair's position?
What is it?
Chair shall write an annual planning board report for publication, appoint committees of resident citizens, including members of the board, one of whom shall serve as committee chair and perform other duties required by statute on
Okay,
behalf of the
yeah,
planning
that's
board.
it there. So that, at one point, it was a while back, it was before even you were the chair, Roger.
What's that?
It was before even you were the chair. That was changed to make it so that we had language for the chair to be the person that was responsible for the appointment of the members of subcommittees. So it's been there from back in Peter McNamara's day. I just don't remember when it got put in, but this document doesn't have that language in it.
Yeah, I think it does, Mr. Chairman.
Where do you see that, Jim?
Yeah, that'd be on 6.9.
No, it says the planning board shall elect the chair for the subcommittee.
Each committee shall elect the chair. So once the committee's been established, the committee shall elect the chair, who's a member of the planning board, is what that says.
What one are you reading just now?
6.9, what you just said?
Yeah.
6.9 says the planning board shall elect a chair for the subcommittee.
It says each subcommittee shall elect a chair.
Does it say the
On my
chairman?
copy.
Where? Wait a minute, you don't have
6-9.
a fresh one.
You don't have
It
the,
doesn't have the fresh one. Yeah.
That one.
Take the new one.
For that one.
Yeah, take that one you have in front of you and toss
I
that
got one
one.
right here, Danielle.
he's got that one. He's using the other one.
That's why.
So the emailed version that I got probably has J's, and that's why I didn't pick up on that.
We got a lot of chairs here, so we can get some historical
All
input.
subcommittee meetings shall be properly noticed. The planning board shall elect a chair. Yeah, see, that makes little to no sense, that the subcommittee wouldn't elect their own chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have Mr. Montbleu weigh in on this. When you form a subcommittee, the planning board is directly responsible for that subcommittee, and that subcommittee, I know that when we appointed
We just did that.
Mr. Thomas to the
CIP.
CIP committee, he was appointed chairman by a vote of this board
Yeah.
to lead the CIP committee. I think historically, and I'd like, Roger, I'm sure you,
No, I remember it that way, Jim. I remember it that the chairs were elected. But, you know, from time to time,
But is
the protocol may have gotten lax.
Right.
And like Tim said, Tim formed a committee. You couldn't get people on committees that, you know, so he formed a committee, and then they elected a chair from the committee. I don't believe it was in writing, though. I don't think that was the procedure that was.
Right, the bylaws allow a chair from back in even Peter McNamara's day to set up a subcommittee, and then the subcommittee would normally elect their chair on the first meeting. But I don't have a problem with the planning board, and what we did, you were just talking about, you know, we had a discussion about that, and we all agreed Mr. Thomas would be the best person to chair that committee. So I don't have a problem with that at all. We just don't have any
The
language.
last one, just to interrupt you for 1 second.
Yeah.
When we did the open space, review, I was elected to it from the board.
right,
As a chair.
right. I think that's the proper forum.
I'm fine with that. But we still don't have language to start the committees.
Right.
To start the committee.
There's no language in here that says who appoints the committee. In our old language, there was language here that Kevin just read. Right, so it's the
You
chair.
don't think 6-6 does it, Mr. Chairman?
It says the chair appoint committees of resident citizens, including members of the board. In here, I can't find that language, that anybody does that. So does that mean we would have to do all our subcommittee appointments at a formal meeting of the planning board and agree to who's going to be those members? And I'm fine with that if that's what the board wants to do, but it's got to be either that language somehow that the whole board is going to decide each and every individual member, or are we going to continue doing what we've done for years, which is the chair? So if people aren't coming in here and volunteering, I mean, I have been known in the past to shake down, like Dave Hennessy and Bob Lamoureux and people from other branches of the town and, ask them to be on a subcommittee because sometimes we need more input. But if we have to do it at a planning board meeting and all the members of the board are going to vote on each individual member, that's going to become cumbersome. And I think that's why the appointments were by the chair. We had discussions on it, starting the committees, whether or not we wanted to have the committees, pleading for volunteers to be on the committees, but then the appointments have been to this point the duty of the chair. Do we want to leave it at the duty of the chair? If we do, we've got to put that language in here, and if we're going to leave it to a vote of the board, we got to put that language in here.
So if you want to set that up, Mr. Chair, you'd probably want to add on something to 6.6, right?
Done in 3.1,
3.1?
that would be put in there, so that if we're going to make that person be,
So you want,
it's the chairman organization, and on behalf of the planning, does that mean a particular sentence? Chair at the moment, but then do I have to at a meeting ask you for permission to contact the ZBA? Or should it just be the chair will be the spokesperson on behalf of the board with municipal? Because ZBA or a municipal board, without first getting you guys to vote, do we want to have that with board authorization in there? And then also, that was just a question I had, and then is that a good spot to stick the language back in that makes it the duty of the chair, which is in the old language, to appoint committees of resident citizens, including members of the board, one of whom shall serve as the committee chair. And that way there's language in there, because if we don't put it in there, then we have to find another spot to put it that makes it the obligation of the entire board to vote every time we want to appoint a member to a subcommittee. And I'm fine either way with either one, but if we're going to be having a nice document, let's make it really nice. So, it's been at least 8 or 10 years that it's been the duty of the chair that I know of.
Which chair? No, the chairman of this board?
Yes, in the duty of the chair for the planning board, it's been their duty. When you were the chair, it was your duty to not only write the annual report, okay, but it says, appoint committees of resident citizens, including members of the planning board, one of whom shall serve as committee chair. So when we're creating committees, when the planning board says we're going to create a committee, subcommittee, any committee, so we have a committee, what's the one that Sam's heading up? That's not really a subcommittee, it's a committee for
CAP?
CAP, he worked on
Master plan?
master
Master
plan, so
plan.
those are all committees. And, you know, it's been the duty of the chair to do the appointment, even though I've asked and you've asked, you know, who do you want to chair it, but also who do we want for subcommittee members? If we get people to come in front of us and say, hey, I want to be on that, you know, and the board is in session, it only makes sense to use the whole board. But if we only end up with 2 people and we need a few more, it really implies that it's the duty of the chair to go start knocking on doors, sending out a few emails, trying to solicit it a little more, you know, putting you guys on the spot to serve on these subcommittees and committees.
I don't know if it belongs in 3.1, and I'm not sure what you're
Belongs somewhere.
what you're attempting to get to and where you'd want to put it, but I'm still confused.
There's no way, where do you see language in here that says who's going to set up the subcommittees?
The planning board.
Where do you see that? Show me that language.
Sure, 6.6?
6, yeah, it was 6.6 or 6.9?
6.6.
6.6, yeah.
When established in subcommittees, the board will define the roles, responsibilities, and duties. Yep.
Now, Mr. Chairman, if you look at the original document you had in your hands at the beginning,
Yep.
you have a verbatim copy of Wyndham. Am I right, Danielle?
Oh, yes, correct. Yep.
And if you read, there was no, I don't think there was any alteration made to this to suit Pelham. Am I right there, Danielle? Nothing changed on that portion.
No.
So whatever we adopt or attempt to adopt, I think we're probably going to want to send it to legal. The planning director's nodding in agreement with that. But where this one's passed muster with Wyndham, I'm thinking Where is it lacking? The board authorizes you to make those appointments. And I just don't see it as too complicated.
Right,
We tell you, and you do it.
okay.
But no man or no person, I guess I have to say that these days,
Like I
no
said,
person
I'm fine,
has the single...
as long as we think the language is in there for the board to do with it, I'm good with that.
Yeah, with the authorization. For instance, Mr. Chairman, I just asked you folks tonight, if an applicant were to go in front of the zoning board of adjustment, and I'm the crossover member, I would step down on the board of adjustment, but I would get up and say, I'd introduce myself, but then I'd say, I have consensus from the planning board to say the following, and I would say those things to that board. So I think it's along those same lines where you would have our authorization to make all those appointments, or Roger, or Danielle, or anybody else that may ever be chair again.
Okay, I'm good with that. One thing that's come up it's coming up recently as well, several times. I'm getting calls from various members of the planning department, not necessarily Jen, but asking me questions to try to make decisions on behalf of the board, and which I don't really want to do because we don't have any language to do so. But one of the things that's always eaten Jeff, when he used to be the planning director, and whoever was chair, was a change of use for site plans for like businesses. So if there's a tenant's going to change in a building and they don't know if it's a change of use, then they either have to put it in front of the planning board or try to get some input from, obviously, the chair, because they can't call a bunch of members of the planning board and without starting a quorum. But if you have a change of occupancy and they're not sure if it's change of use, then they either have to send everything in front of the planning board all the time for all these possibly minor changes, or do we have any way of wanting this chair or any other chair to be involved in that process?
Yeah, so just to elaborate on that a little bit, there are times it comes up, or code enforcement issue will come up, and it's not so cut and dry on whether or not it would be a change of use. Sometimes it's quite obvious, and we know, okay, you're going from a restaurant to, dog grooming, it's this clear change of use. But there's other times it's kind of close, and so there's a couple times I know that our code enforcement officer has called Tim just to kind of get his opinion on whether or not he felt it met the threshold of needing to come before the planning board or not. So that's where this has come up, and I think it's a good question.
One example where it just came up, where I got a phone call, a week or two ago, and my thought was, got to come back in front of the planning board, because there was right here in the MUZD, was a commercial use of one of the buildings on the property, and then they wanted to maybe put an apartment up above, so it would become a mixed-use building. Clearly, in our zoning, it's allowed. But my thought was, that should come in front of the planning board, because that is going from a commercial building to a commercial and residential within the same building. So I thought that was something that should come in front of the planning board. So, it's going to come in front of us. But there are other times where things, could potentially just be a change of occupancy, which is considered a change of use, but if there's no change to the septic load, and is it possible that there's any time that the planning board chair should be allowed to communicate with the planning director or the code enforcement to make that decision, so that the planning board doesn't have to have something on the agenda? Or do we feel that every time there should be a change of use, like Jeff used to make decisions, and I'm sure he must have contacted you, Roger, and past chairs, but there's kind of really no language in here that allows for that. So I guess I'm wondering if we want to put some language in to allow for that.
You're absolutely, I mean, as far as him contacting me under that premise, he did. He would call me and say, do you think that this should come before the planning board, or do you think this is minor enough for it, just handle it here and have it done, so it doesn't have to go to a meeting?
Right.
You know, and I can remember many times that he's done that, you know, in the past.
And then that puts I shouldn't say, it's not a burden to be called, but it puts it to a point where you're almost in a position where you're being asked to make a decision for the board. and
Right.
The board's not there, but the decision is almost like, do you feel that this needs to go in front of the board? And so many times we've seen a change of use, and we're like, why is this in front of the board? But it's because the planning director's hands are tied because they can't make the decision. And we've said to Jeff, yeah, okay, something like this comes back in front of you, that's a minor change of use, but do we want to put some language in here that makes it so that the chair would, in conjunction with the planning director or the code enforcement, be able to make a call? Assuming that between the two of them, they realize there's no change in the septic load, that the septic load can handle it.
Yeah, I think so, because it'll do away with a lot of trivial stuff that, you know, gets bogged down, and then,
Oh, yeah.
you know, and I've seen him put it into a meeting and go, you know, why is this at a meeting, you know? But many times, when it, you know, was something that you couldn't answer immediately, like you had to think about it, I'd say, bring it to the board. But there were many other times that, you know, it wasn't necessary, it was just logical that it could.
And if they're not changing the exterior of a building.
Right.
They're not putting in new lighting, changing the parking lot, they're not regrading and stuff like that. I mean, I feel that it's definitely something that I don't have a problem fielding those phone calls, but I'm wondering if any board members feel that that's something that we should have in here somehow.
There's a slippery slope, we just have to address that, you know, like you said, septic load, I think has to be memorialized as far as what one person is allowed to do.
Right. And most of the time, or if not all the time, Jen, when there's a change of use, there's also a re-inspection by inspectional services.
Yeah, every time. If there's a change of tenant, they have to get a new occupancy permit, and there's other things we check along the way, whether it be septic, if it's relevant or whatever. But it's more of the iffy calls that we sometimes will call you guys and say, okay, is this something that somebody, the planning board's going to see pop up and say, well, why was this not before us? How did this happen? Or, you know, or vice versa. Why is this before us? We're wasting everybody's time. So that's why we sometimes like to make that quick phone call to somebody who has the experience on the board to say, no, this is not
Right.
enough to come before us. But regardless, a new tenant does need a new occupancy permit.
Right.
And trying to be pro-business and not put a major burden on businesses too. We have to take that into consideration. So where do we want to go with this? Is it possible to even put something like this in writing in these bylaws, seeing as how we're working, rules of procedure?
And that might be a really good question when we have this reviewed by legal on, you know, if that's a reasonable
Yeah.
item to have in here.
Yeah.
Could I just say that this is an excellent point that you can see being very good, and you can see also the potential for abuse, and we have to look at both sides. So if the planning director would want to, say, discover with whomever you might be able to talk to, perhaps the New Hampshire Municipal Association's lawyers or our own, how other towns handle that, these minor changes, because I can see it as being perfectly harmless most of the time, but I can also see where someone could come and say, how did that happen? And if there's any doubt that that didn't happen properly or correctly, or it wasn't done fairly and equitably, we have to be really careful of that. You know, I'd like to say it's 100% all the time, but somebody could always come up with an exception. So I'd like to know more about how other towns do this, because we're not unique.
Yeah, I'm sure it has to come up everywhere else, and like I said, there's certain circumstances that we can say clearly it's the same type of use. It's retail to retail, you don't need to go, it might be a totally different type of retail, but retail to retail wouldn't typically need to come before the board for a change of use, or...
I don't want to, I'll say this publicly, I don't want to trouble anyone with a lot of bureaucracy and coming in front of a planning board and notifying abutters for something simple like, for instance, locating a dumpster in a parking spot, all right? The former planning director came to us and asked us about that. And he did it, I think he did it in a way that wasn't any cost to the applicant. He just came in and asked in a public forum. Could that be the way?
Yeah, and that is a way, however, you do cost them time possibly to get, for me to come here and then ask, now if you say yes, we would like to see it. Well, now they have to wait a month out, or a month and a half out.
Yeah, and I get that too, so maybe we should just discover how other people seem to handle that.
Well,
That might be a new method to put in place, Jen, with some language.
yeah, I mean, right now we are allowing Jen, our code enforcement, to have a change of occupancy and make a decision whether or not it's close enough to a use that was there, either the last one or then looking back through history, what was there the last 4, 5, 6 tenants. I mean, you go into a city like Manchester, I'm an electrician, so if I want to go pull an electrical permit in the city of Manchester and it's a business, they have to get a building permit first before I can get an electrical permit. If they want to put a plug in, one plug, I can't just go get an electrical permit. They have to go pull a building permit, which then sends the building inspector down into that place to then turn around and see if anything's been done, so has there been any change in use of the place, and then they shag them in front of the planning board, and then I gotta wait for all that for them to turn around and be able to get an electrical permit. It's just, it can be, the bureaucracy, Jim, can be so overwhelming.
Well, that's the thing we want to avoid here in Pelham. We don't want to be that type of town, or become that type of town that, the way I see it is, if the use is allowed in the district, and it comes into your department, and it's a use allowed by zoning in that district, and it's a change somehow, but it's an allowed use, I wouldn't see why the code enforcement people, your department, I think they work under your direction, would just let that go.
Well, there's other things this board may want to look at, parking, where these vehicles are going to go. Does it now require some kind of screening? Like, there's things we don't want to take away from this board from having a hand in.
I think that'd probably be your call, and remember, every call you make is always appealable in either direction, right?
Which is why I want to call the chair.
Right,
And get his opinion.
so if I get the call, I do ask
And I
those
don't
basic
blame you.
questions. Right, and then I ask the basic questions, right,
Well, asking the chair, Mr. Chairman.
I might know the area,
I trust Roger, I trust you. I can't read the future.
Exactly. And so, like I said, the other day I had to ask, where is it, what is it about, a few questions, and then it's like, yeah, okay. It's definitely an allowed use. It's in the zoning. It was an allowed use. It's going to come in front of this board because I made the decision, yes, send that in front of the board. Now, I could have turned around and said, well, in my opinion, it doesn't have to come in front of the board, but they were wondering one way or the other whether it should. They were leaning towards it should come in front of the board, but they didn't want to be that, like, hey, let's just make that decision. So, I mean, I think it was the proper thing for them to do is to ask, but, you know, I erred on the side of caution that a commercial building and a mixed-use building were not the same use. So you know, and when I say, I'm not talking about change of occupancy, I'm talking about change of use. That, in my opinion, could change the septic load, because if you put a family up there above that building, now you've got a defined septic load, and what's the load down below?
Well, you just said it, common sense dictates, so
Yeah.
sounds like you did the right thing.
All right.
Can we move on?
Yeah, we're going in circles.
So we won't put it in the language, but it'll be something that, yes, your department can continue calling the chairs.
You know what, I will do what Jim suggested, and I'll find out how other towns handle it. I'll see what, you know, either our council or, you know, municipal association has heard of other towns doing it.
Do you-
If it's something that's a common practice, then.
Do you have an association of town planners that you belong to, or can, perhaps that'd be a good source?
Yeah, I can definitely reach out to them.
Yeah, I'm sure there's an association of professionals, right?
What is the subcommittee?
I'm not sure I understand.
What is the quorum
Of planning board members for a sub.
for a subcommittee to have their actual meeting, to do business?
If there's 3 members, then 2.
Or if there's 2 members?
You can't, it won't be, because it doesn't say something here about 3 members?
I think a minimum committee has to be 3. And if you use Robert's rules,
Yeah.
you know, 5 is 3, 7 is 4.
Right.
That sort of thing. Your select people are, can you vote with 3?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody have any other?
Just Article 4, the heading itself, if this is going to be, if we're, you know, it should go planning director / administrative assistant, because it's the same, when you start reading 4.1, it's administrative assistant / planning director. Backwards, but it's the same thing. There should be a slash instead of a comma. And one more point, real easy, Article 2 on the first page. This is something I spoke briefly during the break.
Where are we, Jim? What page? Article?
I'm on Article 2, membership terms of office,
Okay.
comma, officers and vacancies. I spoke very briefly during the break with Roger about this. Wyndham's references a different method of voting. I called, Danielle and I talked about this at length, and I called our town clerk, Dottie Marston, about this. She was okay with the language either way, but after talking to Danielle, we just referred to RSA 673-2, but if you read that RSA, it actually talks about the establishment of a board and how a board would be elected. Pelham does 2 members every 3 years, and that creates a staggered group of terms. I think it's a really nice way that we do it. So we just referred to 673-2, and I just, looking at the language just now, Danielle,
Yeah.
and I thought it should probably read, because I'm looking at the old one,
Yeah.
pursuant to RSA 673:2, the board shall consist of 7 members, 6 elected, who shall be elected by the local legislative body, and the 7th member shall be an ex officio. So I think a couple of changes there,
Yeah.
just to the language, so it flows. Do you see it?
Do.
Pursuant to RSA 673:2,
Yeah.
comma, the board should consist of 7 members, the board shall consist of 7 members, 6 elected members, who shall be elected by the local legislative body, and the 7th member shall be an ex officio member appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Yep,
That makes sense.
I see
good
it.
with that? Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yep, I like that change. Flows better, yep.
I'd like some more time with this, just to read through it in more detail.
What?
I would like some more time
Oh,
to
yeah.
read through it, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely.
See if there's any more J's I can find.
And,
Yep.
and
Oh,
Mr.
no.
There's G or two.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Marple brought that up also during the break, and I think the other members should also have a look at this revised, this draft and with the revisions, so,
Yeah.
before we vote on accepting.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. I liked the other board members to have a look
Good
at
job,
this and-
Danielle.
Everybody go to 4.2 minutes,
Thank you.
that first
Are we gonna,
sentence.
are we gonna email it to them and ask them for their comments on it? That's something we want to do? Jen, do you want to send it to the rest of the members that haven't been here tonight and ask them for comments? That it's going to go to legal, and we like their comments prior to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So 4.2 in minutes, it says, "Minutes of the board meeting shall be kept by the recording secretary." Up until tonight, that was fine, but, Jen, what's the other option? Recording secretary or somehow farmed out? What would that be called if you farm out the minutes to somebody else?
I think it's still technically a recording secretary. I don't really know. I believe they're looking to hire another recording secretary, and I think that the timeframe for the applicants ends tomorrow. So I think we'll be seeing another recording secretary.
I think Brian said we had 2 applicants.
Yeah, that's what I
okay.
heard. I mean, in the meantime, Jordan's trying to hang on as long as she can, but I think it'll still be a recording secretary.
Yeah, it's always been called a recording secretary, right?
Okay, so we wouldn't have to put in anything else in there in case we were ever without.
So I know what you're saying, like a recording secretary or,
Private firm.
yeah. Yeah, it says the butcher. Yeah, in the case that they were to be sent out.
Okay.
Is that what 91A says, Danielle? That, as far
Oh,
as...
the 91A that it's referring to?
No, well, it refers to it, but does 91A Act specifically spell out that the recording secretary holds the minutes? I think the minutes
No,
I don't think so.
no, because you don't have to have a recording secretary at all. If you're a small town, you wouldn't have a recording secretary. You would probably.
Yeah, because Wyndham
have-
has a clerk. Wyndham has what's called a clerk.
Some towns, it's actually, the secretary, planning board secretary might actually do the minutes. Because
Oh,
they-
really?
Yeah, well, you could have a planning board meeting
Yeah.
once a month in a small town and have no business in front of it at all.
Yeah.
Because,
I just know that minutes are extremely important, so
they are.
Our Conservation Commission, I mean, they do their own minutes. Their secretary does the minutes for that board, that commission.
Which commission?
Conservation Commission.
Yeah.
do their opinions, do their decisions, though, they're never legally challenged, and I wonder if they fall under the same establishment rules. I'm not sure of that,
I
whether...
think they're still required to produce minutes, but I don't know if they have to have them within the 5 business days as the zoning and planning board do.
Yeah, ours are more
Oh, yeah,
rigid.
yeah.
The requirement
Secretary.
of what the minutes are, I don't think are as stringent as you think.
I would say I disagree with that.
Yeah, they're really important for the planning and zoning board because if you don't have written decision and minutes in hand, draft minutes within 5 business days, that
No,
keeps
what I'm saying
extending
is
their
that
appeal period.
having pages and pages and
Oh,
pages.
yeah, no, they don't have to be as
What I'm saying
detailed
is
as they are.
that, having who was at the meeting,
Yep.
the motions, how they were voted,
Summaries.
summaries.
Right.
Having 15 pages a minute I don't believe is a requirement.
It's not a requirement.
It's good to, it's good
very nice to have.
But
Yeah.
if you just are trying to get minutes out there, having basic minutes really is,
Oh, yeah. I
All
agree.
right, and now, going to Article 14, I don't want to make a change here, but
Where are you?
National Regional Plan, Article 14,
Yeah.
and then it says, it's like 13.4, so I believe it's supposed to, I don't know. You got Article 14, and then it's 13.1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got Article...
Oh, that was a change I had to make, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it
So-
should be 14.1, 14.2.
Okay, that's what I was, one of the
Correct,
things that I
yes.
was wondering.
I
okay.
apologize, yeah.
All right, so go down to it's now going to be 14.4.
Correct, yeah.
So the planning board shall provide the Board of Selectmen with nominees for representatives for reappointment of officers. So we've never done that, and apparently we were supposed to be.
I
So
don't know.
we've had the eternal 2 representatives to National Regional Planning for forever, probably since it's Hal Line and Dave Hennessy, I think.
Well, we just nominated Paul Grant, so,
Right, but every 3 years, apparently, the planning board was supposed to have been either renominating them for reappointment by the selectmen. So I'm sure the selectmen have probably never reappointed them. So they've been appointed for 3 years, apparently, and they're still sitting there, so they
No,
probably...
there's always been a posting on that.
What's that?
As far as I know, there's always been a posting on that for looking for commissioners for the NRPC.
Have they?
Yes.
Because if they were, then they were supposed to come in front of the...
Right, we've had this discussion.
Huh?
We've had this discussion.
Who has?
We had this discussion with this board that the nominations are supposed to come from here first. It hasn't always been done that way, right?
Right, but
So,
then it's
yes.
also reappointment, so after their 3 years is up...
Right, but what I'm trying to tell you is that that person just isn't on the board forever. They actually come and for the reappointment. The process isn't right, that's what I'm agreeing with you. They're supposed to come here first for the
Right,
renomination
so
process.
moving forward, when the 3 candidates' term is up, they're going to then ask the planning board to
For nomination.
nominate
Yeah.
Reappointment, right.
that same person or somebody new for that seat, and then the selectmen will then appoint that
Right.
person. Right,
Right.
okay.
now, on my original copy, they're J's. I
And
think
then-
when you switched it over from Google Docs to yours,
Maybe, yeah. I
yeah,
lost the
because your
J's.
copy does not, it's even, it's even on the 4.4.
All I did was download it. I
It
downloaded it.
has quotes, appointment process.
And the quotes are going in the wrong way.
It's, yeah, that
He's
just...
stuff going on.
I don't want to point that out, Danielle.
It's the correct
so-
way in the original article, just so we all know. Look in your packet, it's right there. Because I'm looking at yours and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, how did I miss that?
No, where the J's.
So wait, is that your fault or Jen's fault with the 13?
I don't want to
the
point
Article
faults at
14?
anyone, I just know that when I sent the
I
link
think it's the
She
disconnect
utilized the
between
link off
Google
OneDoc.
Docs and Word.
and transferred over to Word, and now it looks like that, so,
The problem's the
So
computers.
let's go back to Article 14 again.
yes.
So in Article 14, 14.2, the last 3 words there, and 3 alternates. So the planning board can ask the selectmen to appoint, we can solicit 3 alternates, one for each of those people, and then the selectmen could appoint them as alternate commission members.
Yeah.
And they can go, Danielle, did you find out if they can go to the meetings if they do that? They don't have to be,
They can attend the meetings, but they don't have any of the voting rights.
unless one of the other members didn't show up, or do they never have voting because of the kids?
That I do not know, that's a great question, I can reach out to Jay over at their national planning, that's a great question.
Yeah. And then I guess we'd have to figure out, do we want to see if we want to try to do that, 3 more alternates, because if we could get people to start doing that, then maybe they might be prone to, I don't know, get more involved in the town?
Yeah.
Because right now, it seems like this particular year, people are starting to look to get involved in stuff. So this could be three more ways that, three more people could get involved in something for the town. It might be a way of somebody getting their feet wet.
Or if the second candidate that was running as well against Paul was interested in still being an alternate, that's a good option for her too.
Now, I asked Jeff on his way out the door if, when he gets back done doing his travel, and if he might consider being one of those alternates to try to keep him involved.
Right.
He's like, yeah, I'm going traveling, talk to you later. Can't blame him for that, but, so,
So it's getting late.
yeah. Yep,
We do
it is,
something.
okay.
I gotta be up early in the morning.
Yeah.
So, we're all set? Anybody have any,
Motion.
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
okay, so we have a
that we
motion to adjourn?
Second?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 6-0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-0-0. We're adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to the July 6, 2021 Pelham, New Hampshire Board of Selectmen meeting. I'm going to ask Selectman Cody to lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Selectman Cody. So tonight, we're going to do things a little bit out of order. We have a couple of appointments that we're going to try to get through right up front, and we'll come back and clean up some of the administravia a little bit later on. Tonight, we are fortunate enough to have Executive Counselor Janet Stevens with us to talk about the ARP FRS available to Pelham and Hillsborough County. So, welcome, Counselor Stevens.
Good evening.
We're very happy to have you. So if you could talk to us about the funds.
Okay. So Pelham will receive through ARP, I'm going to be using a lot of acronyms, LFRF, you're going to be receiving $1.4 million. The first tranche is for $744,343. That tranche is ready to go. The total for LFRF for New Hampshire is over $112 million, of which $60 million is in the queue waiting to go. Hillsborough County, in addition, is receiving $8 million. Their first tranche is $40 million. And I just spoke with the Commissioner, Rowe, earlier today, and he stressed to me that he was going to have to hire a consultant. And I said, there's no need to do that. The Executive Council approved a $7 million contract. And I just confirmed that those services will be available for county government as well. So for any use to accept, the statute for acceptance of funds is RSA 31, Section 95B. If Pelham has not already adopted this RSA, there is language in HB2, the budget trailer, which ensures that all towns can use 31 Section 95B regardless of prior adoption. I sent out an email to all my town managers and select boards within the district asking them to submit preliminary information data to Gopher. So starting on June 17th of 2021, the application portal was open and ready to go. So to be eligible for these funds, you must register and apply before August 18th of 2021. As a prime recipient, any use must, first of all, be compliant with guidance from the U.S. Treasury. 2, follow uniform guidance, which sets out federal regulations on use of federal funds. And 3, you'll be reporting to the U.S. Treasury. Keeping relevant documents is very important. Funds must be committed to a third-party grant, loan, etc. by 12/31/24. Funds must be expended by 12/31/26. Additionally, if you have not registered for SAM, you can go to sam.gov. You need to do that as soon as you receive your funds. You can do it at this point too. If a town opts to decline, those funds effectively transfer to the state, and you avoid being what's considered the prime recipient. So when you decline funding, any municipality would have no legal obligations to use these funds. They have no obligation to the U.S. Treasury for accounting. So no obligation for earmarks. So again, you should have already received some funding, and that would have come through the state library. We approved $2.2 million from the Institute of Museum and Library Sciences, which is being distributed to 234 libraries throughout the state. Greg McClay, I believe is your librarian, would have received an email from me and possibly a check which went out on 6/30/21, and the amount of $1,000 is the base and an amount determined by percentage of New Hampshire populations. The second disbursement will be eligible for 9/1/21. Your staff is going to be hit with a lot of questions, and that's why I'm here. You can call me and I can get on the line with the state librarian. There's a lot of resources out there and it's my goal to get to all my municipalities and explain that. So again, there's a lot of federal funding coming into the state, and the Executive Council has approved 25 disparate funding categories. To date, there are 5 silos, if you will, for eligible use: public health expenditures, negative economic impacts of COVID, to replace lost public sector revenue, provide premium pay, and invest in water, sewer, and broadband. So funds can be used for costs incurred on March 3, 2021, and in some cases, recipients may use funds prior to 3/3/21. Public health negative economic costs that occurred before 3/3/21, as long as the city or town pays the costs after 3/3/21. Premium pay can pay retrospectively for work performed at any time since the start of the public health emergency, but you must launch the program before 3/3/21. Revenue costs. You can cover loss for 2020 calendar year, but funds must be incurred by receipt after 3/31/21. Sewer broadband. This will cover costs for projects planned or started before 3/3/21, yet specific costs covered by funds that were incurred after 3/3/21. So your first category, public health impacts. For funding eligibility, think about the 2-step criteria. ID, a public health issue which occurred or was made worse during COVID. You have to design a program that addresses the issue, not just COVID, yet lack of qualified healthcare employees could be one criteria. And that worsened the situation during COVID. So you could think about job training. Examples covered would be behavioral health care, covered treatment, public health and safety, payroll and benefits, medical expenses, residents still in recovery from COVID, or expenses to improve the design and execution of public health programs. Negative economic impact is the second silo. For funding eligibility use, first, again, think about the 2-step process. ID, the economic impact made or made worse, and design a program that focuses the need. COVID is not the key test. So eligible assistance. Think about impacted households or assistance to small businesses. Improving efficiency of economic relief programs. That could be improved technology, consumer outreach. One of the caveats, towns and cities are just one part of the puzzle with LFRF funding. As I mentioned earlier, there's a myriad of funds coming in at the state and the county level. So helping households in Pelham take into account what other assistance is out there to assist with rent, mortgage, utilities. Try not to duplicate, and that you're not paying the same costs to a household that another entity may be covering. There's no double dipping. 2, there are special rules for tourism under this category. Outside tents and heaters would be covered. If Pelham had planned expansion of facilities or delayed building of town tourism offices, for example, you can pay for that. But this fund cannot be used for infrastructure projects unless project responded to a specific pandemic public health need. You cannot use it for rainy day or reserve funds. You cannot use on interest or principal on debt. Number 3, revenue loss, the amount of revenue Pelham would have received if not for the pandemic. They use what's called a counterfactual revenue basis. So to calculate your revenue lost, and there's a calculator which will make this very easy for you, and it's on the Gopher site, but you need to start with your fiscal year, most recent prior to COVID budget, and that would be back to 2019. You have to estimate what's called your counterfactual revenue. And again, there are 2 calculators. I won't go into all the details. It could take an hour or 2. But one is through the National League of Cities and Towns and Government Finance Officers Association of America. Eligible uses. There is broad latitude for use. Most normal government activities. The Treasury specifically states the following non-exhaustive list. Maintenance or pay-go buildings of infrastructure including roads, health services, environmental remediation, school or educational services, provisions of police, fire, and other public safety. What is not allowed? obligations on interest, principal related to debt or settlement agreements, judgments, consent decrees, or judicially confirmed debts. So I think a lot of people want to offset their tax rates, but proceed with caution. The U.S. Treasury has stated, there's a lot of ambiguity at this point. So the guidance that I'm getting is that, pause. You don't want to be in a situation where you're hit with fines and penalties and you're clawing your way back. So I strongly advise you to hold off on offsetting any sort of tax rate till the Treasury has final guidelines, I would say. Premium pay is the fourth category. Any use can pay up to an amount of $13 per hour above base wage, as long as the aggregate that this person would receive does not exceed $25,000. Who is eligible? Essential workers who help maintain continuity of essential critical infrastructure sectors, childcare, education, sanitation, food production, including those who are critical to protecting the health and well-being of community. One sector that's been overlooked, and I know your second largest employer, I think, is Hannaford, and the grocery workers have been overlooked. So examples of where these funds could go: staff at nursing homes, farms, grocery stores, janitors and sanitation workers, and public health and safety staff. Remote work is not acceptable. So any recipient of premium pay must provide written justification to the Treasury of how the premium is spent if the amount that they're receiving is 150% above the average wage. So under previous CARES funding, we've seen a myriad of programs for first responders, et cetera. It's going to be your responsibility to make certain that, again, you don't go above that $25,000 aggregate, looking and confirming with these employees. The last category is investment in infrastructure, water, sewer, and broadband. Eligible uses: US EPA Clean Water State Revolving Funds. Provide safe drinking and usable water. Improve drinking water infrastructure. Manage and treat stormwater. Facilitate reuse. Provide relief in case of natural disasters. Broadband gets into even greater detail. Eligible uses: help for underserved and unserved and underserved portions of your town. It meets symmetrical upload and integrates affordability. So you've been hit with a lot of information on funds coming into your community. And one thing that I want to stress, again, we approved 25 other funds at this point. So if you're thinking you have 6 child care centers here in Pelham, we have $70 million that was approved for child care services. So, that's one area that you might want to, just reconsider before you commit funds. There's a lot of money, again, earmarked. And again, we know that there's $50 million that's been approved for some water infrastructure programs, wastewater. And we know that within the state, there's $1 billion projects in the queue ready to go. So again, $50 million has been appropriated. It may get higher. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I want you to know that Gopher has great resources. We've hired a consulting firm that can take questions from you. There will be another webinar coming out very soon. I was just talking with the consultant minutes ago. So, my goal is just to assist you and to advise you and to get every dime that I can for you. I will call Taylor Caswell at any point at BEA. So if there's any questions at this point, I'm happy to answer them. But you all have my cards. You can call me at any point. Again, this is unprecedented, and it's still evolving. These are interim guidelines at this point. We have not even seen what the reporting documents will be.
It was a tremendous amount of information, and thank you for that. Is there any questions from the board? I assume Mr. Vijay.
So of all things you've mentioned, it didn't include any school things. Do the school districts have a separate
You can, if you look at, I think it was premium pay,
Okay.
that those funds,
I'm sorry if you
yeah.
did that and I missed it.
Education is covered under premium pay.
So does the education portion come out of, so Pelham's getting 1.4 million total? There isn't a separate fund for education or school boards?
Not at this
or-
point. Again, I'd have to go back and look at all 25.
Yeah.
But you could also, for mitigation, if you go back in the fall and parents are still kind of concerned about going back, if you needed to use capital, you could probably take that out of, public health impacts. So you've got 5 major silos to draw from. But if I stress anything, the most important thing is to register. You have till August 18th.
Yeah.
If you miss that deadline, your funds divert back to the state. And, even if you sign up to use them, there's no requirement that you use them. I'd hate to see you miss out.
Oh, no, we won't, don't worry.
Rest assured, we will be applying. I was under the impression, just from speaking with the school business manager, that there were funds from the Department of Education that were available to schools.
So, again, I'd have to talk with Commissioner Edelblut, and I'd have to take a minute just to go through all 25 of our contracts, which I have listed here, but I can speak with you after this.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
I'm sure there is going to be. Infrastructure is big right now.
Right.
But on top of that, we know there's a large distribution coming out of Washington, D.C. as well. We also have the 10-year plan, which is in full swing. There's a lot of revenue, and I advise use these funds, reduce the burden on your taxpayers.
No, we definitely will. I appreciate your info. Thank you.
Other questions from the board for Councilor Stevens? Seeing none.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for your time. Thank you for coming down. We really appreciate the information. I'm sure you'll hear from us in the near future after we have a chance to sort of digest this and talk it through. But thank you. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. And if you haven't gone onto the Gopher site yet, there's a plethora of great information, and the consulting firm that we've hired is phenomenal. So again, you all have my cards. Please don't hesitate to call me if there's anything I can help you with. And again, this is evolving.
Right, yep.
Good enough. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to our 6:45 appointment. We have a public hearing regarding a proposal to purchase approximately 40 acres as defined by map 31 lots 1131 to 1135 off Blueberry Circle, Town of Pelham, New Hampshire. Notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given in accordance with RSA 4114A. The Pelham Board of Selectmen will hold 2 public hearings, Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021, and Tuesday, July 6th, 2021, at 6:45 p.m. Regarding same. With that, I'm going to open this public hearing, and I'll let Paul kind of take us through it.
Thank you. I'm Paul Gagnon from the Pelham Conservation Commission, Dutton Road. Last time, 2 weeks ago, I reviewed this in quite a bit of detail, so if it's okay with the board, I'll be brief this evening.
Okay.
As you mentioned in reading that, the Conservation Commission is asking the Board of Selectmen to approve our request to purchase 40 acres of open space. This is land off Blueberry Circle that abuts 20 acres that the town already owns. It's called the Blueberry Woodlot. So we would be tripling the size of the land the town currently owns. If we look at this drawing, let me get something to point with. So this is Blueberry Circle here. This is the currently owned 20 acres. Blueberry Woodlot, and this is the boundary around the proposed 40 acres that we would purchase. There are both conservation reasons for doing this, as well as reasons for reducing the number of residential homes that could be added in the town. As you can see from the light blue, it's a little hard to see on here, but all this is a significant wetland with a stream coming right through the middle. That stream flows into this cedar pond, which is in Massachusetts. I mentioned last time it's the second largest white cedar swamp in all of Massachusetts. That then flows into Peters Pond. So it's the headwaters for two ponds in Massachusetts, and there's significant amount of wetlands around those ponds. So from a conservation perspective, we feel it's a valuable piece. There are existing trails on the uplands, which could be open to the public if it were public land, and it would expand the Blueberry Circle town forest. Now, the unique issue with this parcel is that it's been approved for a cell tower, and so this 40 acres is made up of 4 parcels. The town would be acquiring all 4 parcels eventually. 3 would get acquired right away. Those are slightly over 36 acres. And a 3.7 acre parcel, this one my pen is pointing to, would remain owned by the current landowner until the time comes that the cell tower is no longer needed, at which time the planning board has held a bond on it, so the tower company has to take the tower down and the land becomes town land. So we're buying 40 acres, we get 36.3 right away. The other 3.7 we don't get until the cell tower is no longer used. Now, the one thing that has changed since last time is that some of the abutters were concerned that there might be 2 cell towers put on the parcel because it's 3.7 acres. I spoke with the landowner. He agreed verbally that there was no plan to put one and that he was willing to put that in writing. The town attorney drafted an amendment to that effect. I've emailed that to the landowner. I spoke with him this morning. He was on vacation last week, so I wasn't able to get it signed for tonight's meeting, but he said he would sign it along with his wife and son this evening, and I should be able to pick it up from him tomorrow. So we have a verbal agreement, we have a document in his hands. He confirmed today they would sign it. I'll have that, I hope, tomorrow. Certainly have it within the 2 weeks before you vote on this issue. Other than that, nothing's changed from our last discussion. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
We'll open it up to the board. Questions from the board for Mr. Gagnon?
I'm good.
Okay. Seeing no questions from the board and that this is a public hearing, I'll go ahead and I'll open up for public comment. Is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment? Please come forward. Just take the microphone, identify yourself, name and address, please.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Mike Ostovich, 8 Falcon Drive. I'll be able to see the cell tower from my front door, is why I'm so involved in this and have incentive to come speak. I requested and received the purchase and sale agreement that was discussed last public hearing, and I reviewed it, and there's a lot of dates in that purchase and sale agreement that have since passed, and I'm assuming that can't be the purchase and sale that's going to be executed for the purchase of the land. There must be some kind of this must be an amended one. I was wondering if you guys have seen an amended purchase and sale for this.
Once it's approved, they'll see it from the town attorney. Go ahead, Paul.
There have been 2 extensions.
Right.
This was done in 2019, and we didn't realize how long it would take for all this to play out. So there have been 2 extensions, no changes to the P&S other than the closing dates have been extended, and the Second Amendment extended the closing date to July 31st, 2021.
Okay, that handles the dates portion of it, but in the original purchase and sale, it talks about 1.25 acres to be, to remain with the landowner. And now the new proposal, as I understand it, is to allow them to keep 3.75 acres instead of just the 1.25. my concern is that if he controls, or the entity controls more land, then there's an opportunity for more, in my opinion, bad things to happen on a residential neighborhood, and formerly a residential lot, which is now being proposed as a telecommunications lot. So now it's not even going to be a residential zoned area. It's currently zoned as telecommunications.
So when you say bad things, there's ability for bad things to happen.
Yeah, right, for a non-residential use of the land. This is what I'm referring to, is specifically cell towers and stuff of that nature that, in my opinion, doesn't belong in my beautiful neighborhood. So I guess the question that I have for the board is that I'd like an explanation of the original deal, and then, it was reviewed and approved by zoning and planning, so I just wanted an explanation of that original deal and then be able to compare it to the new deal.
Mr. Gagnon?
First of all, the purchase and sale agreement didn't say 1.25 acres. It said 1 acre plus or minus. I think we're quibbling. It's essentially the same. The reason for extending it, which I've said before, is because American Tower recommended that we include the fall zone in this 3.7 acres. So when you take a 100 and some odd foot tower and lay it down two ways, it's over 250 feet, and you make a square that big, and then you put the road into it, it turned out to be 3.7 acres. And I understand the concern the people have. I would say, though, that the discussion here is whether or not we acquire the 40 acres. If we don't, if they're concerned with the landowner owning 3.7 acres, which, if we close on this deal, he will not be able to put more than one cell tower and can only put telecommunications equipment. If those constraints are of concern, there will be no constraints on what he can do with the 40 acres. Because if this deal doesn't go through, then the purchase and sale agreement's null and void. There's no agreement to only put one tower. There's no agreement to stick with telecommunications equipment. The cell tower will go up, and the landowner will have the freedom to do whatever he wants with the whole 40 acres. So from my perspective, protecting 36.3 acres of it immediately and limiting the use of the 3.7 acres to telecommunications equipment with the amendment that will be signed this evening that says he only puts one tower, to me, that's much more advantageous to the abutters than allowing all 40 acres to be owned by the landowner.
So the amendment does memorialize the fact that there'll just be the one cell tower?
That is correct, and it will be put in the deed at closing, according to Attorney Radigan.
Okay. I saw Mr. Viger.
Paul, has there been any subdivisions created or any kind of outlay of what the 40 acres potentially could have for housing if we weren't to purchase the acreage?
Yes. Herbert Associates, better known as Peter Zodi's office, was engaged several years ago. I actually have a drawing here. I'm going off the top of my head now. It was quite old. It was either 5 or 7 house lots were shown on Mr. Zodi's drawing. That would probably change a little because now a cell tower has been approved, but yeah, it showed that there were at least 5 house lots that could be put on the parcel.
Thank you.
In response, if you don't mind, to the fall zone comment about how the reason for expanding the landowner's land from 1 plus minus to 3.75, I'm sure you guys are aware already, but the zoning and planning boards zoning has approved variance of that fall zone, so that's not even, in my opinion, relevant because there's a variance that says that there's no concern with the fall zone. So I don't know how that would make the parcel need to be larger.
The zoning board only approved the tower falling onto the existing town land, the 20-acre Blueberry Circle woodlot. We were trying to avoid purchasing new land, making that town land, and having the potential that the tower could fall on the newly acquired town land. So there's a confusion here between what the zoning board approved and what the current fall zone is trying to accomplish. I'll repeat just for clarity. The zoning board approved the variance that would have, because the cell tower, the way it's laid out, can now fall on existing town land. So they gave the cell tower company a variance for that. That's falling towards the west. If we buy the land around it, if it fell to the north, it would hit town land. If it fell to the east, it would hit town land. If it fell to the south, it would hit town land. So we had to make the space around the cell tower big enough so it could fall in any of those three directions without falling on town land. And we didn't draw a circle, we draw reasonable lines, and it came out to be 3.7 acres. I'm not sure it would make any difference if it was 3.1 or even 1 acre. He could still put a second tower on 1 acre, but we have the amendment that says he won't.
So Paul, just to make sure I understood, what you had said before, regardless of the size of the lot, they're entitled to 1 cell phone tower and telecommunication equipment necessary to support the installation and no other usage. They can't do solar panels, they can't do windmills, anything. They can have 1 cell tower with the equipment necessary to support it with a corresponding fall zone.
Just to comment on the fall zone, what I remember from the meetings as it was proposed to zoning was that the lawyer from American Tower said that they don't fall like this. They're designed to collapse.
Mr. Chair, point of order, we're not here to argue zoning, planning, anything else, but we're here to talk about the purchase of 40 acres, okay? This has been vetted. I understand you're angry. I get it, all right? I sat in the planning board and I voted no for this plan, all right? But I can't sit through more arguments. We're beyond this now.
Excuse me, Kevin, you have no choice. This is a public hearing. The public has an opportunity to
But
speak.
I want to bring it back to whether we're in favor of purchasing 40 acres or not. There's nothing we can do about the fall zone. There's nothing we can do about that stuff. If we don't purchase this, there's 40 acres to put up another cell tower. There's 40 acres to put up more houses. There's 40 acres in control of a landowner that can do whatever he wants with his land.
But right now, I'm sorry.
With that said, Mr. Cody, the input from these residents may affect the way I vote. I wasn't in on all these meetings. I didn't get the feedback of all the meetings. I've got the information before me. I'm hearing the public meetings. His statement may affect the way I vote on this
You
project.
certainly could have reviewed all that information, all the meetings, hours of meetings. You could have reviewed that.
I can't review what he's going to say.
Guys, both your points have been noted. Thank you. Please continue.
Thanks. Yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. So I guess my concern with the 3.75 acres is that he'll have more control, and right now is our only opportunity. Right now is Pelham's only opportunity to reduce the size of that land, if that's something that is on the table. Why 3.75? It could be the one that was in the original deal.
So your concern has been heard, I think, and has been addressed, right? I mean, Mr. Gagnon has stated that the amendment clearly says 1 tower. You were concerned about him doing other...
other telecommunication, more additional towers.
I forget the term you used, but other not great things or whatever. So I think Mr. Gagnon answered that complaint and said, no, 1 tower, equipment, fall zone, done.
Yep. I guess the final question I have would be why this deal wasn't originally brought for approval to zoning planning. Now that it's not 1 acre now it's almost 4 acres, but that wasn't originally proposed. And now it's being proposed at the very last moment after approval, after it's already been to court. There's a lot of things that have happened, and now it's going to be considerably larger.
Mr. Gagnon.
The zoning board and the planning board had no impact. This deal had no impact on them. What they reviewed was a site plan for a cell tower.
Right.
The site plan showed where the cell tower was going to be located, where the road would be, where the wetlands were. Their decisions, they didn't even have copies of this purchase and sale agreement. I don't even think this purchase and sale agreement was signed when the zoning board made their decision. The planning board's decision was made after the purchase and sale agreement was signed. But I believe the zoning board made the decision before this agreement was even run into. So the confusion that somehow the 1 acre that's in this purchase and sale agreement influenced the zoning board's decision, I just believe, is completely incorrect.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, I think I'm good.
All right.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
your
we
time.
appreciate your input.
Appreciate it.
Is there anybody else who would wish to make a comment, ask a question? Sir, come on up. Name and address for the record, please.
Larry Horgan, 32 Blue Ridge Circle. I spoke last week, 2 weeks ago, in front of this board. And, yeah, we are disputing how this was all brought about. The neighborhood is for open space. That's correct. But there's a back end on this whole thing. The back end was throughout this whole process, I've gone to numerous meetings, zoning and planning. In the minutes, I submitted 3 different things last week at the planning board and Mr. Gagnon here. I have since done more homework, found more times that Mr. Gagnon talked about 1 acre, buying 36, giving the site 1 acre. So that wasn't the original deal in front of the planning. Planning, this was a quid pro quo deal. The town gets the top 25 feet of the tower, and they get to purchase the remainder of the 36 acres after the 1 acre. That was the quid pro quo. The neighborhood took the planning decision to court, and the judge acknowledged, based on that, that was the quid pro quo. 1 acre. So that's said and done. We go to planning again for a lot line revision. The lot line revision, I mentioned 2 weeks ago in front of this board, that the planning board failed to acknowledge the size. I don't have the minutes yet because they're not out, but they failed to acknowledge the size of the project. So they voted for it. Why wouldn't you? But I think it's unfair.
The size of the project has never changed. The size of the project has never changed. The site pad, the cell tower, where it's going, the road has never changed.
Okay? So I think it's an ethical issue where the townspeople and taxpayers were misled because of the original purchase agreement that dates back to 2019. There's just numerous things about this whole purchase that doesn't make sense, doesn't add up.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cody.
The 1 acre, the 1+ acres is the bare minimum of what's needed to construct the cell tower. That's the bare minimum. So we're getting caught up in this 1.25 to 3.7 acres. The 1.25, the 1+ acres is the bare minimum that you needed for the tower, the cables, the pad, the road. That's the bare minimum.
Okay? So why don't we stick to it?
Because if we don't, then we buy this land and the cell phone tower will fall the other way into town land.
It's
So-
already falling into town property.
But to avoid that issue.
Variance already.
Variance to fall the other way, but to avoid that issue, we're just gonna give him that little bit of land. Just that little bit of land. And now there's no second cell phone tower going up. We took care of that at the last meeting. So we worked that much into it.
Okay, the town purchased, I believe...
Sir, hold on 1 second.
and-
Sir, hold 1 second, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
did see Mr. Gagman's hand, I'd like to give him a chance to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just take offense to the implication that this is a quid pro quo. This is a real estate transaction. The landowner is selling the town 40 acres, and in exchange, the town is paying $225,000. There is no quid pro quo. I didn't go in front of the zoning board and ask them to approve anything so we could get through with this deal. I really do take offense to that because it questions my integrity. Thank you.
Understood, thank you. Sir?
I'm pretty sure the town bought another cell tower property, 61 acres out of 63?
No, we're in the process of doing that. The same language is in that purchase and sale agreement as in this one, and we're doing the same fall zone, and that's going to be over 5 acres. Thank you for the question, asking that.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking at minutes saying you're buying 2 acres, or buying 61 out of 63, so the tower site is going to be 2 acres. That is the same size tower, 150 feet, as the one that's proposed in Blueberry Circle. So why is this one, Tower Hill, 2 acres?
Well, I think you just heard Mr. Gagnon say it's more than 2 acres, that it's almost 5 acres. Mr. Gagnon.
When was that purchase and sale agreement signed?
I don't know, this was a public hearing.
Okay.
On
That purchase
12/9.
and sale agreement was signed before I knew we had to deal with fall zones. And it said 2 acres, because that's the amount of room. That one, if you recall, is up on a hill and has a long road going to it. That one, to Mr. Cody's point, required a minimum of 2 acres for the road and the pad. When I learned that you had to include the fall zone, I did it for both cell towers. And so the 1 acre on Blueberry Circle became 3.7, and the 2 acres on the parcel he's referring to is actually 5.3. I just saw the drawing 2 days ago. So it's the exact same reason, and there's no quid pro quo. The other cell tower had been approved and authorized and built before we even signed the purchase and sale. There was no quid pro quo there, and there's no quid pro quo here, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the quid pro quo was in front of planning. That's, the Superior Court judge acknowledged that it was a quid pro quo, because the town was getting the top part of the tower and ability to purchase the 1 plus or minus acre. The 36 in the tower site gets to keep the 1 plus or minus acre. But I want to know why this is the original deal from 2 years ago. It went through zoning, went through planning. Is there a review process if we go this route?
Is there a review process for what?
For the planning and zoning, if the town approves this with the larger parcel?
Mr. Gagnon.
No, because as Mr. Cody said quite clearly, the zoning board and the planning board approved a site plan. That's exactly what the chairman of the planning board said when they approved the lot line revision. The zoning board and the planning board approved a site plan. There have been no changes to the site plan. We changed the size of the lot. It was originally on a 15-acre lot when the zoning board approved it and when the planning board approved it. It's now been reduced to 3.7. I understand the neighbors are upset that we weren't able to reduce it to 1. The best I could do was 3.7. But I think with the amendment to keep it to 1 cell tower and only telecommunications, the effect will be the same. We will have protected the property and limited the use. And there's no need to go back to zoning and planning because the site plan has not changed.
Okay. I have another question, probably for Kevin Cody's on planning. You say the site is 1 acre, or the compound. What about the rest of the acreage that they're buying? Are they able to cut trees and disturb the soil and go in there with a bulldozer and clear everything out to erect this tower? Or is it going to be constrained to the 1 plus or minus acres for construction?
They're going to need to do what they need to do for construction, but that's their 3.7 acres, that's their land. I don't know what they're going to do to, I don't know how the process works.
Okay.
All I was referring to is that everybody's getting hammed up on this 1.25 acres. You need that acreage, bare minimum, to put up a cell tower. So, the road, the pad, the cables extending out to hold the tower up,
There's no cables.
whatever.
As I understood, it's a monopole. That was the big buzzword, monopole, like we never heard it before. But I'm concerned about the disturbance of the whole 2.75 acres.
Mr. Gagnon.
They would have to come back to planning and back to zoning because there are wetlands there. The wetlands have been flagged. The buffers have been identified. The site plan, they got approval for some minimal disturbance of the buffer. They're not going to be able to go in there and disturb the soils and disturb the wetlands without coming back to planning and coming back to conservation to get approval to do that.
So before construction begins, they're going to do that?
I didn't say that. They've got approval for a site plan. I said to go beyond the site plan, they would have to come back if they were doing something in addition to what's been approved.
So to your concerns, a site plan has been approved. They can build according to an approved site plan. If it goes beyond that, then they need to come back to get approvals.
Okay, that means disturbing anything? Cutting trees and...
There are areas that are marked because they are conservation, that they cannot disturb on that parcel.
Yep, I don't know, well, you were talking about they have to go get approval, but through the planning process, I brought up the Natural Heritage Bureau, and I was in contact with them. The applicant did a data check on the site. I had one done on my property, and there were discrepancies. So I brought that up to the board. I also brought up to the board that their data check was 1 year expired. They didn't acknowledge that. So I called the Heritage Bureau back. This is after they approved the plan. The Heritage Bureau since sent Mr. Doherty, I have copies of it, of an email, saying that the data check was flawed or was wrong. They had a computer error. So I didn't hear anything. There was no public disclosure that it was wrong. That's just another point of that gets the neighborhood up in arms. If you do, this is the second hearing. Another thing too is it seems a little unethical because the planning approval of the lot line revision was, I believe it was June 7th. We haven't even gone through the 30-day appeal process, and you're having 2 hearings. There's still an appeal process that should be going on. And I believe they're jumping the gun.
He's right about June 7th, but 30 days was July 7th, and you haven't voted yet. Nobody's filed an appeal that I know of.
Well, they're having the hearings. That's what I'm saying. They haven't voted yet.
I think what Mr. Gagnon is saying, and he's correct, is that we can hold all the hearings we want during the appeal process, as long as we don't vote until after that process is closed.
Is this going to be brought up as a warrant article, like the purchase and sale says? Or is the selectman going to vote on it?
Mr. Gagnon?
All our purchase and sale agreements have a clause, which is in there because the RSA says that if 50 registered voters sign a petition requesting that this go on the warrant, that it will then go on the warrant. So all our purchase and sale agreements have that language. This will not go on the warrant unless there are 50 registered voters that sign such a petition. It's never happened before. Usually people want to see open space protected. And as I've said, if 50 registered voters put it on the warrant and it doesn't pass, then the landowner is going to own all 40 acres, not just 3.7. But this board has got the authority to approve it, barring that petition.
So Mr. Gagnon answered specifically what I was going to answer, is that no, this board would vote on it, except under the circumstance that Mr. Gagnon brings up. And I believe we would vote on it at next meeting.
Correct.
2 weeks from tonight.
2 weeks from tonight, you're going to vote?
2 weeks from this evening, yep.
Like I said before, it's just the way this whole purchase went down. Deceiving for the town taxpayers for the lot line revision.
Mr. Lyon?
Well, Mr. Hogan.
Organ.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Organ, with an R.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Okay.
Would you be satisfied if we just had walked away from this and didn't buy anything?
Well, in my mind,
Just keep it up. Let anything happen to it.
they have, what was in front of the other boards was the 1.2, yeah, I'm hung up on the 1.25 acres, and I'm concerned about the size, and like last meeting, everywhere you look, there's 2 towers on one site.
Yeah, but we've eliminated that.
You eliminate that, okay. But still, the site size.
Mr. Viger?
So you didn't answer my question, though, did you?
Sorry, Doug.
Would you just assume we don't do any of it?
I think you should revise it.
Okay. So, I asked a separate question?
Revise it to what?
To 1.25 acres.
Mr. Lyon, you can keep going.
right.
I see Mr. Viger.
All right, so,
That was the whole process before.
One moment.
so let me ask the question. So let's say we say, we're going to make it 1.25. What does that do for us? Can we do that? Is there something that says we can't do that? Or do we assume some additional liability because we made it 1.25 instead of 3.7?
I'm not exactly sure what we'd have to do. I guess we'd have to come up with another plan. We'd have to go back to the planning board.
Another lot line adjustment.
Would have to go to the zoning board and get another variance because the tower could fall to the northeast or south onto town land. Would have to extend the purchase and sale agreement. And after going through all of that, assuming the landowner wanted to extend the purchase and sale agreement, the landowner can walk away from this on July 31st if we're not ready. So assuming he would even extend the purchase and sale agreement, we'd have to go through all those steps. And at the end of that, we're back to where we are, except it's 1 acre. What difference does 1 acre make when we have an agreement that you can only put 1 cell tower and can only do telecommunications equipment? What these folks are asking you to do is stop the construction of the cell tower.
I understand that. That's very clear.
And I don't have that in my authority, and I'm not sure you do either at this point. So I don't think we can satisfy them, even if it were 1 acre. 2 weeks ago, the fear was 2 cell towers. We got rid of 1 cell tower. There doesn't seem to be any.
It was the land
credit for
also.
that.
It was the land also.
Sir, one second, please. I have a line.
Okay.
You're after Mr. Viger.
Mr. Gagnon?
Yes, sir.
If this deal falls through, and it goes back to the 40 acres of the original purchaser, he's got an approved cell tower plan already in place.
Absolutely.
So he could put the cell tower up and still build 3 houses.
Correct. Or 4
Or
or 5.
how many houses that subdivision breaks down to be with the fall lines with that.
Correct.
whatever. So if this deal falls through, we could end up with a cell tower or 2 cell towers because he now owns the land and we don't have any agreement in our purchase and sale, and he could build houses in that remaining 40 acres.
Thank you. That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, I think you'll meet a lot of opposition.
There's less opposition against the builder with his own property than there is the town. I know that for a
Well,
fact.
it's the access. Already, he's going through a residential lot for the access. And I believe Mr. Gagnon brought up about the fall zone. they got an exemption for this fall zone. They didn't just get exemption, a variance for it to fall one way. They got a variance to fall 360. So he keeps saying it's okay if it falls three ways, but it's still going to fall into the town property existing right now.
Okay.
So,
Very good. Thank you, sir.
okay, thank you.
Anybody else who would like to comment in the public discussion portion of this? Sir, name and address for the record.
Jeff Kyra, Bush Hill Road. As far as the purchase of the land, I think, I agree with Paul. I think it's a smart move. He's protecting the land, best interest of the town. I think that's something to consider. I think that's really good. Thank you.
Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to comment from the public? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Other questions, comments, discussion? Okay. Sir.
Totally separate subject, if I could. You didn't have open forum, and I wanted to say this then.
Stand by.
Oh, you're going to have open forum?
We're going to have open forum.
Okay.
So, seeing nothing more from the board, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I think we will revisit this in 2 weeks for a vote. Yes, Brian?
Yes.
All right. Very good. So with that, this public hearing is now closed. Brings us to our next appointment. We have Conservation Committee applicant interviews. We have Mr. Stewart and Mr. Hogan. We'll go in alphabetical order, last name. Mr. Hogan, please come forward. And this is for a full-time position. For what term, Brian?
3 years.
3 years? Very good.
One spot.
One spot.
2 applicants, 3 years.
2 applicants, 3 years. Thank you.
Just
I
making
appreciate
sure.
that. Mr. Hogan, if you'd identify yourself, name
Sure,
and
I'm
address.
Dennis
for the
Hogan.
record.
I live at 35 Moonshadow Drive.
Okay.
I've lived in town since 2000.
Okay.
I'm on the Pelham Good Neighbor Fund, and 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to join as an alternate to the Conservation Commission. Didn't know a whole lot about what goes on with conservation. I've had quite an education in 2 years. I've had interaction with the planning board, with zoning. I've made site walks. I've been able to vote at various meetings in order to get quorum and have a much better understanding. I think I've been through a 2-year apprentice program in understanding what conservation does and trying to help homeowners understand, what their rights and understand what their needs are as we try to protect the environment and the community. That's pretty much it, unless you have questions for me.
So, as a full-time voting member, do you have any particular priorities or objectives that you would like to see pursued?
I've been working with Chairman Gagnon and Al Stewart, the other alternate that's on the commission. We've been involved in land acquisition, and I've had the opportunity to be involved in several ongoing opportunities where we're trying to purchase land to protect in the community. That's probably a big interest of mine at this point. And the trail system that we have. I've been an avid hiker. That's how I got here in the first place. Somebody told me about the opportunity as I was walking through one of the trails in town, so.
Good. Questions from Mr. Hogan? Seeing none. Very good. Thank you for coming down. Mr. Stewart. Name and address for the record.
Nathaniel Stewart, 6 Vista Drive, Pelham.
And you are also applying for the full-time position, conservation. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am applying for it. I've been with the Conservation Commission for approximately 3 years as an alternate. Also worked with Paul a lot on developing land. We created a database. We've sent out letters, reviewed the returns, and been able to continue to try to expand the open space that Pelham enjoys now, some 2,800 acres. We plan on continuing to add to that. In addition to that, I'm right now the chairman of the Natural Resource Inventory, where we're working with the Nashua Regional Planning Group and identifying those areas that we're trying to maintain, conserve, and look forward to expanding in the future for open space. Beyond that, one of my major objectives, if I'm fortunate enough to be a permanent member on the Conservation Commission, would be to expand the community's awareness of the WCD so that we can prevent, hopefully, situations that are presently going on that citizens unfortunately invade unknowingly the WCD, which is a 50-foot buffer on the wetlands. And sometimes those things need to be reversed, remediated, and it causes undue pain and expense for the citizens. Having a campaign to expand awareness of that would help out on both the conservation and, I think, the citizens. I would say that was my major focus, my major reason for applying for this position.
Very good. Well, you answered the question that I was going to have with regards to your priorities or objectives if you were appointed, so I'll move on to the board. Is there any questions for Mr. Stewart from the board? Very good. Mr. Lyon?
No, just, I'm not, I don't have a question, just a comment. I think it's nice to have both you and the gentleman and Mr. Hogan as our members of our Conservation Commission. And I'm sure that no matter what vote we take, you will still be working at that, and we appreciate that.
I've truly enjoyed the past 3 years.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Discussion from the board? Does somebody want to make a motion?
It's a tough one to make a motion on.
Yeah, it
Two big
is.
candidates.
We are, I will comment that conservation is one of those areas that we have a lot of talented, dedicated people. So this is a good problem to have, trying to decide between two dedicated, qualified, committed individuals. So with that as the chair, I get to sit back and watch other people try to make motions. So.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to appoint.
Hold on one second.
Oh.
Mr. Gagnon? I thought there was one opening for conservation.
One, that's what we have.
There are two.
Mr. Gagnon, please come up, yes.
Okay, excuse me, Paul Gagnon from Dutton Road. This may be a question of timing. We had a woman who left town and her position was open and we posted that, but then did you not receive something from Louise that says maybe Louise hasn't submitted it yet?
Melissa confirmed all this information before we did the posting.
Okay, we had a second person after the last Conservation Commission meeting said she was going to resign.
Did she resign?
We're looking at each other, Brian, because maybe she didn't send it in yet. So it's not as bad as you think, because if you only pick one tonight, you'll have another one very soon. You'll be able to pick the other person very soon, I think. I'm sorry for the confusion.
I think Brian's going to go check it out for 1 second, so I'm going to ask Mr. Cody to hold on to his motion for just a moment. We're going to put off a vote on this for just a second while he looks at that. Why don't we do open forum? So while you're at the microphone, Is there anybody here tonight that would like to address this board in open forum? Yes, Mr. Gagnon.
I was just going to put in a plug for both of these gentlemen. They've been fantastic on the Conservation Commission. They show up at the meetings, they participate, they volunteer when we ask for people to do stuff. They're both involved with land acquisition, which isn't the easiest thing we do, and so they're terrific. They're both terrific. And whether it's tonight or the next meeting, you'll get to appoint both of them, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gagnon, can I ask you a question?
June 1st, by the way, is the resignation came in.
June 1st for whom? For which candidate?
Brandy Shido.
I think that was the first one.
Is that the first one?
Yeah.
Technically, we don't have to vote tonight, right? We did the interviews.
Technically, we don't have to
All right.
vote this evening, but I know at the time when Brandy resigned as she was leaving town, I know there was some desire to fill the spot rather quickly to get some members voting again. You have a quorum right now, right?
Yes.
I mean, you have alternates you could appoint if you wanted to.
Could you make a motion?
We gotta figure it out. All right. Hang on. So, the conversation that my admin had was, we were alerted that she was going to forward something in writing. And that's the disconnect here, okay? So, I think that we can, my understanding is she's resigning. She's gonna resign. So absent an actual physical letter, it's your understanding she's gonna resign, correct? And I think the board is free.
Okay, so then what I would recommend is, I would welcome a motion based on, we can predicate one of the motions based on receipt of a
Correct,
letter.
that's fine. But the person who's gonna resign is a 2023 appointment, so it'd be a 1 3-year term and a 1 2-year term. Yep.
Okay. Very good. So, to Mr. Bergeron's point, we don't have to vote tonight. We can vote tonight. I would accept a motion if somebody wanted to, so.
Does it matter to them if they're doing a 3 or a 2, the applicants?
Mr. Hogan?
I'm fine with being the second appointment.
Do you prefer a 3-year term or a 2-year term, or does it not matter?
I'll defer to Mr. Stewart. I'm fine. I was here under the impression that Louise Delahunty's letter had gotten in. I didn't want to put you in the position where you're choosing between the two of us.
Very good.
I only put my application in because it was my impression that she had already submitted it.
Okay.
Because she communicated it by email to the rest of us.
Yeah, and I had communicated with the board as well, and I think at the time when the previous person resigned, I think Mr. Stewart was planning on the 3-year position, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So I'm fine with the 2 years.
Yeah, I think you're good to go.
Yep, okay. I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Dennis Hogan to the remainder of the 2-year term.
Subject to receiving
of the
resignation.
resignation.
Yep.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I also vote aye. That's a unanimous vote. Mr. Line,
I make a motion to appoint Al Stewart to a 3-year term.
do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I also vote aye. That is a unanimous vote as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much. That was somewhat of a tortured process, but we appreciate you sticking with it. So, have a good evening. Thank you. We covered open forum already. Why don't we go through minutes review?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We just go, I think we have some people here that are waiting on the hawkers and peddlers. Do you want to jump to that?
Yeah, you know what, we'll jump to that.
So we can move them along?
Sure, okay. Hawkers and peddlers. So, there's been a little bit of a discussion amongst the board, and primarily, I think, a lot between Brian and I, as as the chairman, I'm the guy who signs the hawkers and peddlers licenses, and I review the application and make sure that it's complete and whatnot. So one of the things that we noted is, since and I'm just looking for the ordinance here, we revised it on February 12th of 2019, so it's been a couple of years as is. As I was going through a couple of them this year, I noticed, this summer, I noticed that some of them were being applied for 60 or 90 days at a clip. Our ordinance very clearly says it's a 30-day hawkers and peddlers license. You must reapply after 30 days. So my question for the board is, do we want to revisit this ordinance for this or other reasons, and perhaps think about changing the time frame that might make it a little bit easier? I mean, we don't want to make it unnecessarily difficult for people to do business or to sell wares or whatever in town, but we do want to cover ourselves. So, Mr. Cody.
Well, if we're going to address it now, I have something else I'd like to address within this ordinance as well.
Sure.
So, there's Section 5. Now, with the farmer's market going on, there's a question whether the vendors that do the farmer's market need to apply for this. So, I'm not sure if that has been answered, but if we're going to talk about possibly changing the ordinance, which I think actually going to the $50, I have a comment on that anyway, but Section 5 at the end of the last line says, this ordinance does not apply to farm stands as defined in RSA 2134A. Right. I would like to amend that last line so it would read, this ordinance does not apply to farm stands nor farmers markets as defined in RSA 2134A, nor does it apply to town special events.
Okay.
Pending Board of Selectmen review or something like that.
Questions or comments? Mr. Bergeron.
I mean, for the farmer's market, that makes sense, but to me, the town events, if you have a business that comes in here and is selling prepared food, I think they should still have to do it. I mean, not necessarily like a nonprofit organization, like we got associations that come in and sell hamburgers and hot dogs, but I think if you're like a hamburger truck or a hot dog truck or an ice cream truck, you probably should have to have a hawker truck.
If you're a hamburger truck, ice cream truck, hot dog truck, if you're selling paintings, if you're, selling whatever service, if you're a hawker or a peddler, my opinion is you need a license. And when you say at town events, what town event? Because
July 4th
because 4th of July is put on by Pelham Community Spirit, no? So that's not a town event, it's put on by an outside agency.
But the town did pay for the fireworks, though.
I get it, but it's not really, it's not purely a town event. And understand, this isn't, my opinion, this isn't an opportunity for the town to collect its, whatever the fee is. There's a process here to make sure that they're adhering to certain guidelines and requirements by the state of New Hampshire. So to waive that is to turn a blind eye to some of the things that the state makes these iterate vendors do. Getting back to your point about farm stands versus farmers markets, I can absolutely appreciate the fact that if I have a farm and I have, just as an example, and I raise corn, right? I raise corn. And I want to have a farm stand at the side of the road to sell ears of corn, tomatoes, cucumbers, whatever. There's a couple of such places around Pelham. No, that's not what we're looking to kind of regulate, I think, under the iterate vendor permit. But a farmer's market is not the same thing as a farm stand, to me. A farmer's market, I mean, if we waive the iterate vendor requirement for a farmer's market, what's to stop Fox Pest Control or the people who go around town selling windows or whatever to set up an easy up at the farmer's market?
I'll explain, because there's rules in the RSA's to what a farmer's market is. So if you are being called a farmer's market, you can't have window vendors selling windows at your farmer's market. That's not a farmer's market.
35% of your volume by dollar has to be agriculturally based.
Right. So And the process of applying to be in the farmer's market, there's a process, so you have to show licensing, so if you're selling milk, there's a certain process you have to follow as it is.
So what if I am, I'm not gonna pick on any particular vendor in particular, but there are a couple of such locations in town that do shaved ice, for example, right? That's nothing to do with agriculture. Do they need a permit at a farmer's market?
Question,
Do they belong at a farmer's market?
is it agriculture?
Is shaved ice agriculture?
That's the question. That would be the question. Would it fall under agriculture?
I've got a freezer and a couple ice cube trays. Am I a farmer? So there's no ambiguity there for me.
It could be a homesteader, which falls under it too.
I know exactly, I think I know exactly, with respect to people in the room, I think I know exactly what agriculture means when it comes to a stand or a market or whatever. What I expect is it's, goods they grow, raise, or otherwise harvest, whether it be honey or things of that nature. I don't expect it to be shaved ice, hot dogs, sausages, other wares, unless...
What if those sausages are from a meat farm?
But what if the guy just goes to Sam's Club and buys a package of sausages and throws them in the,
You can't do that.
Right. So...
Who says you can't?
The state. It's in the RSA's. You can't, whatever you're saying, that you can't dictate what's agriculture. It's in the state laws.
But to your point, if I want to pull a trailer into a farmer's market and sell hamburgers, well, hey, it's beef.
You can.
If they're my burgers.
I think you can.
If you farm those cows.
Right,
and you slaughter them, you can sell that product at a farmer's market.
Agree. If I've got a guy at a farmer's market who is doing burgers with cows that he raised, no problem. No problem. But please don't tell me that any one of the couple of hot dog vendors that we've seen around town in recent years who set up trailers at different parking lots raises the pigs himself and creates his own hot dogs. I don't think that's happening.
Kevin, you can probably answer this. I don't think they can sell prepared burgers at a farmer's market. You can only sell unprepared meat at a farmer's market.
As far as I know.
So you can't sell burgers, cooked hot dogs, all that stuff.
Because then there's certain health guidelines that are involved. Right.
In the farmer's market, you cannot do that.
Farmers markets are basically...
So go back for me and tell me the requirements to participate in a farmer's market and how they're being applied specifically here in Pelham.
So the Agricultural Commission has an application process. So depending on what your vendor, what you're going to be doing, what you're going to be doing at the market, selling at the market, you need to show that you're following certain state guidelines. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's a process. But most of that process is dictated by RSA's on what the state deems a farmer's market in agriculture. So you can't, like I said, you can't just go to Sam's Club and purchase a pack of hot dogs and say,
What about other items? I mean, if it's not agriculture related, if I have artwork, if I have jewelry, if I have stuff like that, I mean, does that qualify under the farmer's market guidelines for Pelham?
I can't speak for the farmer's market, and I can't speak for that. I don't know what the RSA is that deep.
Mr. McCarthy.
All right, I think from what I've been researching and understanding, in order for them to participate, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, if someone wants to participate in a farmer's market, they have to go to the farmer's market.
Hey, Mr. McCarthy?
Lost you in the microphone.
I'm sorry.
No, but my point is I want to keep the conversation aboard. This isn't a public hearing.
Okay.
I appreciate everybody here who wants to hear the conversation, but we're not going to get into tonight a lot of public comment, so.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No problem.
So I guess my understanding is that they have to apply to these people running the farmer's market, and then the people running the farmer's market have to make sure that they are farmers, or they're actually, they're legitimate.
Right.
And so if that is the case, perhaps for people, I'm just trying to think how we could,
The farmer's market, I think, says that it's vendors who at least 35% of their volume in dollars is agriculturally based as defined by the RSA. Listen, I'm fine with that. I've got no complaint with that whatsoever. None. If you can meet that threshold, if you're a vendor and you can meet the 35% by dollar volume that your product is based in agriculture, great. But if you're the shaved ice person who's pulling a trailer in, number one, you're not agriculture, so why are you at the farmer's market? Number two, you need a permit if you're going to be there. Mr. Vija.
You know, the best part is, living in New Hampshire, is that we're not the only community with the farmer's market. Other communities are dealing with this, and I'm going through Claremont and all these, I didn't know this was going to be a topic of specific talk tonight, but there's provisions in all the communities how they deal with agricultural farmers markets versus hawkers and peddlers. And there's some defining backup from the statutes that you're talking about. My point is, somebody else has already figured this out. So maybe with a little more time, we can copy somebody else's.
But to your point about farm stands, so.
Those are easily specific.
But I could put up a farm stand in front of my house,
Yeah.
right?
Selling what?
Anything. Chicken egg.
Sure. If
I go to Hannaford's.
If 35%.
But to your point about the farmer's markets,
No, 'cause
it goes in the same thing.
No, because
2134A dictates it.
Because the law goes,
specific.
the law goes
The
deep.
farm stands.
The law goes deeper than that. The farm stand actually requires that you're the person who raises and creates. You can't go to the store and buy a dozen eggs and sell them in front of your house. It
Same thing with the farmer's market.
doesn't work that way. Great, and like I said, I've got if they can meet that threshold, I've got no complaint, no issue, no anything with that.
But our ordinance already addresses 2134A. Because farm stands is in 2134A, as is farmers markets. So to add farmers markets in there
Okay.
is a simple fix.
Is adding farm stands, and then making sure that the requirement, no. The simple fix is put farmer's market into the last paragraph.
Exactly.
The last sentence of section 5, and then making sure that we're watching who is authorized to be at the farmer's market, that they actually sort of belong there.
And at the next meeting, I can bring in the guidelines. So before we even talk about that, I can bring the guidelines in from the Agricultural Commission on what exactly the requirements are.
Okay.
We've had it in here before, but for this discussion, I'll bring it in.
Okay.
And we can have a discussion about that. And if that fits, then we can move forward.
Okay.
All right.
So let's table the farmer's market aspect for now, and let's go back to fireworks, concerts on the green, that type of thing. It's the town event type thing. My position is that I think that if you're a vendor and you're there, you need a hawkers and peddlers license. You are, I mean, listen, you're in business. You're there to, sell your goods. There's licensing requirements and everything else. I think that, we ought to be enforcing that on those vendors. And if there's a sponsor for the group, like Pelham Community Spirit, we ought to be partnering with them to say, listen, this is on you guys. Make sure that all your vendors, you're doing this event, make sure all your vendors know they're going to need these hawkers and peddlers licenses. And we're going to know if they don't, because we have to sign them, like locally, like right here in that room. If I see somebody out there, selling, cotton candy, Kevin's Cotton Candy Stand, I'm going to know I didn't sign a hawkers and peddlers license for Kevin's Cotton Candy. So.
Roof my cotton candy was the best around.
I was going to go Kevin's Kettle Corn.
Roof is gluten-free, is that okay?
Kevin's Kettle Corn. Kevin's Kettle Corn, but then I was afraid we'd go back down the agriculture road.
It's from my corn I grew in my yard.
So, to be clear though, we're gonna try to exempt the nonprofits. So, fire department association,
Well, this
police
is,
association.
so this is the next thing. We've gotten by agriculture. We've gotten by town events, and now we're at nonprofits. So like to your point, firefighters auxiliary, VFW, stuff like that.
So, are we done with that, or you want me to? So to Kevin's point, 2134A is specific to what falls under agricultural and farm stands, dairy and beef and all that stuff. Then when you get down to 5, it says the term farmer's market means an event or series of events at which 2 or more vendors of agricultural commodities gather for the purpose of offering for sale such commodities to the public, meaning the stuff that's listed under agricultural, which we talked about. So doesn't say anything about ice cones or snow cones or anything like that in there. So in my opinion, that would not fall under the agricultural farm stand
Correct.
provision. It also says that a farm stand doesn't need hawkers and peddlers license, which I would think falls under the same as a farmer's market as defined as what they sell.
Well, that's what we're trying to get to.
So I think at a farmer's market, the ice people could be there, but they would have to have a hawkers and peddlers license. Did we just do the same thing in a big circle?
Welcome back, Doug.
I had to get it in my brain.
Going back to the nonprofits, what do we think about auxiliary, VFW, stuff like that?
I think they should get a pass.
Mr. Vija?
Brian, wasn't it if they hold whatever their business format is, where they're listed as a nonprofit, weren't they exempt from hawkers and peddlers anyway? 507C or whatever it is? Maybe that's more research we have to come up with, I don't know.
Hang on just one second. Section 9, the provisions of this section shall not apply to any nonprofit corporation duly organized under RSA Chapter 292 and churches and other charitable organizations, provided that any officer of such corporation supplies the Selectman's office upon request with an official proof of such organization located in the town of Pelham, along with the dates and times of the proposed activity. So I would say nonprofits are not compelled to get a itinerant vendor's permit.
I don't think we have to do anything, I think it's already covered.
Done, move on.
So you were also talking about the timing as opposed to,
Yeah, so agriculture, charitable organizations, what was the other one?
The permit, how long?
yeah, no,
The $50.
But there was three different groups we were addressing. Oh.
Section 2.
Town of Pelham, agriculture, and charitable. So we're good there, and then the fourth thing we wanted to discuss was length of the permit. Right now, it's 30 days, and it says they shall reapply every 30 days. So we need to contemplate whether or not we wanted to lengthen that.
I mean, it seems to me, I mean, I don't sign them, but I see them, they're all pretty much seasonal for most of the hawkers that we get. So, I mean, if we think a season is 6 months or 4 months, I mean, do you ever find that they ever even come back and re-sign up? Or
They do, and that's the challenging part about the 30-day, because they're constantly having to come back, and it's a constant perpetual application process, and timelines run over, so I think it would be reasonable to reevaluate the 30 days to either a 60 or a 90-day period, and,
And again, I mean, a lot of these are small businesses. I don't want to, the notion here isn't to hold somebody up for, $50 every 30 days, right? We want to make this sort of a low barrier to entry, so to speak. So, I'm amenable to a 90-day permit, but Mr. Vija?
So then, on the hawkers and peddlers license from the state, it says that it'll be a $15 charge for 30 days with a maximum expenditure of $50 per year. So we do a 90-day or a 6-month $50 and a monthly $15, not to exceed.
Wait, can you read that again?
It says the license will be $15 per month, not to exceed $50 per year.
50?
50.
So if we're charging $50 already, is that the max we can charge?
Yes.
But if we're charging it multiple times, we shouldn't be.
We're not, it's 50 for the first app and 25 for the renewal.
But it can't be more than 50 in a year.
I didn't get to renewals, but let me look at renewals.
So Kevin, are you suggesting that if it's 25 for the renewal, we shouldn't be charging 25 for the renewal because the max is 50 per year? And we get that up front?
And we can limit that to 90 days or 120 days or whatever.
No, because it's 50 for the year.
No, but we can make the length of the, if somebody only wants it for a month.
Oh, right,
15 bucks,
right,
but
yeah,
we can
yeah.
extend it to,
I get you.
Want to put him on a schedule to say you can do it, never mind. Why don't we just,
Seems to be much cleaner if we just do the 50 for 90.
to Jay's point, most of these guys are seasonal. You're not going to get a lot of shaved ice and hot dogs like in January, right? They're going to be around for the summer, and then they close up shop. If the state says maximum $50 for a year, why don't we just do a year permit?
Calendar year?
Yeah, why don't we just say $50 calendar year, have a nice day?
I'm okay
Again,
with that.
I.
It's simple.
Looking to be low barrier to entry and not get in anybody's way, just kind of,
Sounds like a good plan.
Sounds good to me.
Look at that, we got 1 out of 4 items resolved tonight. Okay. All right, so do we want to take a look at some of the other ordinances, Mr. Vijay, and maybe try to come up with something for the next meeting, or?
yeah. I think we're clean the way we are with everything, to be honest with you. The way I read the statute, I don't think that farmers markets that engage in agricultural product, as defined as agricultural,
Okay.
don't have to.
So, Mr. Cody, you had some changes that you maybe wanted to make with regards to farm stands, farmers markets, stuff like that. Do you want to take a crack at just kind of modifying the ordinance and just bring it back at the next meeting and say, hey,
Absolutely.
here's what I think I heard. What do you guys think?
Yep.
And we'll talk about it again at the next meeting.
Yep,
All right.
that's fine.
Other questions, comments? All right, good enough. We will end that discussion. Thank you guys I know you guys were here to hear that. Thank you for hanging out, and we appreciate your patience getting there. I promise there'll be no more discussion tonight on it. You don't have to hang out for the rest of the night. We won't bore you with the rest of our meeting. Stay if you'd like, but anyway. We did open forum. Let's go to minutes review while we're here. I'll take any changes for the June 22nd, 2021 meeting minutes.
The minutes were verbatim. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So I don't want to go through and do some crazy edits. I think all the points are there, but for me, there was, if you go to line 309, so pretty much anywhere it says RSA, it says 4114A, it should be 41-14.
It's 41:14, something like that.
Give me the line number again.
309.
Starting at 307.
Actually, it's several other places, too.
Yeah, 290.
Yep, all right, got it.
It's, I'll give you the other line numbers.
So just, I'm going to make these changes. So the RSA should be 41.
I think it's colon 14, colon 14. I think.
Dash A.
All right.
I'll say 41, 14, A, okay.
And then just where it says, go down the line,
So 309 says 39.3, that
should
should be
be
strict.
RSA 39 colon and the number 3, not dash,
Okay,
like it's
yep,
there.
colon 3, yep,
The actual number 3.
yep.
That's all, I mean, like I said, besides the actual RSA's being written, that's all I saw.
Okay. Other changes?
There was one that I wanted to just look at real quick.
I have some.
You have some?
Yeah.
Let's have them.
Line 46, and we got to get my action here. And it says, line 46, there's 2 comes in there. So let's see, 46. And she comes to us, so it's the first C-O-M-E and,
Yep.
Got it.
okay? And then I've got line 81, and, let's see how they did that. 81, and it is a map, so it is a...
Yeah, it says map, it should be lot instead of Loy.
Yeah. You got it?
Yep.
Okay. And then, what have I got? I've got I guess, read my, 129, okay, 129. Can't read my own writing.
Should be a question mark after fireworks celebration.
I don't have the official time, but the Senate, but the extra, but Saturday the 25th, not the Saturday the 25th? Delete.
Right, I don't have the official time, but Saturday the 25th we'll be having the fireworks celebration.
Yeah, there's an extra "the" in there.
Yeah,
So what was there an experiment that we did with these meeting minutes in
Was it
terms of verbatim?
dictation? I think she took the actual recording
Yeah,
and just
so-
printed it, so you can have a ton of that.
Yeah, so here's the problem. People don't talk the way that you should write. We put a lot of other stuff in there. I just did it. I just stuttered, two E's, and that would end up in the meeting minutes. So that's why I'm not a really big fan of kind of machine dictation on some of the stuff. It's just, it doesn't understand. But
Do we have any other corrections?
Oh, okay, well, I see a corrected one here, the 134 originally had, it starts at 6, originally had 9 AM. Okay. Oh, no, wait a minute, no. 132, this
The
is...
fireworks I estimated to start around 9, but the actual program started at 6.
Okay, so you don't...
So that's
okay,
fine.
so- All right, so just something you said. So.
Yep.
Okay, and then 134, 157...
I got it. There's two infrastructures.
We've only 1.3 infrastructure for infrastructure, remediation progress, yeah. And then...
But, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, you can't really change these because that's quoted.
57, double check it. We'll be getting 1 point, in infrastructure, for infrastructure, so it's getting 1.2, farm infrastructure, COVID remediation, not in, so delete the in infrastructure. So, and then, the 4114, that was line 191, 269, 290, and 307, I think. And then on line 333, I want to change hooks to hooks, I think.
What number?
333. Wait a minute, make sure, wait a minute, maybe 333. Yeah, it says, there's two after 5, after 5, there's 2 in bow, there's 2 in hooks. I think that you meant hooks it. And then, I have, and 143, just a minor thing.
Would you say 143?
Which one?
What number are you at now?
175? No, sorry, 343. It says a 175 Paul. I've just added the word 175 foot Paul, or the indicator, it's a foot, that's all. That's all I got.
That's it?
I would just draw your attention to the header on each of the pages. I believe has the incorrect date.
Yep.
As well as there's a duplicate header on the top of the meeting minutes.
Oh, jeez.
That's my fault, because when the
April's
meeting
18th.
minutes were sent to us, they weren't, I didn't catch that. They weren't numbered, so I put them on a numbered platform. So I'll correct that.
Okay. So with that, I'll accept the motion to approve the minutes as amended.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I also vote aye. Oh, I'm sorry. I abstain. Okay. Brings us to our next topic, CIP projects, Brian?
So, you have two memos in front. in front of you, I put in the packet. There are two capital improvement projects that I had submitted. I wanted to get them in on time, but, so I did submit the initial application, what's included in the memo, and then I just, so that I stayed with the CIP timelines. And then I brought forward two memos for you folks to review and decide whether or not you actually want to do these projects or not. I could talk about the first capital improvement project that I submitted, which is a COVID-19 remediation project. And it's a project is just regarding our ventilation system and our air circulation systems here at Town Hall. I'll read through it quickly. Having reflected on in the last year, dealing with COVID-19 pandemic, I began to evaluate our ventilation systems in the municipal building in an effort to determine their efficiency and ability to properly provide air filtration and cleaning for our employees and citizens. The municipal building, the air heat and air conditioning systems, they are original to the building, which was constructed in 1974. There have been no updates or improvements to the system that provides air, heat, and air conditioning to the following departments: Selectman's Office, Town Clerk, Assessing, Planning, Parks and Recreation, PTV, Sherburne Hall, and the Police Department. The municipal building is the busiest of all of our town buildings with respect to pedestrian traffic. It holds the largest population of employees, with the Town Clerk's Office, Parks and Recreation, Police, and the Planning Department being located in this building. Citizens frequent this building more than any other town building. The air conditioning system consists of 6 rooftop units. They're over the following spaces: Selectman's Office, Town Clerks, Tax Collector, Planning and Police. As mentioned above, these systems are early 70s technology, not up to contemporary standards of air filtration technology. The ventilation ductwork is old and inefficient with respect to how it filtrates and moves air throughout our building. Additionally, the ventilation ductwork is not in compliance with today's standards with respect to the fire code. Essentially, if there's a fire in the building, it is likely that the fire and smoke from an office space on one side of the building could get into the ventilation system and spread it throughout the building, which could complicate firefighter operations, emergency egress for employees, and also could be a health hazard to anyone exposed to the smoke. With respect to the COVID-19 pandemic or any future airborne traveling virus, our current ventilation systems are unable to filtrate the air to mitigate the COVID-19 virus or any virus. Thus, this or any virus can easily spread throughout our work environment uninhibited. Lastly, because of the age of the system, poor technology, and lacking energy efficiency, these units are extremely costly to operate and maintain. Many of the parts for these units are no longer in production, which adds cost to the repairs and maintenance. This project, if approved, will allow the town to remove and replace the 6 rooftop units with state-of-the-art air processing units for all of our office spaces, replace all internal ductwork, and install a state-of-the-art ultraviolet light equipped system that will mitigate the COVID-19 virus or any similar airborne virus. The cost of this project is approximately $1.3 million to do the whole thing. The funding would be from the ARPA Act, which Executive Counselor Stevens was here talking about. We're on the books for getting $1.4 million from the federal government, and this would qualify under a COVID remediation project. And again, I'd have to complete the application via the CARES Act, no longer than August 18th. And once approved, we can start planning to do the project. Project management, I spoke with EEI. For those of you that are not familiar with EEI, they're the company that did our boilers a few years back in 2016. They also did the fire department boiler project more recently in 2020. They did the library boiler project as well. EEI services have been retained for several Pelham school projects in the last couple of years, and they have an impeccable professional reputation for providing a highly skilled level service. Lastly, as project manager, EEI will post a project, collect bids from vendors, interview bidders, and perform all site work inspections with prospective bidders. Once all the bidders have been vetted by EEI, they will make a recommendation to the town as to which bidder should be awarded the project to complete. Hiring the EI would allow the town, as we have done previously, the ability to properly manage the project, protect the town from potentially poor workmanship and cost overruns, and ensure that the project is done professionally, efficiently, and we always want to reduce liability when we do projects like this. So that's quickly project number 1. Project number 2, do you want to talk about
Yeah,
one first?
before you go to
Okay.
project number 2, questions or comments from the board regarding project number 1? So we're okay with Mr. McCarthy submitting this to the capital, to the CIP? Okay, project number 2.
Project number 2 is attached to this memo is my recommendation for second capital improvement project for the town of Pelham. Back in 2017, the Board of Selectmen approved a renovation project for the municipal building involving the following departments: Selectmen's Office, Town Clerk, Tax Collector, Assessing, Planning, and Parks and Recreation. The renovation plan included the restructuring of office space, security improvements, and expansion of customer service areas to improve our service to our citizens. All the above departments were renovated with the exception of the planning department. Although scheduled to be renovated, at the time of the project, we learned of some logistical challenges with the renovation of the planning department that needed to be resolved to ensure the function of the office and the service to our citizens was not negatively impacted. In the end, we simply were not financially ready to accomplish that project with these challenges, so it was decided to suspend the project until a time when we were ready to fully undertake the task. With the additional staff we now employ and the increased demand of our services to our citizens with contractors and the expansion of our storage areas, we are in desperate need to renovate this office space. The office space at present is not efficiently set up for the typical office and desk space, meaning that there are no definitive offices per se, and the space could be best described as an open concept office area. Our security measures for protecting staff and allowing emergency egress in the event of an emergency is poor. An angry citizen or individual could find their way into our workspace, and that would not be good for our employees. This open space was particularly challenging during the COVID-19 pandemic. Although we were able to install plexiglass windows separating employees from citizens, it offered no protection between individual staff members, thus making it difficult to provide private individual workspaces to our employees. This open concept office space made it nearly impossible to protect our employees from potentially contracting COVID-19 and spreading the virus. And unfortunately, during the pandemic, we did have some situations where employees off campus contracted the disease and unknowingly came into work, and this caused the town to close the planning department at least 7 times. Led to multiple cleanings, decontaminations before we could reopen. At one point specifically, all but one employee was able to come in and work, and that made it very difficult for a number of days. The renovation project would consist of the following: the creation of a second floor that will create 5 new office spaces and railing system, the restructuring of the HVAC, electrical, fire alarm, and IT infrastructure, fire suppression, remove and replace the doors to the roof, and replace the exterior vinyl siding. That's a wood-sided building right now. I don't believe it's been touched since 2002. It's rotted, and we're getting some water inside the building. Sheetrock and painting, lighting for the second floor, installation of some cameras and key fob access. There's a project management fee as well, and I also want to put a 5% contingency for any unanticipated construction issues that come up. The cost of the project is estimated to be about $325,500. Prior to the commencement of this project, the classroom across the hall, it's actually from the Parks and Recreation, will be renovated so we can install IT and telephone infrastructure to temporarily house the planning department during this renovation project. Our goal is to continue to provide a high level of service to our citizens during this renovation. The funding I would put in my 2022 projects budget, and the same with project management. I would recommend EEI to manage this project for the same reasons I indicated in my previous memo.
Discussions from the board? Questions, comments?
I have a question.
Mr. V'ger?
Brian, I'm familiar with the EI. I've dealt with them professionally and as a citizen of the town. do they accept, I think they have the provision, but I want to make it public. Will they accept public bids from local contractors?
Yes.
If they follow the scope of what the bid process is? Thank you.
So I assume both projects are going out to bid?
Yes, they will go out to bid, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. So both those are into the CIP with
Yep.
requested dates?
Yep.
Okay.
Is everybody good with project 2? Okay. And am I authorized to put that in my budget for 2022?
So
Mr. Bergeron?
EEI is going to be in charge of project 2 too. Is that included in the 325,500?
I'm sorry?
EEI is going to be in charge of project 2. Is that included in the 325?
I believe it is.
We had a contingency number on there for, what, 30 grand or something, I think I saw.
Oh, so the project management fee is 30,000?
Yeah.
That's correct, yep.
All right.
Yep, that's there.
All right. Any other discussion on that? That brings us to the end of our agenda for this evening. That was kind of a circuitous route tonight, but we got there. Brings us to our selectmen and town administrator reports. I'm going to start to my left with Mr. Bergeron.
I got nothing to report besides I went to the 4th of July celebration. It was really good. Worked really well. Everybody did a great job.
Yeah.
Excellent. Mr. Line?
Ditto on that, yeah, they did good, very good. Well done. I had something, but I can't come to it. No, I can't think of it now. So,
okay.
What comes up, I'll...
Mr. Beecher?
I have no report.
Mr. Cody?
I have nothing tonight.
Mr. McCarthy?
I have no report.
Did it come back to you?
You were too quick for me.
I'll talk about quickly, that the fireworks are fantastic. Well executed.
Oh, yeah.
Well attended.
Conscience on the green, Hal. Conscience on the green.
Conscience on the green, Hal. Okay, we need another clue.
Hal, she wants you to say conscience on the green.
Sounds like.
Oh, yes.
Wednesday night.
Tomorrow night, Conscience on the Green, 6 o'clock.
Leah just bounced off the ceiling.
Very good.
Yeah, so it was great, well attended. I think Chief Rourke and I estimated anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 people attended. They did a great job with the traffic. It was an excellent, it's probably the best that I've seen since I've been here in whole, both careers, so it was great.
Do we have, I don't know why this just occurred to me, probably because we had a mass gathering for a town event, but do we have the health officer position advertised?
It is advertised.
Any applicants?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
But I think I mentioned this at the previous meeting, but in speaking with Karen McGlenn, she's willing to hang in there remotely if needed to, stay on board until we get that position filled. So we're still in business, but
okay,
not there yet.
Okay, good. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. I have no report. We do have a request for a non-public under RSA 91A 32A personnel. So I will accept a motion to enter into non-public.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. McCarthy, please call the roll.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Line?
Yes.
Mr. Haverty?
Yes.
Mr. Viger?
Yes.
Mr. Cody?
Yes.
When we return from non-public, we will not take up any other action publicly except to seal the minutes of the non-public, then to adjourn the meeting. So with that,
You can have this.
I will say be safe and good night. Thank you.
I'm going to use the restroom.
All right, good evening. It's a little past 7, so we're going to start the forestry meeting. Today's June 28th, 2021. We should start off with attendance. You guys want to just call out your names? Check you off. Mary's here.
Bob Lammo.
Paul Gagnon.
Charlie Gale.
All right. So we want to start the meeting with our first guest speaker, Eric Radloff.
Yeah, that one's good, because you can use the camera if you need, Eric.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for coming.
All right, so just jump right in?
Yeah, so you're going to update us on all the plans to conduct timber harvest and all that stuff, so wherever you want to start.
Perfect, yeah, let's do a brief kind of overview, and then as you have questions, feel free to chime in and we can dive into it a little bit more. So the plan kind of supposed to be for the summer, but we're looking at kind of, we'll say fall, probably like a September to October timeline. Basically is to conduct timber sales on the Merriam Farm property, which we just did a forest management plan on the previous year, 2020. And then next property that we're planning to do as well is going to be I call it Merriam Cutter, but the property off of Shelburne.
Yeah.
There's a sale there that we're looking to do. And then kind of the final piece is a small sale off of Spalding Hill Road, kind of, I guess it's called the East Spalding property, that's kind of referred to. So that's kind of a quick overview, and then I'll kind of dive into each of the properties, and then kind of have some homework for you guys as well, and then
so fun.
Get some thoughts, yeah, and some opinions on how to move forward with a few things. So first I want to dive into Merriam Farm, and this property here, for the access is going to be off of Moonshadow Drive, and we're looking to build a ramp kind of off of the end of Moonshadow Drive. Survey maps at just kind of a quick glance shows that we have access directly into the property off of Moonshadow, but for kind of outreach, I think it'll be good to reach out to the abutters on the end of Moonshadow Drive, just because it looks like we have some lawn and stuff. It kind of looks like they're kind of taking over that edge of the area as well. So in the spirit of being good neighbors, it's always good to reach out to the abutters and then just say, hey, this is what we're looking to do. This is what you can expect. It's kind of how I've done things before. I can either draft something or I can work with somebody from the committee to draft something. For this property, we also have, it's about a 1 acre red pine plantation. So this is kind of something I want to pose for you folks tonight. The management plan calls for a clear cutting of this red pine plantation because we have the red pine scale, which is an invasive insect. Basically, once it gets into this red pine stand, it'll be a fairly rapid decline of the red pine that's there. So it's kind of like a preventative measure to kind of come in, clear cut the stand, and then we'll actually add that as part of early successional habitat. Because as part of Merriam Farm, we're looking to create a bunch of early successional habitat as well. But the issue, again, is we have abutters, so we have houses fairly close. So it's a question for the board, I guess, is do we want to clear cut this piece or do we want to leave it so that it'll decline naturally? So either way, those are kind of some options that we can weigh out. Either way, if we do decide to do a basically clear cut the stand, it would be one of those situations where we'd want to reach out and say, hey, your view in your backyard is going to change a little bit. Just something to consider. And then also as part of this whole timber sale process, I've reached out to Mike Gagnon at UNH Cooperative Extension and kind of told him what we're looking to do. And we're actually looking to plan basically some harvest tours of this property. So maybe something while it's in progress or maybe a beforehand or kind of like an afterhand, just to kind of bring people in.
Yeah.
Very kind of urban, suburban setting. Yeah. So just kind of my thoughts in there, probably dove in a little more than we needed to, but those are just kind of some of the thoughts for that property. And then also what I'm going to do is basically after today's meeting later in the week, just kind of hit some quick bullet points as to what we talked about as a follow-up. So we'll jump over to Merriam Cutter.
Yep.
Could I chime in?
Yeah.
Eric, I have a hard time with the red pine stand. I know it's probably the right thing to do to take it down, but for those of us who've seen it, it's clearly a planting. Those things are in a row as straight as an arrow, and they're right along the property line.
Yeah.
And the plan was to have the hiking trail just on the town side of those.
Yeah.
So if we take all those down, and then I don't know that we could let it become early succession because the trail would be right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose we could let that small area where they were growing. I just don't know if there's middle ground. I mean, can you take half of them down? And right now, there's no indication that the blight has hit that little stand, is there?
Yeah, there's no indication as of yet. I'll digress slightly. I was driving through another town in southern New Hampshire today, actually, and I looked over and I saw a whole entire stand of red pine that was all, it looked like it just died within the past couple months.
Wow.
So, going to make a phone call, basically to Extension, and then have them take a look at it and see what they say. Yeah, I agree with you, it's tough. There's no middle ground. It's like an all or nothing type of situation. We could leave it and because it's just kind of this isolated little stand by itself, and just let it kind of decline naturally, basically. Create a lot of standing dead snags, which is good for wildlife. If we do clear cut it, we can kind of roll the bulk of it into that early successional habitat that we're looking to create over there. So it's just, we don't need any answers tonight, but it's just kind of that bigger question just to pose and let everyone kind of think about it.
If we do decide to take it down, I think we need a site walk with the neighbor.
Yeah.
For sure, and probably with the committee so they can see.
Yeah.
Because not all of us have been out there
No,
to
I
see
haven't
that
seen it.
stand.
If you don't, oh, hold on, go ahead.
No, go ahead, keep going.
If you don't clear cut it,
Yep.
will it spread to other trees? Or is it just a red pine?
It's basically a pure red pine plantation that was planted. I mean, there are some mixed hardwood, kind of mixed oak species in the understory as little sapling sizes.
I think Mary's question was, will the blight spread to other trees?
Yeah, it just affects the red pine.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Bob. Yeah.
Is that turn the trees like red, like kills the,
Yeah, the needles will go red, yeah.
okay, because I had some questions to ask up north. A friend of mine's got his whole yard, half the trees are orange, and I'm like, I don't know, but I'll ask a question and try to find an answer for it, and there's the answer right there. So is it a bug, or what is it?
It's a scale insect that basically...
So it is an insect?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So-
Next is, you were talking down in the fields. I'm just curious as to, Natupski used to use those fields for corn and whatnot.
Yep.
And I'm afraid of losing the fields altogether. Do you think that we should make some type of arrangements to figure out a way to either, I don't know if they can hang them, or if they can maybe work something out to continue to grow corn in them? What's your thoughts?
Yep, so good question, and that's kind of part of the bigger kind of arching management of the property itself. We were out there last summer, roughly, I think it was in August, late August, early September, with actually Matt Tar, UNH Extension, and kind of looking at wildlife habitat potential. So that's what kind of really sparked the early successional habitat component. And we talked about everything from managing the property, say it's just open grassland, all the way to creating like 3 separate little, basically kind of ecosystems for basically like a shrubland, a grassland, and then kind of we'll say that early successional, which is going to be that forest of like 3 to 5 years, 5 to 8 years. So we got a lot of options out there basically, and we have the management plan, which kind of talks about all the options. And maybe if we do after a site walk, as the forestry committee, we can kind of look around and say, hey, this is good for this, or this would be good for that. But post timber sale, timber harvest, when the dust settles, basically kind of readdress that and then figure out, do we want to mow this, keep this open as grassland or what have you. But I think to bring it back to a hayfield, it would take a little bit of work, but we could get it there over time.
Yeah, I assume that. I don't think it would be tough to get it back to corn, do you?
I'd have to ask a farmer.
So there's a possibility that when you make the plan, that some of this may be in your plan?
Yep,
So it sounds to me like you're kind of thinking more of diversifying the piece of property, where it's not just strictly forest.
Exactly, and the reason I really like Merriam Farm is because we have this field component, which a lot of the forestry committees properties, they don't really have a field component. So we have an option to do a lot of basically that early succession, a lot of wildlife habitat work. We could even incorporate plantings and do a lot of pollinator habitat work out there as well. So but.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
As far as you talked about the end of the road, you're thinking that if you're gonna go in and out, you're gonna go in and out at the moon shadow,
Yep, correct.
dead end, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So basically, build a ramp so the
Yeah,
trucks can get down
yeah,
in there.
that'd be the perfect area. I mean, the neighbors may have a little bit of a problem with it when the timber harvest is going on, but that won't last long.
No.
And that seems like a really good spot to get in there.
Yep.
And after we're done, we may have to figure out a way to close it off a little bit, so
Yeah.
to speak.
And the plan would be to basically barricade it with boulders, and maybe create some sort of temporary blockade in case the fire department's got to get in there for something, for
Yep,
emergency access.
That's the concerns. We have to, every plan now, we have to start thinking about the fire department,
Yeah,
not blocking them out.
yeah.
That might be a good spot for a gate because it's highly visible. I don't think anybody's going to rip a gate out there. So
yeah.
we should think about
The
a
neighbors
gate at
watch
that
it like a
point.
hawk over there, so.
Exactly.
All right, so the next one, just kind of, we'll dive into Merriam Cutter off of Shelburne Road.
Sherburne Road?
Sherburne, yeah, Sherburne Road.
Sherburne Road.
So we're looking to basically, going to dig out my map here, set up a timber harvest in the southwesternmost corner, or the western edge, expanding over to a main hiking trail, so the long trail comes down from the north. Let me get my map here. So we've looked at that area.
Eric, if you put the map under the camera, then you can point to it.
We're looking right here. So you can kind of see that reddish, orangish trail coming down. So that Gage Lot Trail and then the long trail as well. So basically to the west of that is where we're looking to set up a harvest. And my question here for the forestry committee is if we want to jump across the trail and basically access the kind of that northernmost area as well as part of a timber harvest. Just looking at the larger picture of management as well. We don't want to cut the front of the property and then have to go back through it to harvest the back portion of the property. So it's just a thought for tonight, just kind of posing that bigger question. But basically, you'll see there's kind of a circle with a little L. Basically, that's kind of the rough landing location that we're looking to basically have for the harvest. So that's going to be kind of that southwesternmost corner. There's a nice shelf in there. I have really good site access or site distance, Sherburne Road as well. So that's a good location, and the harvest will be away from the trail system in a nice high and dry area.
Could you point to the map where that landing is? And also, where's the northern part that you were saying we should consider harvesting at the same time?
So if you look at the map, it says Phoebe Rock Loop. So we're going to consider that kind of that northern section. So basically, long trail over to we'll say Phoebe Rock, and then down kind of to the wetland area. So we'll consider that kind of like the northern compartment. So you can say it's kind of north of that large wetland, and then the landing area will be right down over here approximately.
Usually I'm all in favor of timber harvests.
Yeah.
This property gets a tremendous amount of use.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And that, yeah, I don't have a problem with the western portion because there's no trails in it. I do kind of have a problem with going into that loop, the Phoebe Loop, and starting to do timber harvesting there. I kind of think of this as maybe one of the few properties where we want to, I know old growth is not really old growth, but where we want to just leave the forest to mature.
Yeah.
Because we've harvested the east section.
Eastern edge, yeah.
Now you'd be doing the northern edge, but all the trails are in the center. So,
yes.
I mean, I'm only one vote, but I'm a little reluctant to go in and do that.
Yeah, when you were showing me that, I was thinking of like the ATVs, it'll just open it up more, right? It'll just open it up more for the ATVs, right? We'll just
Maybe
make it.
not, but it
maybe
will.
not.
It will certainly make the hiking experience a little different initially?
Well, do a site walk. Everybody can form their opinion by being there so that he can actually show, because I'm even confused right now on the landing. The landing, I'm picturing that at the end of Sherburne Road, closer to Mammoth.
No, the other.
But you're talking farther up Sherburne Road where the gate is.
Yep, so...
It's kind of in a little valley.
So even further west of the gate, the terrain comes back up again to match the road. We basically have a landing kind of straight in off of the road there. And we'd have a short access road, maybe like 300 feet, and then that would get us into the woods on a nice flat area. It's basically future infrastructure for any sort of other future management. Because the gate area that's there, that's come up in conversations over the years, but it's kind of a tricky spot. You got to come down off the road. It's tight, and got a small wetland right there to deal with as well.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I had for there. And then the final property, part of Cutler Spalding, but east of Spalding Hill Road, I believe. There's just a small 25, 30 acre piece off of Aspen Drive. Basically a smaller type of harvest in there, more of an improvement type of thinning. There's no evidence of any harvesting in there within recent decades. It's well overdue for a thinning. There's a small parking lot in there that we would utilize actually for a landing, and then we would upgrade the parking lot and the access as part of the harvest. And then when we basically kind of wrap up the harvest, close out the parking lot, and the parking lot would be a little bit bigger as a result. But that one's fairly straightforward. There's some hiking trails through there as part of the harvest. We make sure those are free and clear of any sort of logging debris as well. But fairly straightforward. If anyone's got any questions on that one.
I do. When you say parking lot, you're talking the parking lot that's up off of that new development up there.
Correct.
You think that's big enough? We didn't make that very big.
No, so we would expand it. I think it's to the south,
Okay.
to the
It's
north
gotta
and east.
expand. Yeah, okay.
Slightly.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, understood.
Yep. Okay. So that wraps up kind of the proposed timber harvest. And then also for this year, as far as forest management plans for Calitri, Moose Pond, and the quarry lots. So these are all going to be treated as one large kind of comprehensive management plan, and then we'll basically kind of incorporate all those properties together because they're kind of in the same area of Pelham. And then proposed timeline, basically field work in the fall, and then write the plans late fall or early winter. Try to have them, into you by the end of the year. And then basically propose, if management is proposed, then we would review those in 2022 for management. If anyone's got any questions on that.
I do have a question.
Yep.
Do we have anything any earlier coming up as far as timber harvest?
So the timber harvest that
The closest one, what's the closest one coming up?
it could be either basically Merriam Farm, Cutler, Merriam, or basically the Spalding Hill Road one.
Okay, but the plans are not done on those yet, correct?
Those have forest management plans.
They do have the plans?
Yes.
I thought so.
Yep, and Merriam Farm was just written last year about this time.
I thought so, okay.
Yeah, so these would be timber sales. Those three properties would be one phase of timber sales. The Calitri, Moose Pond, quarry lots, those would be management plans with future management in 2022.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. And then finally,
Paul.
go ahead.
Paul has a question.
Just clarification on what you said. So you would expect to put those three out to the same, to be bid on at the same time, and you would expect to pick one company to do all three harvests this fall?
Correct, yep.
Okay, so Merriam Farm, the western part of Merriam Cutter.
Yep.
And the parcel off Spalding Hill could all be done this fall with the
Correct.
same
Yep.
operation? Okay.
Yep, because they're all in close proximity to each other.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Is there a reasonable amount of assurity that that can be done? Because I'm anxious to get into Merriam Farm.
Yeah, no, that's the plan. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yep.
I have a question. How is the market?
Yep, so So we follow basically the log market and roundwood markets. You can't follow the lumber market because that's its own separate beast. But markets are strong and they have strengthened for your mixed oak species as well as white pine. The whole tree field chip, which was very popular over the years, that market is close to dead. So, and then basically your roundwood markets, which are going to be kind of your pulp or your firewood. Hardwood is still, fairly strong. Firewood is extremely strong right now, or tree length cordwood as it's sold. But markets overall are fairly strong right now.
For boardwood.
Yep. So,
White pine?
sorry, I didn't hear you.
White pine?
Yep. So white pine logs, that market is also strong.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So finally, moving on to invasive species. So a couple weeks ago, we were out on Gumpus Pond after the review of the forest fire area, and then we reviewed the eastern section of Gumpus Pond for invasive species. And then I gotta grab my other report here. Then, as stated in my report, the treatment that was done in the western half last year was with good results. 90% capture of invasive plant species that were out there within our treatment areas. And then we reviewed the eastern section, which is basically that beaver pond loop, so kind of that your blue trail there. And the northern portion of the beaver pond loop had very, very minimal signs of invasive plant species. Oriental bittersweet, glossy buckthorn, of that nature. However, where the long trail and the beaver pond loop meet, kind of coming out of the parking lot and then heading westerly, very, very heavy populations of Oriental bittersweet. So some of the thickest as I've seen. So basically, we've proposed treatment for that area. However, just based on the intensity, it looks like that treatment would have to be scheduled just for 2022, just based on current schedules and workload. And then as part of continuing to monitor for invasive plant species.
Yep, Paul has a question.
Just for clarity?
Yeah.
Are you saying the part that's heavily populated with bittersweet has to wait till 2022? Yeah. Or is it or the whole thing has to wait?
The heavily populated section. So there would be no retreatment of the area that we treated last year, as the populations that are there need to continue to grow, because we need more surface area on the leaf in order to treat.
Oh.
And then in terms of the beaver pond loop, it doesn't make sense to treat the little isolated areas until we basically go there and treat the whole property together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding? Okay, so then also on the list for invasive plant reconnaissance is a small area of Costa, kind of the old landing area for the Costa property. Yep. So in part of my travels, part of next week, I'll be here for part of the day doing reconnaissance of Costa. And then Blueberry Circle was another property that was just recommended for just reconnaissance and just to check in and make sure there's nothing growing there in terms of invasive plant species. But that's pretty much it for this year. Woven Park was treated last year. In my travels, I may swing through there just to see how last year's treatment, basically how the results were from that. And then I can make recommendations based on the results that I find. Let's see. Some other side news. Gumpus Pond is due for a tree farm reinspection, so I'll conduct that this month as well. And that will keep Gumpus Pond as a certified tree farm. I don't know if anyone's got any questions related to that, for tree farm status.
I believe it was inspected. We had our forestry, what would you call it? For the tree farm to be certified every so many years, we received that. We have that.
Okay, so I received we used to be the inspection form for Compass Pond for this year, because they're due for reinspection every 6 years. So it's come back around for reinspection.
Years go very fast.
Yeah, because last year, I believe we did Veterans Memorial Park was the one that we had done a reinspection on.
Okay.
So I think the way it's set up is it's basically one every year.
Right.
So that solves that. It's kind of fast and a lot of information. But I don't know if anyone's got any specific questions.
It's a lot of information, and
Yeah.
your report was great, like very, like lots of information. But just going for the site walk with you guys, I think you really know what you're doing, and like obviously, but I don't know. Thanks for all your hard work.
And we appreciate the opportunity to manage these lands, and we take great pride in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, moving forward, I encourage site walks with the Forestry Committee, and even members of the community as well. The more people we can kind of get involved and see what's going on, I think the better for everybody.
Yeah.
You haven't reached the point to do any tree marking?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Paul has a question.
2 questions, Eric. Someone mentioned to me that they saw, I think, blue ribbons around the red trail at Gumpus. Were you hanging ribbons where the invasives are?
Yep, so we were just kind of, the blue flagging was from us for basically, hanging where we saw some invasives. Because basically what we'll do is we'll hang, blue flag over the invasives, then we'll look back through just to kind of get a better survey of the population that's out there.
Okay, that's what I told them, so I just wanted to be sure.
Yep.
And could you just spend a minute or less for the public?
Yep.
Because you sent us a report, but tell them about what you saw on the site walk Mary referred to, where we walk the fire zone.
I almost lit my blueberries on fire too. I'm just kidding.
Just one quick thing before you start.
Yeah.
I wanted to, he had said, you mentioned the blue ribbons. We got to make sure we tell everybody, do not remove the blue ribbons, correct? Do not remove the blue ribbons. He's going to need them in the future to keep an eye on things.
Correct.
As far as everybody that helps us out there in the trails, don't remove the blue ribbons.
Right.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And I'll do a better job, just basically saying if I hang some flagging somewhere, so we don't raise any questions.
Thank you.
But yeah, just, kind of diving into the, basically that small forest fire folks had back was the end of April. So a couple weeks ago, we went out and kind of did just a general reconnaissance of the area. Mike Gagner from UNH Cooperative Extension came out to join us. Coworker Jeff Snicken came out. So 3 foresters kind of poking and prodding and kind of looking at a bunch of different things, which was really neat. But take-home message is that the forest is fine. It was a very unfortunate event. We did end up receiving basically some mortality kind of in the main crown. So as foresters, we're always looking at that main crown because that's the age class, that's the forest that we're currently looking to grow. So we did see some mortality. I estimated 5-10% at most. But if you're just hiking around and you're walking around, you walk up in there and you look, it's shocking initially because you look around and you see all the white pine, we'll say seedlings, saplings, up to 10, 12 feet tall. And they're dead, all of them. I didn't see a single one. The reasoning behind that is just the very, very thin bark, not very well protected against the heat. Not a forest fire expert, but it looked like the fire was very fast moving, kind of a lighter intensity. I think where we did end up seeing some mortality and kind of in that main crown class basically was just a result of localized kind of intense heat. The other really neat thing to see, as you mentioned, the blueberries is just the flush of growth that's coming in after the forest fire. So just a lot of, low bush blueberry was coming back in. We're seeing a lot of mixed oak seedlings, so little seedlings, 6-8 feet tall. A lot of grasses, surprisingly, which was very unique to see. But overall, maybe just a side step, but not a step backwards, and could have been much worse.
So the regeneration is happening.
Yeah.
Small stuff. What about a larger, well, can you give me a timeline as to what you think, how long it's going to take for it to regenerate?
So the management currently in there is not so much based around regenerating the forest. It's more about continuing to grow the trees that are in there. So that's how we kind of talk about that main crown class, because those trees are existing. So the last harvest in there was kind of more focused around just kind of like a weeding and a thinning, so more of a tending. So those trees that we left, those trees are just as healthy, minus that 5 to 10%, which for whatever reason basically succumbed to the fire damage. We did do some small little patch cuts in there, and those seem to be doing fine. I actually got a lot of grass that came back into one of them.
That's good.
And at the suggestion of UNH Cooperative Extension, they talked about even doing some plantings in some of those openings to kind of help bring things along.
Good for the scouts.
Yep, exactly. And there was a lot of excitement in terms of just having a property to hold workshops on, because these small localized forest fires, they may become more common over time just with climate change and these drier conditions as well.
A few years ago, we had a fire up there that was more extensive. And have you been up there? Where it was, up on the top?
Are you talking about Raymond Park, where the fire was?
No, I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah. So a little different parcel than where we were. We were at Cutter Spalding.
Oh, okay.
And you're talking about Raymond, yeah.
I was talking about Raymond, but we had quite a fire up there, and it spread through the duff underground.
Oh, wow.
And so the fire department kept having to do a perimeter to try to contain it, but it burned for a long time.
Yeah, when it really gets into the duff layer, basically it'll just sit there and smolder, and then it'll just wait for the opportunity to come back up again.
Yeah.
And those very intense, kind of those deeper fires, that's where we see a lot more damage, because it really gets into the root system. It was kind of joking a little bit. We're out there, it looked like somebody had kind of swept, the forest floor, because we burnt the top of that duff layer, so basically that leaf litter. So we did lose that in terms of nutrients, but overall it could have been much worse.
Good.
The only other recommendation basically when we're out there was just making sure we get those trails kind of blocked off again, however we do it, just to kind of keep unwanted, truck and ATV access from getting into the skid trail network. So.
Thank you so much.
Perfect, that's all I have.
Awesome, thank you. It was a lot. You did a lot of work, thank you.
He's been a busy man.
All right, and our second guest speaker today is Bill Collins from the Hudson, New Hampshire Conservation Commission.
I don't know what you're saying.
And I don't know where Jim went, but, oh, okay. He has one to put up on the TV.
Thank you.
I got some. Oh, perfect, yours is colored. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chairman. Bill Collins, representing the Hudson Conservation Commission. And this is one of my committee members, Randy Brownrigg. Last spring, about the March or April timeframe, the Hudson Conservation Commission took the task of building a new stream crossing along some of the property along Musquash Pond. And with that, we were able to open up more of the property for hikers to enjoy. And after a little bit of discussion at various meetings, the Conservation Commission wondered if Pelham would mind if we kind of encroached a little bit onto your property and created a new trail. The map that I just handed out is draft format. It's going to go through a bunch of markups, and we will be taking care of that. The other thing we'd like to do is connect to the Gumpus Pond Conservation Area down off the end of Gowing Road. There's a little trail segment that we would have to create and a little stream crossing to get that done. And that would allow hikers to, come from the Musquash area all the way down to Compass Pond, or vice versa, all the way from Compass Pond all the way up to the Musquash area. Mr. Gagnon helped us with the bridge construction, which we really appreciated. And, you know, he and I took a stroll out there and, you know, looked at the area, and it's a good, solid area for a stream crossing and, you know, expansion of the trail system.
Okay.
So that's why we're here tonight.
All right, and I think like the main concern was to open that up would be bring in the ATVs, but Mr. Gagnon said about, can you tell us more about that? It's a wetland, or it's wet? There won't be like a...
Oh, the expansion coming across to the Compass Pond Conservation Area?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a significant portion of upland that we can create a trail on, but it would require a small stream crossing with probably a rudimentary bridge for people to get across. There are some dry areas in between, so we could always pick the narrowest point to come across, so we're not really damaging anything in the wetland area or causing a major construction portion in the wetland area. It's something that we'd probably want to look at in the late fall, once the foliage dies back, so we get a better idea, because right now, everything is lush and green out there. We've had a great summer so far, and everything is growing like crazy. So, yeah, the segment is up on the screen now, the yellow.
Yeah. Does anybody want to make a motion to vote on the idea?
Just clarify, oh, Jim, could you put that back up? That was great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify, if you look at the low central portion of that, you see there's like an upside-down U. Maybe I can't speak and point to it.
Purple?
Yeah, no, below that, Mary. No, the very, no, down, right there.
In green.
That is I think that's the red loop on Pelham's land, sometimes we call it the rabbit loop. That's where the early succession is. That's where Eric just talked about marking invasive species and hanging blue flags.
Right, okay.
So Bill is talking about putting in that stretch of yellow trail, which would connect from existing trail in Pelham, across a little stream and up to their big blue trail. And having walked it with them, I think it's a good idea. I don't think there's a big risk of ATVs because there's a stream crossing, but there's also some really muddy low areas. In fact, it looks like the snowmobile guys go right through there in the winter, but of course everything's frozen, so it's okay. I don't think ATVs could get through, and we're not talking about making a bridge 6 feet wide. We're talking about
a
making
footbridge.
a footbridge that would only support hikers, so I think it's kind of a neat
Or
idea
even
to
like a
connect
bog
Hudson's
bridge.
trails to Pelham's trails. It's the first time we will have done that.
Yeah, this would probably be a collaborative effort, so once we have, you know, a direction we all want to follow, we can, you know, come together and actually plan it out, you know, costs or whatever we need to do, because obviously there'll be some signposts needed, some signs created, the bridge crossing, and things like that, so. I mean, but it'd be a collaborative effort between the town of Hudson and the town of Pelham, and I think it'd be good for, you know, people in general just to get out and hike the trails back there. It's a beautiful area, and well, I'll say it's underutilized right now. Some of the trails do exist already, the Musquash Brook Trail and the part of the Blue Loop Trail actually does exist, but it needs maintenance, and then that little dog leg that we want to create would have to be cleared.
Okay. What do you guys think? Who wants to make a motion?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, clarify what he was saying about the bridges. You want to make sure that they're very narrow, any of the water crossings, so that we're not going to have a problem and have to deal with issues that we're dealing with all over. So just keep in mind that whatever you guys build or whatever we decide to build or whatever we work together on, we got to make sure we keep it very narrow.
Yeah, I think if you look around through the state at various conservation areas, you'll find numerous types of bridge constructions. And, you know, something that I had in mind, and I think Mr. Gagnon kind of agreed, was even something as narrow as a couple of 2x12s put together. You know, so that people can walk safely across it, but it's not wide enough to, I know where you're going with this, like the quad or the ATVs or motorcycles. And, I mean, if there's something there, they will try, but I think we can design it in a way that it's not really passable. by
Yeah,
that.
sometimes even if you if you get something with a little bit of length to it, you put a little turn in it.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly.
A little tricky,
Right,
so.
there's a lot of design.
But it was like a lot of the snowmobile trails in this town have been intentionally moved over to, where it's gonna freeze up little areas.
Right.
Where there's no way you're going through there with an ATV, but in the wintertime, you can make it across it because it's all frozen. So everything dead ends and stops. You try to keep it that way, so everything dead ends and stops wherever you can, but it's difficult.
Right. The bridge that we actually built last spring was Mr. Gagner's design, and I haven't seen a tire track on it yet, put it that way. It's narrow, there's 4x4 posts with some ropes to, for handrails. We spotted it in such a fashion that it actually runs in line with a stone wall. So you'd have to ride on the stone wall before you can even get on the bridge. But, yeah, we can certainly look at the design features, but again, that's something probably late fall, early winter,
November's a good time. November's a great time to get out there.
Right, so.
Well, it sounds like we're all on the same page, as far as the bridges go and working together and keeping it,
Right.
so.
Did you want to take a vote, Mary?
Yeah, what do you think?
So I'll make a motion to approve two separate trails. One is the yellow trail that would connect Musquash to Pelham, and that needs some work.
Right.
Because that needs the bridge, and we would work collaboratively. I'm sure we'll be back in front of the committee when we figure out how much it would cost and when we need volunteers. The other is to authorize the Hudson Conservation Commission and their volunteers to extend their Blue Trail into Pelham's land. It's a piece of Pelham land that we can't get to, but you can get to it from Hudson. And so that's the little blue dog leg. I don't know if Jim wants to put that map back up, or the guys back there. Can you put that map back up, gentlemen?
What is that, the one in the corner?
Oh, maybe you have it, Bill. Can you put it under? Yeah, can you put it under the camera? There we go, Okay, so, that's it exactly, Mary. Yeah, that.
Like a nose.
Yeah, like a nose.
Right, that's a better shot.
There you go,
Right.
better.
Right.
So you can see the yellow line running from the upper right to the lower left, that's the town line, and then the blue that comes over and goes through the sign that says Town of Pelham.
Yeah.
That's all, and I've walked part of that. Those blue trails are nice, the red trails are nice. I think it's a nice added loop, and we ought to authorize those folks to do it, so it's a long-winded motion.
All right.
Okay, I second that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you guys should be all set.
All right. Thank you very much.
We'll be looking forward,
yeah,
probably
we'll,
getting in touch. What are you thinking, like, try to get in touch in November?
Yeah, usually.
The beginning of November, kind of like when the leaves are down, and
Right.
try to get out there then and
I'll probably get ahead and
tag
mark
it,
some of
mark
the
it.
trails.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna
And,
say,
that
maybe
way
tag
we
it
can go in
before.
there, right, with
Yeah.
some tools and do some clearing. And just, the clearing will be minimum. Obviously 20, a couple of feet, maybe 3 or 4 feet, wide, just for good passage, safe passage. And it'll be a good thing for the towns.
Yeah, it sounds like a win-win. We'll get access to that, and
Right.
you guys can extend your trail. And it actually gives the Gumpus Pond Trail a little bit more,
Yeah.
so.
Right. When we built the bridge, we always kind of envisioned, seeing if you guys wanted to, team up and try to open that up, because like I says, it just opens up miles of hiking for everybody.
That's
And with
awesome.
the pandemic of last year, our trail usage at Musquash probably was, I want to say it was up around 75%.
Yeah.
There wasn't a day you didn't go down there and it wasn't filled with cars, so.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is good, so.
I missed your friend's name. I was writing it down.
Randy. First name's Randy,
Randy.
and the last name's Brown Rig.
Right.
just the way it sounds.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One other thing I wanted to mention, I was figuring that we were probably going to end up working with a kid that has a name of Brett, last name Gagnon. I don't know. You know Brett Gagnon?
We don't let them anywhere near town hall.
So, I mean, you know, I thought maybe that we'd be sitting down with him someday, but he got smart, and he ended up running for selectman, and I think he's a selectman now, if I remember correctly.
No idea.
I think he's name dropping. Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Good
it.
evening. Enjoy the heat.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're all invited.
All right, so that's it with our guest speakers. The next thing on our list is, we wanted to talk about the role of the subcommittee, and we have a bunch of subcommittee people to choose from. So do we want to go through and vote on who we're going to invite to July's?
Mary, do we have a limit on the size of the subcommittee?
Is it 5? Did we, I think it's up to us.
Yeah, I think the selectmen said that it would be up to us as far as what size of a subcommittee. This thing here says, you know, role of the subcommittee. So I think what we ought to do is maybe start off discussing the actual role of the subcommittee. What's everybody's thoughts, not the, what?
We can always use more help on the trails, but we already have this concept of volunteers and trail adopters, so it might be duplicitous to make a subcommittee role for that. What do we need done? Oh, finance is one, I think, that we decided would be helpful to have a subcommittee member who's knowledgeable in accounting.
Exactly, yep.
Well, my initial thought was having a subcommittee with a role, but then after reading the letter Deb sent to the selectmen when she first came up with this idea, her thought was that it's really more like an alternate on another board. So, for example, Conservation has 7 members and 3 alternates. The alternates don't have a separate function. They come to all the meetings, they comment like we would. They would sit up here with us. They just wouldn't vote. The one difference between an alternate and a subcommittee member is on the Conservation Commission, if we don't have a quorum, we appoint one of the alternates to vote. Apparently, state law doesn't allow us to do that with forestry. We can have a subcommittee, but they can't vote.
Right.
So my thought would be, let's appoint members and let them come to the meetings, and then we'll just see how it plays out.
Yeah.
We'll have more people on the committee, more people will volunteer to help with things, more people will learn the process. The whole thing, writing warrant articles, funding it, hearing from Eric, going on site walks.
Yeah.
We'll put them on our distribution list. They'll get all the emails that go between the 5 of us, will go between the 10 of us.
Yeah, so we all do it, we all do the same work together.
Yeah, and then when somebody like me, who's been on the committee a long time, and is probably not gonna stay too much longer, and decides to resign, you've got members who have been sitting here for
Already know
a
the
few
job.
years.
Yep.
And they know what it takes, and then hopefully the selectmen, because we don't appoint
Right.
our own members, but hopefully the selectmen would pick from the subcommittee members
Right,
to make them committee members.
right.
That would be my thought anyway, instead of giving them a specific role.
Okay, so all in favor of having?
Hold on for a
Oh,
second,
yep.
Mayor, I'd like to, I'm thinking similar to Paul, but I'm thinking of, you know, when we get into these projects, I'm hoping that we can have a subcommittee that can be helpful on literal, you know, in the woods construction also. Like, I'm thinking that, you know, some of these young guns, like, much younger than us.
Well, that's what he's saying.
So that-
They would be doing the same work that we're doing. So they'd be helping
Yeah.
build the bridges with us. They'd be going on sidewalks with us. Like, if one has, you know, a talent that is like building a bridge.
Carpentry or something,
Yeah, you know, right?
Because, I mean, you know, Paul and I have been having many discussions lately about how we're getting older, and eventually, we're gonna be done.
Hey, speak for yourself, I'm not getting older.
We need to be replaced sooner or later. And it's time now to start training these young guns to come in and start getting things done. And you need a combination, you know what I mean? We gotta figure out a way to make a combination of people. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, so I definitely think that we should go through the list and decide who we're gonna invite, you know, or, what do you guys
We
think?
want to give ourselves time to review this. I mean, we just got this tonight. We haven't had time to review, although
Yeah.
in the very short time I have spent reading it, there's not a person on here that I don't think has something to offer.
Yeah, so we emailed all these out, so you guys all got, no?
No, I'm with Charlie. This is the first I've seen. In fact,
All right, well, read up.
I have one question. A gentleman named Don Paquin applied when the selectmen did their interviews, and I don't see him in here. Is that, Bob, because he did not apply for the
Yeah, there was
subcommittee?
some of them that didn't make I got a little slip from the town hall that said that the date wasn't submitted in time, proper time.
Is that Don Paquin?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if he wants me to mention his name. Yeah, it's Scott. Scott and I had a discussion about this situation.
I actually submitted 2 applications, and you got one of them.
You should come up to the mic.
I submitted 2 applications. One of them was basically as soon as I saw that the forestry committee was in the middle of transition, I wasn't able to get in touch with anybody, and I said, oh, well, okay, now they're going through some sort of application process to be a volunteer. As is obviously evident from the discussion you just had, it's not really clear what one is applying for. I'm not offended that I'm not in the list here. I will, whenever I see an opportunity for me to fit in, I will volunteer. I don't feel as though I need to be a formal member of a subcommittee, and if you think that I should be, then you can invite me, and that's fine. I'm not, don't worry about offending me, I'll put it that way.
Thank you, because we have the problem of having 7 applicants for 5, and as Charlie just said, I'm not anxious to pick the 2 that we're not going to pick, because it's
You're
a
not going
good
to break
list.
my heart, that's for sure.
I
so.
know.
Yeah.
Well, I
And you're-
definitely think we should invite them and have interviews, right? And then.
All of them,
like, yeah, and then,
I like that, and I agree with Charlie. We should have time to read these.
yeah, so
and
why
come
don't we
up with
put
some
this on
questions.
hold? We'll read them, and then we'll just email everybody, all 7, to have them come next month.
Something like that sounds good, yeah. And Scott, thank you, because I did contact him because I felt obligated.
I'm going to give you your list back.
Sure.
For those who don't know, Scott's a trail adopter for Peabody, and he's a very active trail adopter. He walks the trails, God, he must walk them 2 or 3 times a week all year.
Not when it's this hot.
So he's definitely involved.
Get him some snowshoes.
Right. So I think if the purpose of the discussion was to agree on what the subcommittee members are going to do, if everyone agreed with the
Yep.
comments that have been made, then now the
They would-
subcommittee members know they're going to be basically sitting here with us.
Yep, they would have the same role as we do, responsibilities we do, site walks and all that, they're just non-voting members.
Exactly. And
Yes.
to Bob's point, when it's like, hey, those Hudson guys need help building a bridge, who's going to volunteer? Well, we have 10 of us to look at instead of only 5.
Yes, that's
the big.
That's big.
That's the big benefit. And
Okay.
I agree. I'd like to read these and then
Okay,
have the people come to our next meeting.
excellent, so we're in agreement of the subcommittee role. Sounds good?
It sounds good to me, and I was concerned about the subcommittee, but actually, it would function very well as long as they were here and they were, by virtue of the fact, listening and seeing what goes on and what projects are involved and how involved they are. And that helps prepare them for, because I think I told Mary how many years it took me to get adjusted to the planning board, because I had to learn from scratch.
Yep.
And this, at least, they are introduced to what's gonna
Oh, okay, yeah.
come down.
Yeah, excellent. So are we ready to move on to, Paul, you want to talk about a new proposal?
Yeah, let's talk about the other end of the spectrum. So we've been talking about new folks, potentially younger,
Yeah,
who want to get involved. Well, I'm proposing that on the other end, when it's time to retire, yes, that we have a position which exists in corporate America on board of directors. You often have boards of directors, and then someone resigns from the board, they become an advisor to the board. So they're no longer a voting member, but they have a lot of, I'll use Bob's words, institutional knowledge. And I could see myself doing that. It would be a lot easier to resign from the committee, you know, not reapply for a committee position, if you knew you could come to the meetings as an advisor and just sort of keep an eye on what's going on and listen in, just so you're not like chopped off one day you remember, one day you're
right,
dead.
but it helps the committee as well, because
And
if
it
you
could help the
leave and you're
committee.
taking all that knowledge, I mean, if you're still active and involved, you're just helping. So
Right.
It's a huge help.
And unlike the subcommittee, we have 5, I don't think we need 5 advisors, but I would suggest we start with 1 and
Case by case, yeah.
Maybe we only start for 1 year. One thing for the folks applying for the subcommittee, we have to stagger those positions.
Yep.
So I think there's going to be 2 for 1 year and 2 for 2 years and 1 for 3 years.
Okay.
So when you're reading these, not that it's tough enough to decide who the 2 are you won't vote for, but you got to now decide who gets a 3-year appointment, which 2 get a 2-year appointment, which 2 get a 1-year appointment.
Okay.
And then in a year, obviously, those
Yeah.
2 people that come back, and we can then give them 3-year appointments.
Right.
So eventually, everybody will get their 3 years, but
Yeah.
anyway, but I would suggest the advisor, just to see how it works, we try it for a year. And full disclosure, I would ask us to consider Deb Waters as our first advisor, since we've already run into issues with keeping track of financials and
Yep.
who's checking with the treasurer to see how much money is in our forestry account. And
I second that.
there's things that Deb has done that I think we could use her advice on. And again, non-voting, just like the subcommittee members, non-voting, but they can make comments.
Yeah.
So that's a proposal.
Yeah, you guys want to vote on that?
I'll second.
Okay.
I have a comment that I'd like to make,
Okay.
providing that we're not going to deal with micromanagement. You're not talking about micromanagement, you're talking about helping out.
Well, where the person has no vote, I think we protect ourselves from that. So the person will give advice, but it's going to be up to the 5 of us to make all the votes. So that leaves us to accept or not accept the advice.
Okay.
I think it's going to be more a question of us asking for advice versus the advice being forced upon us. So to your point about micromanagement, I don't think it's like the advisor is going to, I know, I'd like to think for myself, if I were to not be reappointed and I became an advisor, I would try to start backing off and sit more quietly, be less of an influence, and let the committee members step up and do the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
I'd just kind of sit there and wait for questions, and that's how I envision it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I also vote aye.
Aye. It will be good, because rather than being put out to pasture, we'll still be there to, you know,
Support the forestry.
you can bounce things off us, and if we've been there before. That's what I've been doing in the last few years. I've been the historical person.
Yes.
And having been on the planning board in all these years, when different parcels come up, I know the story. So that's good, and you know a lot. So, and it would be great to have Deb because of her money experience. So, anyway.
Excellent. All right. All right, our next is Merriam Farm findings on endangered protected plants. We had a walk with Paul and Charlie, right? And we didn't find any. So we're going to continue moving forward with our plan to extend the trail.
Can I ask Chris to come up because she went on a walk
Absolutely.
as well?
Yes.
And maybe she could give a quick report because she
Excellent. Perfect.
tried again later.
Yes, it was just last week that actually Linda Irish Simpson and I walked the trails, and we had the map from the New Hampshire Heritage Bureau, I believe it was, that identified the area where there was supposedly this meadow garlic, and we looked it up and to see what it looked like and how tall it was, what color flower, and when it bloomed, and we scoured. Both of us were all over the banks, all over that area, and we actually walked the entire perimeter, the trail that goes all the way around there. And we could not find it, and we were even trying to look to see if perhaps there were leaves and it wasn't blooming yet. So we were looking for something, a foot tall with these spiky kind of leaves, and we didn't find it either. So I would say that it's pretty safe to say that the trails that already exist there are not going to trample down any kind of meadow garlic. Because I don't really see that there's going to be too much in the way of new trails. I think the trails that are already there will be the ones used, with the exception of possibly that place by the river where we walked. So I think it's pretty safe to say that you can continue with your plan.
Well, awesome. Thank you for doing that, because we had a group of 7 and then you guys had a group, so that's many eyes.
That was a lot of eyes. And we went out at separate times too. You went out in May and we were out there here in June. So, and it's supposed to bloom sometime between May and July. So I think we're pretty safe.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. You're welcome.
All right. So we'll continue that. And I did talk to Deb about that, and she was gonna continue with it. She's got that job. So, the GPS update on the Red Trail that connects Veterans Park to Cutter Woods. Charlie?
There is a new trail that runs through Veterans Park over to Cutter Woods.
Okay.
I did obtain GPS data for that and sent it to Ryan at NRPC, who does our mapping for us.
Okay.
I also informed Brian from Parks and Rec that I have that if he wants to use it in his mapping efforts. So I think it's out of our hands at this point.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, guys, this is the last thing. Do you want to review our minutes from last month?
Do you have a copy of them?
Yep, here. I need it back.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna need it for now, right?
No, I know it.
You know it by heart?
Did anybody want to make any changes and amendments, or?
No, I believe you sent them by email, and I read them. They look just fine to me, Mary. Thank you.
Yeah,
I haven't seen them, the minutes, so.
I sent them by email.
Maybe we give Gail a copy after Bob looks at them.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I can fill the airspace. Not me, but I can ask Charlie a question.
Okay.
He deserves credit for tackling another project that he hasn't told us about.
Right. Oh, when you took that on, I was like, phew.
See? Granite.
Yeah.
There's some kind of database in the state of New Hampshire called the Granite Database, and it is run like something like UNH Cooperative Extension, and it keeps track of all the parcels in the state that are protected under some sort of easement, or they're owned by the town, or they're owned by the Society of Protection of New Hampshire Forests, or the Nature Conservancy, or something. We got a spreadsheet from Ryan, the same person Charlie was talking about, and then I'll turn it over to you, Charlie. Tell us what is going on there?
Well, I have obtained, for each entry in the spreadsheet that we got, the location, the size, whether it's easement, town, if it's public access, if it's wetland, and I've added that to this sheet. But this sheet has other entries in it that I don't know how to obtain the values of. So Paul has volunteered to review it with me and give me some input.
Okay.
Once that's done, we'll pass this information back to NRPC, and they'll have an accurate indication of our properties that are protected.
Okay. And also too, do you want to talk about your email that you got?
My email that I got.
About,
Oh, I have several items while people are reading
okay,
minutes, if
yeah.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
Trail adopters. Compass Pond, the trail adopter there suggests that the 12 by 2 plank bridge is flexing quite a bit when people walk on it. It's safe to walk on, but the flexing is going to cause premature failure.
Okay.
The fix for that is to double up on those planks.
Okay.
They're hard to find because of the lumber shortage. I did find them at a place in Salem, $530 worth.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have the budget for it now. It's a fairly easy job. The difficulty is going to be in getting them to the location. After that, it's just a matter of screwing them in. So we need to, I think, address the issue of what our budget is and what kind of money we have to spend on the trails.
Okay.
We have a tree.
Charlie, before you leave that, this is me. Sorry, Mary, is it okay if I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Could we just cut the span in half by putting blocks underneath those 2x12s? Right now, they span, I guess, a long distance and they bow. Couldn't we just put like a 6x6 block in the middle?
I can take a look at it with a view towards that, but that ground is all wetland under there. So how much support we're going to have, I don't know what the existing supports are sitting on. It isn't just a log sitting on top of the mud, because that wouldn't give sufficient support. But I'll go out and take a look again and see if there's something we can do in terms of adding support to the existing planks.
Charlie, I have a question. How much space do you have under that? Is there a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet?
Less than a foot.
It's less than a foot. Okay, because I was gonna say, I got a really good idea that we do with cables from the bottom. But if you don't, you'd have to have probably 3 or 4 feet, and then we'd have cables stretched the whole length with upper arms, and now it doesn't move. But if we don't have the space underneath, we can't attach the cables. It's like you put 20,000 pounds of cables under it.
Less than a foot.
Yeah, you can't do it then. Okay, sorry.
In Merriam Farm, there's a tree hanging above a trail. The trails in Merriam Farm aren't yet official, but once we make them so, we'll have to deal with that tree. It's, if I remember correctly from our site walk, it's something larger than I can handle on my own.
Okay.
In Compass Pond, there is a stone wall that has been breached that gives access from Tower Hill Road to the Brick Trail for full-size vehicles. It is near where Brian does the boulder work to open up for snowmobiles.
Yeah.
If we can't fix this by hand, by the time he comes in the fall to do that, we should have him use his tractor to fix the stone wall.
Okay.
Again, if the budget permits.
Where exactly is that, Charlie?
Do I want to state that? Public has access to it?
A good point.
Yep, good point.
I'll take it offline with you.
Okay.
So that's it for trail reports. We do have a contact from a citizen who is concerned about misuse, specifically in Cutter Spalding. Some of the items include full-size trucks, driving on the trails, gunshots. And we know what recently gunshots have resulted in.
Right.
The
Well,
fire.
the fire, yeah.
Yeah. So I want to give this individual, they say they're available in July. I'd like to give some time during the July meeting to address us. But meanwhile, we have to be aware that this is going on. Now, we did put some boulders between the parking lot on Aspen and the trail, but when we were up there for the sidewalk, it seemed to me that the gap was very wide and wasn't really 100% protection. So I don't know if there's a reason for that or not. Generally, when Brian blocks something, he blocks it. this didn't look completely blocked to me, and maybe, I don't know if they were moved or maybe just not close enough to begin with. But during one of the site walks there, Paul, you pointed out some damage to the trees that looked like they were caused by something that was bumper height. So there is a misuse of those trails, certainly.
I get a question, is it, it's not a Class 6 road, is it?
No, this is a trail.
Okay, so
This
it's
is
definitely not a Class 6 road.
It is not Tower Hill or Spalding Hill, it is a trail.
Okay.
Bob makes a good point, though. A lot of times, and potentially the person complaining who might have seen Jeeps like we did when we were on a site walk, could have seen them on Spalding Hill Road or Tower Hill Road, and they think that's illegal, but unfortunately it's legal.
Well, this
Exactly.
person lives on Aspen, and that's their area of concern, so that's some distance from those roads.
Oh, so they're seeing this traffic through the parking lot?
I believe so, but as I say, I'd like to let them talk to us at the July meeting. They did request some time.
This might be an excellent chance. Combine what Eric told us about doing a timber harvest and enlarging the parking lot. Maybe we could have Eric put a gate. This is a spot where you should be able to put a gate.
Right.
And that would open it up in the winter for snowmobiles. We could have boulders around the whole parking lot except one gate
Yep.
that's maybe 8 feet wide.
No, it's more than enough, yeah.
Right? And that would solve the problem permanently and make the fire chief happy, because if he had to get in there, he'd have a gate and not boulders. I'm not opposed to gates, it's just putting them in the middle of the woods we've tried and didn't
Yeah.
have success once. We probably have to try again, but anyway, something to keep in mind. Maybe we can get Eric to take that out of the funds from the timber harvest, because we're a little short on money this year.
Yep.
So
No.
expanding on that idea, we had discussed briefly declassifying Spalding Hill and Tower Hill. If we did that, they both have locations at end of pavement where a gate might be appropriate, because it would be visible to people and maybe suffer less damage. Make it easy for fire to get in there if they need to. Trespassers out.
I'd like to comment, we kind of have to be careful and not do anything until the selectmen
Yeah, they gotta
form
make up
their
their minds.
subcommittee that Doug's supposed to be heading up. I wouldn't want to go in there and waste any time or money on anything, because we don't know what these guys, like, they may want us to upgrade all the roads so that police can get in there. We don't know what they're going to have for, what they're going to generate from their subcommittee. Follow me?
Sure, we
We
gotta
have to
wait
kind of
for-
be careful right now until we figure out what they're doing.
I think that's an idea that's well overdue, though. We should, not to disagree with Bob, because I don't, but we should, if we had a list of, things to work on, considering declassifying Spalding Hill Road and Tower Hill Road is, to me, a very interesting idea. I'd like to pursue that, maybe get input from Attorney Radigan on what the implications are, because that would solve a lot of problems, and we could put gates at both ends then with locks, and now those roads could be used by the fire department. They wouldn't get abused the way they are, because they'd be closed to traffic, it'd be just foot traffic. And we actually might be able to spend a little money to upgrade them a little bit in spots where there's big mud puddles like near that beaver dam. If those got improved a little, right now you don't want to improve them because you're just encouraging
Right.
more people to go down them. But if they were blocked off and they were no longer Class 6 roads, they were just used for hiking trails, maybe we do a little bit of repair work. So if we do have another fire, or you do have somebody who needs emergency care, the fire department can get
Yeah.
in there.
No matter what, they gotta be big enough for them to get in,
Yeah.
When
So-
Charlie
unfortunately.
and I were talking to, like during our site walk, we were talking to Eric about that. And he said that he wouldn't be able to harvest the trees, right? No more timber harvest if it's not a class, is that what he said?
No, I don't think so. If we have, we manage that property. If we give Eric permission to drive in there, he can drive in there.
Okay. All right. I gotta find out what he said, because he said something about it. I wasn't
Well,
listening.
when you consider the fact that they make their own roads and drive their equipment on it,
Yeah,
why wouldn't they be able to drive on an existing road?
right. Yep.
It's a good
Okay.
question.
No, it's a good idea. Yep. All right, so do we want to, did everybody review the minutes from May 19th?
Well, Bob just lent me his, but I don't, this isn't the final form, is it?
Yep, that's what we're voting on.
Well, what he gave me,
So those were my notes. They were just all my notes.
it says, are these your handwritten notes?
No,
No, those are mine.
Mary's.
Oh, those are yours?
Yeah,
She writes a lot better than me. If you can read it.
so basically those were, so these were the minutes, like, those, that's the, who was here, that's
Yeah.
what we went over. And then that's what I changed.
Okay, there's a couple of things that, oh, that's your writing?
No, we passed that around to everybody.
Oh,
so
no,
they
we
were
signed
doing
in,
it. That's
yeah.
my writing, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. I have a couple of things then that
Okay.
caught my attention. And the first one, oh, we don't go by, the lines aren't numbered. Election of officers, I guess it's on the second page. Mm-hmm. Okay. And Paul motioned, Charlie seconded, 5 votes for Mary to be committee chair. Then Paul motioned, Charlie G second, 4. What position was that for?
The vice chair.
So we don't have a secretary or treasurer? It
No, so
wasn't
like-
mentioned, so I didn't,
So these were right here, what we decided to do the responsibilities.
Yeah.
So I'm the secretary.
oh, you are?
I am.
You're gonna be the
That's why
secretary.
I'm writing. the
You've
whole
got
time.
all those
People have
things.
their hands up. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just writing.
All right, that's what I wondered,
Yeah,
because
so
you
we
had a
just
lot
decided-
that I had outlined,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because at the meeting, we just decided who was going to be something, but we still do need a treasurer. Since you need a
Yes.
treasurer, no
Yes.
answer.
No.
And then, so like collecting, like just.
Charlie,
just-
yeah,
just
those were
like
some of the things that I
responsibilities,
noted
yeah.
too. Okay. And, well, congratulations, you have quite a responsibility. What else did I notice? Oh, Gail mentions this page.
Yep.
Selectmen did not grant forestry the 35K that was requested. It wasn't
My
submitted.
interest, obviously,
Oh, it wasn't submitted.
there's quite a
Yeah.
few
Okay.
miles of trails in Peabody.
So I'll change
It was
that.
submitted to
Exactly
the
how they're used.
town hall, but somehow it got passed over and not printed
It's one of the users.
in the warrant.
Okay,
There's
so
an
it was
access issue.
So,
passed over in the warrant, okay.
yeah, it was,
Very familiar with that.
no, because you
At
can
some
pass
point,
over
I don't think
things
it
in
can
the
be
warrant.
without
You can't say it that way.
Fire department saying, okay, this
You
is
can
what
just
we
say
would do.
that,
This is how. we
How
use
about
this, this is how we get rid of it.
inadvertently was not
Happens, I
added
just
to the
wanna make sure
warrant?
I'm
was
right,
not
because
added to
Was
the
not-
warrant.
okay.
Put
Okay.
inadvertently, because it was,
Exchange
I see you
information.
unless you want to
put that
blame
in.
COVID.
Absolutely, and I hope it never happens.
I wasn't never a
That's a
fire,
good catch,
but we do have to
Gail. I
make decisions
must have
on
read over that.
what we're going to do for access.
Well, there are
Okay.
plenty of forests around with no access.
And then, what else?
I'm not a big fan
Miriam?
of opening it up to motorized vehicles.
Which email address did you
Depends,
send it
consider the
to?
impact on the hiker,
The
consider
same
the
one that I
access
sent
to
it to all of them. It
ATVs
was a
and dirt
group.
bikes.
I sent them,
So right now, I say,
Was it
it was all of us.
Visited Peabody?
for all of us?
I do the
So you know.
lawn.
It's your
Did you-
email address,
What?
like from,
Swamp Gal?
yeah. The one that we have for,
The
our
town?
contact. No, this was before the town.
Yeah, I never got it.
Because, so I usually do the minutes and then I send them out,
Yeah.
right away.
Okay.
Because if I don't do them right away,
Okay, because
I'll forget.
I missed a doctor's appointment last week.
No, that's okay.
And I missed something else.
No, that's okay. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
All right. Okay. And then these,
Those
yeah.
were just who was there.
Yeah, and the agenda looked good.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm glad that at the beginning of the minutes, who was going to speak first?
Oh, so this was last week's?
Oh, this was the 19th?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, last month's. Yeah.
Last month's?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So I'll definitely change that and send it back out.
okay, and
you
you're
guys
going to
can
send
let
it
me
to Swamp Gal
Well, yeah, the one that we talked to, like,
or Pelham Web? We got the new
No,
one
like,
too.
yeah, but I sent it in the one that we talk to all the time.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
okay.
The one that we've
Very
been
good.
conversing.
Okay, those are the two things that stood out, so.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Yep.
You want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Mary, did you want me to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Well, I have to fix something first.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so you're gonna reread it, fix it and reread it first?
So I'll fix it tonight and send it out to you guys and
We can approve them as
We can
amended.
approve it as corrected.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you guys want to approve them as corrected?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes
Okay.
as corrected.
Awesome.
Second, Gail.
Yeah. I'll second it.
All right.
All in
have to
favor?
vote.
Charlie, what we just did, you missed it. Did we just approve, well, I seconded to approve the minutes as corrected. And then, right now, we're just making the final vote on it to
All in
approve.
favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
I thought I seconded it.
You did.
You did.
Oh, okay.
And then, anybody,
motion.
like everybody, that's it. If anybody has any questions or if you guys want to bring up anything else.
I do have something that we probably should figure out a way to, like, invite the public somewhere to speak, but where? Do you do that, Paul? At conservation meetings?
I don't know what
I
you
think-
mean.
Well, you know, if someone shows up and they want to say something, we don't have, we didn't make an opportunity or a spot for them. I'm pretty sure I see you do that.
No, actually, it's an interesting point you make. We don't. Maybe we should, but the selectmen do. They call it open forum.
Yeah,
At
that.
open,
So, open forum. So it's an
Open
interesting
forum.
idea. We could,
Do it at the end, I'm assuming? Go through all the business?
they do it at the
right at the beginning.
beginning,
Or
so
at the
people
beginning.
don't have to stay too long and listen to us. and
Give a
go
gab,
through
okay.
minutes and all that. It's an
So I don't know,
interesting
man,
idea.
maybe
Yeah.
at the beginning of your agenda, we should just open it up. If nobody's here, nobody's here. Someone has something they want to say from the public. I mean, I know a guy like that's going to get up at the beginning and say, look, I have an issue that I'm dealing with here, I need some help.
Yep,
Something like that, so that.
good
you know,
idea.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
that keeps the motion going forward.
well, you know, there's a lot of people at home that, you know, may see this, may not see it, and then eventually, you know, they may have some concerns that they want to show up and let us know about. That's all, that's what I'm thinking.
Good idea.
I'd like to keep it, as the selectmen say, you know, you got to keep it open to the public, open to everybody, you know, a nice piece of glass.
Right. Do we have to vote on that or are we all in agreement?
Yeah,
Forum?
I think just put it in, just put it
Just add
at the
open
beginning
forum.
of every,
Open forum to the public or
the
just?
the meet, yeah, when you send out your agenda, the first thing on there is going to open it up, well, you're going to open the meeting, and then after you open up the meeting, then you're going to open it up to the public, right?
Yep.
And then, bang,
Okay,
go into everything else. Do, right down the line.
You want to do it that fast?
Yep, absolutely. Do.
In and out.
And then at the end, the chair puts the gavel down and adjourns the meeting.
right. Are we all good? Does
You
anybody
adjourn
want to
the
speak?
meeting at the end.
Right, is this the end? Anybody else? Huh?
You gotta make a motion.
I know, I'm asking.
Oh.
Everybody good?
Yeah, the public's good?
Anybody
Okay.
has anything? Okay.
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
At
And I'll second it.
8:30?
All in favor?
Aye. All right, thanks, guys. Good job, team.
Yeah, good job. Thank you very much.
Is this something you recently wrote?
Date.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the July meeting of the Pelham Zoning Board of Adjustment. We'll start this meeting, as we always do, with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will you read the roll?
Yes. Dave Hennessy.
Here.
Peter McNamara.
Here.
Matthew Hutchinson here. Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Joe Passamonte, not here. John Westwood, not here. Jeff C. Kyra.
Here.
David Wing. Here. Jennifer Beauregard.
Here.
And Jordan Isabel, not present.
Just make a note that Joe Passamonte has an excused absence. For those of you who had received an earlier edition of our agenda, it was a mistake on it. It's not legally a mistake or an error, it's just that you may have seen it. But we had continued the hearing on Richardson, Gilbert and Janet Richardson on West Shore Drive to this meeting. And for some reason, it just didn't get on the agenda published. But people were noticed on this, and so we are going to begin with that case. It's not brand new, it's just to take it up, and I'll make a discussion about the site walk as soon as you come up. So Gilbert and Janet, you here? Oh, okay, even better. So we did do a site walk as we had said we would, however, there was not a quorum.
There was a quorum.
Was a quorum?
Three of us.
Three of us, all right. The meeting was short, to the point, and we basically opened and shut that hearing, that which is a site walk. Site walk is a hearing. We opened and shut that hearing within a couple of minutes. And a butter who had put some objections in place withdrew those objections, and so there are no minutes. That's all that was discussed. Do you agree?
Yes. Yeah, we just
You agree that?
agree.
Okay.
The only thing I would say was we looked at the property, the abutter said that all of he had talked with the applicant and all of his concerns had been met, so.
All right, so we're going to continue the public hearing that began last month, the public hearing that was continued at the sidewalk, and we are still in a public hearing at this point. We will give an opportunity for the public, but do you have any questions, Shay?
No.
Any statements?
No, I think we had a nice site walk a couple Saturdays ago, and if the board has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them, but I think we went over everything.
Okay. Any questions from the board? I'll go back to the public. Is there anyone here who would like to speak for this proposal or has questions about this proposal or opposes it? Come on up.
Good evening. Steve Myers, 156 West Shore Drive. Just wanted to thank the abutters and the engineer here for meeting and the board coming out. All my questions were answered, and I'm fully supportive of what they're doing.
And we all lived happily ever after, right?
All's good.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Anyone else who would like to speak on this case? I'll close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions? Can we have the ballots, please? Yes.
Dave, for the record, can you state who was at the site walk?
It was myself and Jim Bergeron and Peter McNamara.
Okay, thank you.
And the owner of the property.
The owner of the property and the abutter.
And Mr.
Shane.
Gendron, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who would you like voting?
We're
one short.
Yeah, well, Joe's not here.
Joe's not here.
Well, Jeff, right? It's 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4. We need one.
You gotta pick one of them.
It's either Jeff or Dave.
Two alternate seats.
Jeff.
Thank you.
We'll get you next time.
Okay.
You get stuck with the tough one. This is case Z021, number 14. I will bring it up after this. Let's get it quick, because we're not going to accept those meetings.
No, you can't.
Okay. While we're waiting, I'll just point out, Peter was whispering to me that we didn't do the minutes. We're not going to do the minutes because the minutes are a disgrace. And as soon as we translate those sets of minutes into English, we will be reviewing them at the next meeting. So we're not doing the minutes today.
Did you get his? No. Thank you.
Make a note, John just came in. Thank you.
Sorry, I was in Florida.
Okay.
McNamara, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Jim Bergeron, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Will result in greater conformity. Jeff Kyra, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Dave Hennessy, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Hopkinson, 5 yeses, final vote yes.
Thank you. Your variance been approved. And just a word of advice to everybody, talk to your neighbors before you come before us.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next case is Maureen Riendo? Riendo, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Maureen Riendo. 1 McLean Drive, seeking a variance. Why don't you come on up? You speaking for yourself. We will be reading the abutter list first.
And the abutters are Kyle Johansson, Stephanie Johansson, 15 Jericho Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Ann Stella, 2 McLean Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Christos Cantelas, 4 McLean Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. John McCann, 6 McLean Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Cecil Life Estate Moreau, 8 McLean, Pelham, New Hampshire. Lionel and Carmen Montero, 3 McLean Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Maureen Ridio, trustee, Revocable Trust, 1 McLean Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. Diane Bastian, 14 Coburn Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Danielle and Deborah Pacheco, 16 Coburn Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Ronald Kelly, 18 Coburn Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Jesse Tellier, Jessica Jones, 15 Coburn Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Cheryl Bolio, 13 Coburn Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Was there anyone who is statutorily interested or involved in this application whose name was not called? Is there any abutters or anyone who is involved in the in this variance request in any way whose name was not called? Hearing none. Tell us why you're here.
So my name is Susan Riendo. I'm the daughter of Maureen Riendo. I'm speaking on her behalf. I live at 1 McLean Drive in Pelham.
Okay. Okay.
And so I'm making improvements to the home. We have we have a classic ranch house built in the early 60s with the living room addition that was put on in the late 80s. So there is a small decking porch at either of those entrances. So what we'd like to do is basically keep the same footprint, but marry the two entrances with one central, well, I don't know if it's central, but one staircase. So it would basically, the structure I would like to build is basically in the same footprint. It's just the set of stairs would be, I think, 4 or 6 feet beyond the current footprint. 4 feet.
And the setback requirement is 30 feet.
The house itself is set back at 29 and a half. So.
Okay. Jen, can you confirm that when this house was built with 29 and a half feet, was the setback 30 feet at the time?
I'm not sure, what year was your house built?
I don't know exactly for sure. I think it was in the early 60s, maybe 62.
I should have called you on this because there is another procedure that can be done.
Equitable waiver. But in this case, they want to further encroach.
Okay, never mind. All right. Okay. Any questions from the board? No questions at all? Jim, I know you want to say something, I can tell.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm familiar with the area. I am very familiar with it. I travel up there. I have a business associate that lives up around the corner, and this is a lot of record that is on a corner. And what they're doing is going to improve the safety access to this building for sure. And it's situated in such a way, it's in a place, the traffic there is at an absolute minimal. So, I mean, I think this is a beautiful Board of Adjustment case and the reason why we exist, but that's just me.
Anyone else, any questions? Yes?
The elevation from the ground to the deck, how high is the deck relative to the, I don't see elevation on
This
here.
is my contractor,
Oh.
James.
I believe it's about 32 inches.
Oh, okay. Kind of porch, is that what?
I'm sorry?
Like a front porch, kind of?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
so
thank you.
the addition built late 80s had it comes off of the addition, the addition is set back from the original house about 2 feet. So the deck that was put on comes out from the addition 8 feet. So what I'd like to do is the small entrance stairs going to the main house come out about 6 feet so we can marry both of the decks and have one sort of central staircase going down. And that's really where we would encroach past the footprint that's there right now. It'll stick about 4 feet off.
So that's what I was questioning, because originally you had said same footprint, but it's slightly more, and that does change things. Jen is correct. Okay.
Correct, yep.
Anything else? Yes.
Are those the same elevations, the decks?
No.
Yes, they're very, no, I'm sorry. The one going to the main house, it will be one step down to,
So they're like this?
correct, yep,
So the side door's a little bit lower?
yes. Yeah, the addition is a step down inside from the main house,
Right,
and so the deck will follow
right.
that.
That'll follow, the elevation will follow the side deck on the side of the house, not the front?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Hearing none, is there anyone here who would like to speak in opposition or has a question? Jen has a question?
The criteria needs to be read into the record.
Oh, thank you. I'm asleep today. It's been a complicated day. Could you please read the 5 criteria into the record? Either one of you. On the application you made out, just so people watching understand, we're bound by the state rules that we have 5 criteria that we have to consider when we consider a variance. So as part of the proceedings, we need to have those criteria, your answers to the criteria read into the record. So that's what we're doing.
So the first criteria would maintain and improve the character of the residents without negative impact to public safety. The second criteria
Well,
is...
just read your responses,
Oh, okay.
okay? It's a quiz.
Will meet other zoning requirements, setbacks, codes, and obtain all necessary permits. Is consistent with the uses of the surrounding lots, and if the variance is granted, it will allow us to use our property in the same manner. It will also increase property value. And the proposed structure will be of equal or greater value than the surrounding properties.
Keep going. Number 5 is the big one.
And my residence was built in the early 60s, and the house is set 29 and a half feet from the road. There's no way to build any structure 30 feet from the road. It would be more aesthetically pleasing than the current structure, thus increasing the property value.
Okay. And I think there's one more sentence on the next page, under B.
The front of my home exists at 29 and a half feet from the road, excluding any stairs or decking. So I needed alternative entrance and exit points.
Okay, you passed your orals here, so that's fine. Okay. Any other questions? Any other comments among the board? We'll have the...
Would you like to vote on this one? Who would you like to vote on
Oh,
this
yes, there.
Thank you.
This is case Z02021, number 16.
Peter McNamara, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Jim Bergeron, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Hennessy, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Wing, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Hopkinson, 5 yeses, final vote yes.
Your variance has been approved. You have a 30-day, there is a 30-day appeal period. Just be aware of that, okay? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next case is Corinne and Robert Druin, 9 Wood Road. And we will read the list of abutters the way we're supposed to.
The abutters are Juice Verhofstadt, 96 Webster Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Daniel and Marie St. Amand, 76 Webster Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Susan Clark, 33 Stacy Circle, Wyndham, New Hampshire. Warren Gale Kenneth, 9 Hartley Farm Lane, Kittery, Maine. Lisa Yoram, 3531 Pecan Point Drive, Sugarland, Texas, 77478. Kyle Nagel, 95 Gage Road, Bedford, New Hampshire. Glenda Nagel, 95 Gage Road, Bedford, New Hampshire, 03110. John Bistany, Cynthia McAndrew, Irrevocable Trust, 28 Pheasant Hill Lane, Methuen, Mass. 01844. Jean McAndrew, Cynthia Bistani, 117 Webster Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Holly and William Bridgeford, 78 Webster Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Roland Perron, 1413 Varnum Ave, Lowell, Mass. 01850. Robert Stanton, 79 Webster Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. David Horn, Marilyn Clearly, 11 Madison Drive, Hudson, New Hampshire, 03051. Frank Soares, P.O. Box 12, Pelham, New Hampshire. Warren Gale Kenneth, 9 Hartley Farm Lane, Kittery, Maine, 03904. Susan Clark, 39 Stacy Circle, Wyndham, New Hampshire, 03087. In the town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Is there anyone whose name was not called who has a statutory interest in this case or is an abutter? Is there anyone whose name was not called who has a statutory interest in this case or is an abutter? Hearing none, tell us why you're here.
Hi, I'm Carrie Druin of 9 Wood Road, and we purchased this home last year, and we're year-round residents on the lake, and we would love to be able to build a garage since we're in New England. But the setback on the side is 15 feet, and it will be 8 feet from the property line.
Anything you'd like to add?
We do have a permit already from New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
For the shoreland protection?
Yes.
Why don't you read the criteria into the record before I forget it again?
The variance will not be contrary to the public interest because granting of the variance will neither alter the essential character of the locality nor in any way threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. The spirit of the ordinance is observed because if the variance is granted, we will meet all other requirements that the town will place on us, such as following the building code, obtaining all necessary permits, etc. Additionally, a shoreline permit has already been approved by New Hampshire DES. Substantial justice is done because the use we are seeking is permitted use for that district. The values of surrounding properties are not diminished because the proposed addition will be of the same architecture as the house and will add to the property value, thus having no adverse effect on surrounding properties. And let's see, for the fifth one, no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property because the placement of the septic system does not allow for a garage to be built less than 15 feet or within the required 15-foot setback from the property line. And the proposed use is a reasonable one because many other homes in the area have garages. Let's see. Sure, placement, and then for part B of that one, placement of the septic system does not allow for a garage to be built within the required 15-foot setback from the side property line.
Thank you. Who would like to ask the standard question? Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Hi, can you tell me how high the garage is going to be, the height?
No, we have talked, it's going to be 1 story and then an attic above it. Did he give us an actual height?
No.
So it will be lower than the portion of the house that it's attaching to, as the house is 2 stories.
Yeah.
So this will come up probably 2/3 of the way from the ground to the top of the house.
Okay, and will it impact any of the neighbors' views of the lake?
No, because our house is between where the garage will be and the lake, so it's...
Okay, one other question, Mr. Chair. The closest neighbor on the garage, proposed garage site, how close is that home to the garage? Roughly, not, I won't hold you to exact.
That house is...
About 60 feet, I would say.
Oh, okay.
50 to 60 feet.
Okay.
Because we have a bunch of woods right in between us, so.
So you're not cheek, it won't be cheek to jowl?
No, and right where the garage is actually near where they have a shed. And then there's a little bit of space before their house is more further in front of ours.
Great, okay, thank you.
Closer to the water.
Great.
Any other questions? Good day.
Is it, on your drawing to scale here, is it sitting on top of the existing driveway?
I'm sorry, is it...
Is the garage being built on top of the existing driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
A small portion of it will be next to where the driveway is, but mostly it's on the driveway.
Any other questions? Hearing none, is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Come on up, tell us your name and address.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Bistany. I live at 28 Pheasant Hill Lane in Methuen, but I'm part of the McAndrew Irrevocable Trust. My siblings and I own 93 Webster Ave, which, even though she's Wood Road, there's one house that sits between us on the waterfront. And so ours is seasonal, but my mom lives the next house over at 117 Jean McAndrew, and she had built a house back in 2000, and then a few years after that added a garage because the roads going into the lake are pretty difficult in the winter. So I just wanted to say that we're in support of, they're good neighbors and the house is beautiful, and I think a garage would be an excellent addition for them.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposal? Seeing none. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition or has a question? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Any further questions?
Just not so much a question. As long as you know, typically we like to know what the height of any proposed structure would be, particularly down in that area. So as long as you're committed to the fact that it will be lower than the existing house,
Absolutely, and there will be architectural drawings submitted before we get the permits.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, okay.
Would you like a stipulation, or?
I don't think it's
I don't think
necessary.
it's necessary. Jim?
I was just going to ask that very question. Do you need to stipulate this? But
If you want to, I don't, whatever.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is another one that I'm very familiar with also, because I think this house, is this the house that the tree came through a few years ago by a previous owner? This house was in front of us a few years ago. I don't know.
Yes, I do remember that.
Recall. And they did a wonderful job of building it, and there's a long access driveway that goes up to it. And what I'm concerned most often about is the EDA areas for the septic systems, that they're not infringed upon or that they violate setback requirements, and this will not. I can tell you that from holding a license in that. And when they did the original job, when it came in front of the board, they brought everything into a greater amount of conformity. And this is away from the pond, and certainly they fall under shoreline protection. But, and to Peter's question, it's not going to block the view, in my opinion, of the pond in any way, manner, shape, or form. So I wouldn't, I think it's a well-presented case, and I will be voting for it.
Anyone else like to speak? Any questions? Hearing now, we're closing the public hearing, and can we have the slips?
Sure. Who would you like to vote on this one?
Whose turn is it? John?
Thank you.
This is case Z0-2021, number 17. You have a slip?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did I have two?
I'm catching your disease.
It is. It's called old age.
Please.
John Westwood, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Dave Hennessy, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Peter McNamara, 5 yeses, final vote yes. Jim Bergeron, 5 yeses, final vote yes. And Hopkinson, 5 yeses, final vote yes.
Variance been approved. There's a 30-day right of appeal. Just be aware of that. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, we are, unusual for this board, we are going to be going into executive session. The purpose of executive session has to be stated under state law, and this is to review legal opinion. So that's the purpose of it. So we're going to go in, when we come back out, this meeting will end. We're going to shut off the TV, because there's nothing more here, folks, going ahead. Now, I'm not going to go any further than that, except I will not be presiding over that executive hearing. Peter's going to be presiding. I'll sit here patiently waiting for you to return, and then we'll reopen. All right?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I'm not exactly sure, but planning board wise, I think we have to call a roll for that.
Yes.
Yes, we do. You're absolutely correct.
Okay, so you're going to turn the chair over to,
I'm going to, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Peter.
Thank you.
Because he's going to be the presiding officer of the executive session. He has to be.
Okay. Then I will entertain a motion, and we'll have to do it by roll call vote, to enter into non-public session for discussion, I believe, of a pending legal matter, or legal opinion.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, could I make that motion to do so?
Please.
I don't have 91A open, Mr. Chairman, but I make a motion that this board enters into non-public session to discuss legal matters. I'm not quite sure of the number. If you like, I'll look at it.
91A3.
91A3, and it's a section L, I think.
Subsection,
I think it's
yes.
L, subsection L. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Let us do, who is voting, Mr. Hennessy? We only have 1, 2, 3.
You're the chair.
That's true.
I will state that I'm recusing myself on this matter, and I will not be participating in the discussion.
Okay, the two alternate bookends will be voting, and we'll start with Jeff. Yes or no to go into non-public session?
Yes.
Did I have a second on that motion?
I second.
Thank you.
Second on the motion.
Okay. Go ahead.
Jim Bergeron, yes?
Dave Wing, yes.
Hopkinson, yes.
And I vote yes as well. It's a 5-0 vote, so we will adjourn. When we come back, we will take no further business, and we will adjourn the meeting. So let us go into non-public.
And I'll be waiting breathlessly until you come back.
We will try to be as quick as we can, Mr. Chairman.
I guess we're going to this conference room. Yes.
All right, welcome everybody to the July meeting of the Pelham Conservation Commission. This is a big meeting tonight. We're doing it without the boss, Jim Greenwood. Looks like his crew's got it under control though, huh? Yeah. So everybody's got to send a thumbs up when the crew does a good job. Before I even start, I want to welcome Dennis and Al as full-time members. The Board of Selectmen appointed them a couple of weeks ago. These guys have been alternates for several years. It shows exactly how this is supposed to work. You come on as an alternate, you learn the ropes. These guys have shown up for virtually every meeting. They come prepared, they ask questions. And then when there are people who leave and we need full-time members, somebody's coming in that's experienced. They volunteer to take on activities. So welcome to Dennis and Al as full-time members. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got a full house tonight. Right now we have one alternate, that's Kara. She was the third alternate. Dennis and Al had more seniority. Kara doesn't look like she's here yet. And we have, I believe the town posted for 2 openings. So if...
For alternates.
2 openings for alternates,
Yeah,
that's
they
right.
did.
Okay, good.
I posted on our Facebook page too.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So if anybody out there is looking to become an alternate, put in your application. It's a simple one-page form, and the Board of Selectmen will consider appointing you.
I think it's by the 23rd.
I don't know what the deadline
I
date is.
think I saw, yeah, so
Okay.
it's, pretty soon.
Pretty soon.
Just if you want to do it, just get on it.
Tonight, we only have one case. We've actually heard it before, but we're getting into the details of the dredge and fill application. This is 157 Mammoth Road. It's also known as Williams Woods. Luke Hurley, Luke is here to present for Gove Environmental. After that, we're going to go into non-public to talk about land acquisitions. Prior to that, we'll do minutes and walk-in items. So with that, Karen, do you want to take roll, please?
Paul Gagnon.
Here.
Lisa Lucidian.
Here.
Ken Stanvick.
Here.
Al Stewart.
Yeah.
Dennis Hogan.
Here.
Mike Gendro. Here. Karen McKay here. And Kara Cubit, absent.
Thanks, sir.
All right,
Did I-
Mr.
did I
Hurley,
get
it's all yours.
Right. It's been a long time. Forget how to do that in person.
It has been. You had time to grow that beard.
I was just
between-
thinking that.
That long, right?
Exactly.
And that took a long time.
I'm not shaving my beard till I come back to the Pelham Conservation.
That's right.
It does get warm. All right, Luke Hurley, Gove Environmental Services. As the chairman had mentioned, I am here on behalf of the Williams Woods subdivision. You have heard this before, but what I am here for tonight is to go over the wetland application for the road crossing going into the site. What we're proposing is to do this as an expedited application because we have minimal impacts to the wetlands, and I'll get into the square footage of it. We have no concerns from Fish and Game. I'll get into the specifics of that. And based on the size of the impact, that qualifies it for minimum. The fact that there's other conditions of the application that it qualifies for expedited, so I'll get into all that too. So I believe you all know where the site is. I'll try to slide my plan around a little bit. So the site, and my fingernails may be dirty, I apologize. I was fixing my truck today unexpectedly. I tried to clean them as best as I could. It's not going to be great with my fingers underneath here, sorry.
You can use a pen.
I don't have one. So, as Chairman Gagnon had mentioned, you folks have seen and heard this project before. So this is the proposed subdivision that's here right now. This is Chestnut Lane over here, which comes in off of Burns Road, which is further to the...
Off Sherburne Road.
Sherburne, I'm sorry, I was getting confused. Sherburne Road further to the south off of the page. Chestnut Lane comes in off of Sherburne Road. 111 Marsh Road is right here, so it's right at the intersection, comes right across from that. This is Gumpus Brook that flows down through the site from the north to the south, through some culverts and then further down. What they're proposing here on the site is 3 single-family homes. That's one of the aspects of it that lets it qualify under the new rules of the Wetlands Bureau that came out in December of 2019.